Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Ken, and I do appreciate you for tuning on in. You know I do on this beautiful Sunday spring afternoon. We're getting bit by bit closer to football. Oh, I can feel it. Warm weather. It's turning the corner. Training camp almost there. But we are still in the depths of the off season, and time to, I think, go through subjects and topics and things that we talk about that maybe get glossed over, don't get as much coverage because of other items like free agency and the draft as we get into the off-season period. But today I want to get into a topic that's one that is a divisive one amongst Seattle Seahawks fans. There are two seemingly camps on this one, and you are either on this end or you're on that end, and there's not a way of really finding common ground between the two camps, it would seem at times. And this is about Geno Smith I'm talking. The man who 2 years ago took over for the best quarterback in Seahawks history and guided the Seahawks team over the past 2 years to a winning record both years, and to a playoff berth last year in his first year starting, comeback player of the year award winner. But yet for many fans, they have not been able to get on board the Geno train. They sort of are the belief that he's not that guy, or there's a variety of different cliche phrases that get tossed around in regards to him as to why he can't be the guy to lead this team to the promised land, or to a team that can be anything more than just, they can be average with him. And I want to start this conversation off in a place that I want to be somewhat thorough as I can on this discussion a bit at the top. And I also want to backtrack it a little bit, because my feeling on people that are in the anti-Geno camp, and I'm not one who would sit here and argue that people need to be on the heavy pro-Geno camp and that they need to sign up for the Geno experience and give him all of your full support, and why. I'm not saying that. It's more about the placing him into this seemingly limited box on what he can and cannot do, or what he is or isn't capable of doing. And I've been hearing about this limited capability skill set going back to 2 years ago. And I kept hearing from fans over and over again, what I would hear is, he is what he is. I would hear, when the chips are down and you're in a game, and what really determines what's a good quarterback and what isn't a good quarterback, the thing that really determines that is whether they can bring you back from behind for a comeback victory. That final drive, that's when you know the stones of your quarterback. That's when you know what you got. Okay? And he doesn't got that. How would you know that? I just know it. There's a lot of this sense you get with the Geno thing of it. I just have this instinct. And people like me get called Geno stans. I'm going to present a whole lot of information, a whole lot of data to you guys. And I can present this to these folks on that side, and they are on the other side going, I'm not going to present anything. I'm just going to tell you he is what he is. And this is why this discussion has, in my opinion, failed to be pushed forward amongst the fan base very far. And certainly not in a fruitful way or the proper way I think it should be looked at, because we've got ourselves a really good quarterback who's played the position really well over the past couple of years, not always with a lot of things working necessarily in his favor. And we're going to cover some of that. But let's remember here, when we go back to these arguments said 2 years ago, he is what he is. He can't bring you back from behind. He's not the guy capable of being able to carry the load when you ask him to have to carry the load. You guys all heard the same stuff I did. And it prompted me at that time to go through and present this video that I posted on my channel, where I said, this is 2 years ago, before the Comeback Player of the Year award. I said, doubters, beware. I was hearing it so much in my live chat, and I can sniff out now when I'm getting a real good solid sound argument from somebody within my chat, and when somebody's just kind of coming in with emotionality, or they're just trying to throw, this is what it is, and I'm going to be magnanimous in the way that I put this, and so you just have to know it's the truth. Well, no, you got to build your argument. And I was not hearing enough well-built arguments at the time where I posted the video saying, doubters, beware. He's going to come out and actually play a pretty good year for you guys. I mean, just take my word for it. He played good for us the previous year. You guys are boxing him into what he was a Jet, which isn't proper because that was 10 years ago. And it continued on, of course. I did another video when he was a Comeback Player of the Year award, thinking, man, people will start to maybe give him a little bit more respect now. You all had him in this, he's a bust, career backup. That's all he can be. But now, Comeback Player of the Year award still didn't move the anti-Geno people's needle. Still, well, you're just being a Geno stan. I said, hey, right before the contract negotiations, posted another video saying Geno is the way. Because I was watching what he was doing and saying he's doing all the things you want a quarterback to be doing, playing the position here. And while last year would look like a dip on the surface of things, when we look at this from a statistical standpoint, where over the last couple of years here, Geno's thrown for 42, almost 4,300 yards, and then last year, 3,600 yards, of course, missing 2 games, which reduced down a little bit of that. But my argument would be that last year was actually pretty much right on the button to the prior year. The completion percentage is the big dip between the 5%, but he was a comeback player of the year award in 2022 for a reason. He played a really good year that year and got a little bit more of, I think, support than he necessarily had last year. Still was missing things from that support standpoint of things. Still wasn't being given everything in his favor to have things work, like a great defense or a good offensive line or consistency across the board. But the thing that stood out to last year that I think really inhibited his year from having a better year than it would look on the surface would be the pass protection. And I have touched on this quite a bit, I know, but I want to go through this real one final time, and I've got some stuff to present on this that hopefully resoundingly kind of illustrates how hard it is to play this quarterback position when you're dealing with what he was dealing with last year. And what was Geno dealing with? Here's your markers of pass protection last season, your pass blocking last season for all NFL teams. There's 32 NFL teams to my left shoulder here. And you will notice that the Seattle Seahawks are ranked 28th on this list. They are the team at the very, very bottom here, with teams like New England, New York, Pittsburgh, Giants. Do you notice there that the teams that are at the bottom in pass protection don't seem to have particularly good offenses? Now, you say, well, they don't have good quarterback play as well in addition to that. Chicken or the egg? But it's undoubted when you look at them that they're also not doing too well when it comes to being productive as an offense when the pass protection is this bad. Now, we're not in the middle of the road here. We're not talking in the early 20s. We're talking worst of the worst. And I went back and looked at pass protection over the past couple of years in this way, at the teams that were the worst in the league at pass protection, and the quarterbacks they had quarterbacking and what those quarterbacks did in that season that they quarterbacked. So when you go to this 2023 season, and the 27th best pass protection unit was Bryce Young in the Carolina Panthers. In 28th, you had Geno Smith in the Seahawks. In 29th, you got Mac Jones with the New England Patriots, the Jets with Zach Wilson, Pickett with the Steelers, Daniel Jones with the Giants. None of these guys, except for Geno Smith, had a productive season. Anybody's looking at any of these guys, in the case of Zach Wilson, Pickett, they're on to new teams. In the case of Carolina, they've built their whole offseason around trying to get better supporting cast to Bryce. Again, kind of furthers to my point of what I'm going to be talking about on this, that you get the guy the supporting cast, and that's when they start to really shine. It isn't the guy going out there and doing it all on his own, like a basketball player, like a Michael Jordan type. No. But Geno was the guy who was actually, with the 28th best pass protection, able to be productive last year. These other guys weren't. These guys weren't able to carry the day at work, get their offense at times even looking functional. So this is a sample size, though. And I missed my 2022, which I had in here in my notes, but I did not get it in here. But let's go to even back to 2020. Joe Burrow, Ryan Tannehill, Kirk Cousins, Justin Herbert. That was Herbert's rookie year, where it wasn't very good for them. Sam Darnold, Daniel Jones. Herbert in this, I think, year in the 2020 year had a bit better season than any of the other players I looked at through this time period, but all of the rest of the players I looked at for the last 3 years of time period on this, nobody was having a good year, with the exception of you have Burrow and Cousins had a good year in there. That's it. The rest of the guys, when you go through these lists, 2021, Kirk Cousins, Sam Darnold, Ryan Tannehill, Daniel Jones, Matt Ryan, Tua, and Brissett. 2022, Tua was on there again in a combo package. You just don't see quarterbacks playing particularly well when they're having this bad offensive line. So Geno playing well and overcoming that is something to take note of, is what I'm trying to say here in the long form of this. And that it's not just merely you can go, well, there's all these other quarterbacks who have been able to ball out behind that. You can find a select 1 or 2 in the last 4 years who've done pretty well behind that. But even in Burrow's case, and Burrow's one of the reasons I give him his flowers for being as good a quarterback as I believe him to be, is because of the fact that he can still perform very well despite pressure. But we also saw with Burrow, he lost a whole year to a torn ACL also because of that same bad pressure, where it nixed him in that way. What stands out here, though, when you see that 28th worst pass protection, is that a place that Geno excelled in, a place that I'm sure the haters on Geno are going to give no real respect here for, was that You were 9th in your sack percentage rate. So you're 28th down here in pass protection, but you're top 10 in sack rate. To me, this is a stat that directly falls then upon the quarterback as much as anything. There's some other things that help into this, but this comes down to quarterback's decision-making, pre-snap ability to assess what's going on, post-snap ability to deal with things quickly and on the fly. Because if I show you the rest of these other quarterbacks, as I just showed you before, and we go through the list of these quarterbacks through the last few years in that 27th and onwards with bad pass protection, I'm not showing you top 10 ability to avoid sack rates. All these guys are going to be highly sacked at that point in addition to it. It's a rarity that Geno was able to pull that mixture off last year versus what you would tend to expect when it's that bad. And it can't be undersold again just how bad it is when you're getting inundated this often as a quarterback and you have no time to go through your reads and you're just trying to sometimes get the ball out of your hands so you don't get decked. And this happened over and over and over again last season. When you look at big time throws, so despite this inundation of 28th worst pass protection, and you look at big time throw rate last year, Geno comes in at 7th on number of big time throws at 32. But that doesn't really tell the whole tale with this, does it? And if you're looking at this chart that I'm showing here over the side, you want to go over to the far right-hand column and the two on the far right-hand, BTT and BTT percentage. BTT is just the number of big time throws they made over the course of the season. He's top 7 on that. You can see Sam Howell there at 8, so also a top 10 rate on that. But that, again, as I say, doesn't exactly tell the whole tale, because what you really need to do on this is sort by percentage. Because if you're looking at just this, Dak Prescott's got 591 attempts. Geno Smith's got 499. So almost 100 more attempts to get that many more big-time throws in there. It's actually, let's say, the percentage. That's what we want to see, right? That's what tells more of the whole tale, is that percentage as to how often if I have if I have each guy throw 10 times, who's the guy that's going to have more? And it's certainly not at sample size when you're talking about 500 attempts, but who's going to have more of those big-time throws on let's say that basis? And you see here with Geno, Tyrod Taylor on a heavy sample size of a couple starts. But Geno in there with 6 big-time throws last year. 6% is his big-time throw rate. Tied in there with Stafford, Tua, Josh Allen, Dak, all in that same place, but he is in that same place with them. How about I go back to 2022? So we show that this isn't a 1 year off situation. Geno last year in 2022, 572 attempts. Few more attempts, didn't miss 2 games. Up there right beneath Josh Allen at 44. What happens when we go to the percentage? Geno's actually down a little bit of the percentage last year versus this year, where we saw him up at 6% this year, and then he's at 5.6 this year. So 0.4% drop off in big time throw percentage rate from Geno this year. So there was no fall off from this year. He increased in those throw rates. He dealt with the pass protection issues, which were a big slice and problem of this, in my opinion, and can't be just a little undersold part. But let's also, as I always say, not just go through the stats. Let's look at some film. Film's fun, right? Let's look through some things on Geno here, and understanding when we're watching this film that you're not seeing him, to me, as a thing that I look for in all quarterbacks when you're evaluating them coming out of college. How do you do all of the elements and things you need to do within the NFL? How do you process? How big and strong is your arm? Can you throw with touch? How's your decision making? How do you deal with pressure? You go through all of these type of things. Can you throw into a tight window? Throw from last year here to George Fant, rolling to his left. Where the thing that gets me on some of these throws I'm going to show you folks is everybody wants the young quarterback, and the guy, and a lot of them will go to him and make these big throws so he can do these. These are why he's got that throw percentage in the big time rate, is throws like this. This is why he tracks on this. There are not 10 quarterbacks in the NFL that can make that throw. Rolling to their left. It's one thing to roll to your right. You're rolling with your momentum there. To roll to your left and make that throw. And he's having to make this throw, by the way, with power, with velocity, with a guy bearing down on his left. With the defender, watch the defender at the end of this with his outstretched hand here, just barely getting it. He's got to put this right in the little hole. Puts it right in there. Consistently has shown this ability to throw left. How about last year with the Browns? Russell Wilson did this. It made the fan base lose their mind. Geno does it. Well, I mean, I guess it was kind of cool. It was all right. Gets out of pressure, rolling to his left. Instead of having to throw with velocity here, he's got to throw it with touch. Keep this ball back inside the end zone. Give Lockett an opportunity to make the catch. Puts it right on the spot. Lockett is running in this point. There's no he doesn't have to slow down for this. He doesn't have to wait for the ball. The defender doesn't catch back up to it. He puts it right on the right spot in the back of the end zone at the right time, but also the getting away from pressure. The mobility inside the pocket. Geno's not going to be a scrambler. I'll give people that give him that little bit of a knock, but he can get away from pressure. He's not a statue back there. Hell, he showed this offseason. Fastest guy trained this offseason on the RPMs that they do with the GPS stuff. About Nat Fant on another Arizona crosser. You're going to see a lot of these in the Grubb offense. 2 defenders right there. 2 defenders right there. And he layers this ball in just perfectly. Notice how he kind of layers that? That's where when you go layered. That's a layered throw. Where he's not throwing that with pure velocity. He's putting that in with the velocity, but also with just that touch at the end, you can see. Perfect mechanics, stepping right into his throw. He's got to have the arm strength to fit this ball in. Right past the defender. That's a high-level throw right there. Play action. Again, see his feet. That's called throwing him open right there. Fant's got a little separation here. Again, a crosser. You're going to see this all day long with Grubb. All day long, you're going to see this play with Grubb. But notice here, he throws it with a little extra distance outside of Fant. This isn't a 9 route. He's got to throw this horizontally rather than vertically. And he's throwing him open at the end point on this. Again, picture perfect footwork up on his front foot. Another throw where there's got to be a little bit of layering and a little bit of velocity at the same time here. Show me a tighter spiral in the league on that. Van here doesn't have a lot of separation. I'll create the separation. I know he can outrun him at the end. How about Lockett on the back shoulder? Lock, we got that connection, right? If I see it, I'm going to throw you back shoulder. You'll be ready for it, right? Yeah, I'll be ready for it, Geno. All right. If I see it on this, it's going back shoulder. Gotcha. On the spot. Again, the velocity is what stands out here with me. It's not an average arm strength throw. Strong arm. Legit strong arm. And the chemistry that he's going to continue to be able to reap the benefits of with Tyler Lockett, with DK Metcalf, with JSN, with Bobo this year. He's now with, especially in the case of Tyler and DK, years now he's been playing with them. And we're going to continue to get to see the benefits of that this upcoming season, but just a great throw here. Lockett's got his guy over the top. There's safety help over the top. I'll just hit it to the back shoulder throw. Quick decision making there in the moment. This could have been talked about in the huddle that they were intending to do this if they saw the coverage this way. And the timing, if you notice here, he's got pressure bearing down from behind. So the timing to make sure he gets this ball out of his hands before that pressure can get to him. Puts it right on the spot. And you can say, well, Lockett didn't get his feet. It's still a great throw. Right. This is a 9 route. I want to show you on this 9 route is watch how he uses an element of quarterbacking here of holding the safety. He's got a single high on the top. He knows Tyler can get open over the top. And he gets to this throw very, very quickly. But what I want you to watch again here when this play restarts again is watch his head. His head's going to be staring straight at the safety just to start. And then he goes over and lets it rip to the side. Doesn't just get the head drawn over there from the young quarterbacks on this play. Their head snaps right over there instantly. He snaps quickly, but there's a little bit of delay if you can see it. And it's sometimes I know hard on smaller screens here. He's looking right dead at the safety there to try to hold him or at least get him to just stay in the middle of the field, a little bit of extra time. That little bit of extra delay then makes that safety late to get over to that throw. It's a little tiny itty bitty little thing here. Again, boom, 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 boom. Now, this head snaps. Okay? It's that boom, boom, boom. Now the head snaps. Doesn't take a lot. He knows he doesn't have to give Tyler a ton of time to get that to happen, but if the head snaps and turns over there quickly, The safety arrives 2-3 yards quicker at that point along with it. That's why you want to be careful on those kind of throws. But again, this is a high-level quarterback that's looking and then getting the throw right on the right spot, of course. Along with the arm strength, all that comes into play. There's multiple things he's doing in a lot of these plays, not just one. Here we've got a play action pass rolling to his right. Can he throw on the run? Now, is this a cardinal rule breaker right here? Are you never supposed to throw back across your body to the middle of the field late? Yes. Is it ballsy as hell? Yes. Patrick Mahomes does it. Is everybody gushing about this kind of play all week long? Like, look what he did. Look at the athleticism off it. Pretty good throw. Seems like he can throw on the move as well. We saw him, showed you earlier a second ago there, throwing to his left, getting out of pressure. Here, getting away from pressure again, throwing on the move, finding DK Metcalf accurately. Come back to DK. Another play where, like I was showing you against the Bengals, you got to hold the safety first on this play. So center field safety is the person I want you to concentrate in on, folks. I'll run this a couple of times. Geno does not want that safety barreling fast down over to DK's side of the field here. Another play where I'm bringing this to show because there's a couple of really good things going on from Geno here. So right out the gate, when he's snapping again, does his head go right to DK? He's peeking, but he looks and keeps it to center field, and then comes back over to DK once he knows he's got the safety cleared enough. He can trust his arm enough to know he can fit these kind of holes in there, but he's going to hold him just enough for the snap as you're coming back. Keep your head held, and then the turn. Just like before, it's not a long thing, but when it's on your drop back, that's what the safeties are looking for, is those little indications that a quarterback's going to give that you're going over to this target. So it looks like, on film, maybe a little bit like it's going immediately, but I'm assuring you it's not. It's a step, 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 and then I'm looking when I'm going. Verse, I get under and my head's going right there the whole time. So if you're the center field safety, what are you going to do? If I come back and I'm looking right at you, I'm not giving you a tell of where I'm going initially, right? I'm just freezing you, and all I got to do is freeze you for a second here. That's the key on this with this stuff when you're trying to keep your eye discipline on the safety like that. Is I don't need to just sit there and then do a no-look pass as I'm staring you in the eye. It doesn't have to be like that. But you're going to go back and you're going to say to hold him just to get him to pause for a second. What are you doing? And then you can come back over to DK on the post route here. The place that also makes this a tremendous throw. Unfortunately, it didn't work too well because DK ended up getting his ribs broken on this throw. But he tries as he can to protect DK on this throw as well. That's not a bad throw. That's not he's throwing the ball behind him on DK here. This is also him protecting his receiver here. He's trying to throw it away from the safety that's closing in on DK on the post route. So if he throws that in front of DK, he gets DK smushed. And DK ends up still getting smushed because the guy, as DK's turning, the guy's able to hit him on the back of his rib there as he's kind of turning. But that's a quarterback trying to protect his receiver here. Little small, little tiny thing, but a thing that you're not going to see from rookie quarterbacks. Dynamic young quarterbacks are always going to be thinking about these little detail things like that on this play, especially after they just held the safety. They're going to be sitting there like, hey, I held the safety. I did my job. Oh, wait, you want me to put it kind of back away from him too? Yeah, that's kind of, I already held the safety. Can't the guy just make the catch and take the hit? We got a beautiful throw to Parkinson that unfortunately Parkinson dropped on this play, but just the pinpoint accuracy on this. He's whistling this thing 30 yards down the field, 25 yards down the field, and that ball is not tipped by the guy. Parkinson just doesn't, I think he can't even believe that the ball got in. He's like, I can't believe you fit it in there. How did he fit that thing in there? Pressure's coming on this play. Geno knows he's going to have a little bit more of a chance to deal with probably man coverage on this. It's kind of zone, I guess, but he attacks. It's a beautiful throw. This is outstanding. Little room for error. This is like the Fant throw we saw a second ago where you miss that by a yard. It's going to get knocked away. It's going to get intercepted. Puts it right back up there on the spot. Got a little bit of trickeration here. Throw back to Geno. Finds Fant between two defenders. Arm velocity, arm talent. I'm a big guy on this type of thing. It's one of the places I start with quarterbacks. Give me a guy that can make all the throws. Why? You might have a play like this where I just need you to unleash the 95-mile-an-hour fastball and get it fitted in there. They want to hit this deep initially. That's why he doesn't go right to Fant. Fant's sort of the check down. Comes down to Fant. As you can see over the top there, if you see with DK, he's got his man over the top to his DK on this play. It looks like they're bringing kind of a skinny post there with DK. And you can see the man's, Budda Baker's picked DK up in coverage over the top. So he comes down to the second. Decision-making, arm strength, ball placement, all really good. How about avoiding pressure? The Steelers game, I think he put on a clinic on how to avoid pressure this past year. I only got one or two cut-ups from this game in here. I meant to get a little bit more and just didn't get a chance. But he absolutely did a great job with TJ Watt, who was living in the backfield all day. With these kind of moves, just it's a subtle step. You don't need to be viciously mobile in this modern era. You do need to be mobile. The day I agree with those people that say the day of the statue quarterback is over with, you can't do that anymore. I'm 100% with you. But he's not a statue. He can move. He can get around pressure. He can get around trouble. As he showed on this, and he showed on throughout this whole day, and then comes through not only getting around the pressure to avoid the sack, not even able to step into this throw, by the way. He's just having to kind of just sort of throw it through the little tiny pocket of an opening there that he's got and puts it right on the button between three defenders to Noah Fant. Just tremendous throws like this are littered throughout Geno's tape over the past 2 years. Oh, just littered throughout his tape. We got the Commanders, play action pass, dropping back to throw, gets a clean pocket, like we saw a second ago and as I was showing you before with the hand over the defender. Not a lot of room for error on this. Understands he's got the arm strength. Understands he can put it up over the top of the defender there with a little bit of layering as he does and puts it right in there to Tyler Lockett. It's the kind of throw I wanted to show on the All-22 because I don't think sometimes when you see the telecast you can appreciate how tough a throw this is. To make sure you're getting it over a highly athletic defender like that who's got a little bit of length to him as he was able to on that play. Again, rolling to his right, couple throws here for touchdowns. Rolling to his right, process, goes through his three reads. Comes back to DK Metcalf late. Arm velocity as he's still rolling to his right. Accuracy as he's still rolling to his right. And then really notice here too, you get some quarterbacks and how long they take to go through their progressions. Watch how quickly he's going through his progression on this. As he goes 1, 2, 3, I got to go. And he's got pressure with Jay Curhan out there trying to do his best. Curhan cannot do very well out there, but again, I'm going to speed up here for you, roll it again here for you guys so you can see a little bit faster. It's 1, 2, 3. Get back, get away from the pressure, subtle pocket movement. See how he goes around Curhan there? This is a little thing, again, I think fans wouldn't notice here, but watch again how he's inside, goes outside of Curhan. Why? Take yourself back into the leverage of your offensive lineman. If Geno tries to cut this in, he goes into the defender, right? But by just going around the leverage of his player there, Curhan doesn't have to get any extra block on that play. As I said with a lot of these things, multiple things going on. 1, 2, 3 progression read. Feel where the pressure is. Go back against the leverage. Locate DK. Oh, I can trust my arm. I can throw it with velocity and I can pinpoint, put it on a spot. All that's happening in one play. And so many of these highlights with him in stats and things that he's doing really well are him doing multiple things, quarterbacking at a high level. And the statistics may not be as much there when you want to look at the raw stats of it, but when you really dial in the tape and look at what he's doing, it is there. And he is getting this stuff done. And a lot of these highlights, not even getting an opportunity to really have the time. Now, nobody breaks open. This is almost would have been a coverage sack if you kind of would have gone to a coverage sack, but it's not like he had a lot of extra time to kind of figure things out. And the throw again right there to DK. Another one like we just saw against Washington last year. Little sprint out, quick little throw. This isn't as high level of difficult throw, I don't think, but just throws it away from the leverage, throws it away, puts it in the place where really only Tyler can go make a play on that ball. He makes it simple and look easy, this throwing on the run to the right. One of the places I was looking at with Michael Penix coming out of this draft was these kind of throws with Michael Penix. You'll get a kind of a hit or miss on whether he's going to be accurate on this. Sometimes he's going to dirt it. Sometimes he's going to sail it. Geno puts it right on the spot. One place that kept getting brought up to me over and over again, and boy, did I hear about it so often, was that Geno can't bring you from behind when the game's on the line. When the chips are down and when you need him to go out there and make a play, he's not going to do it for you. That's what really determines what a good quarterback is or isn't. Multiple people told me this. Multiple people have never come back at any point in time since then and said, well, yeah, he can do that. No, they just go, he can't do that. There's no way he can do that. Well, we've got in Geno the past 2 years here. I'm going to show you the stats for game-winning comebacks. And you'll see here with Geno Smith in this game-winning comeback chart, I'm showing you that last year he had 5 come from behind victories for your Seattle Seahawks. And you'll notice, there's 37, 31, 24, 20, 29, 26. It wasn't like the offenses were doing like horrible in these games, and they came back to win at 13-10 or something. You got a 21-10 on there against Arizona at the end of the year, where definitely they should have done better, especially needing that game. But 5 come from behind victories, including the one you had at the end of the year that you needed if you wanted to try to go and get in the playoffs at the end of the year, where you had to get that win or it wasn't going to happen. Notice as well, though, on this, that he had 3 come from behind victories last year, not in 2023, but in 2022. So Geno Smith's had 8 come from behind victories over the past 2 years alone for your Seattle Seahawks. And just as one more thing to note on this list that I'm showing you, if you look at the top here, that's his 2013, I believe it is his rookie year or second year. I'm not sure on that one. But if you notice there, 5 comeback from behind wins that 1 year as well. So maybe there's a little bit of something here in him where when things do get tight, when the chips are down, that he is a guy that can bring you back in a football game. But certainly this has been one that's been heavily disproven at this point. It was on the back of last year. Frankly, to me, it was on the year before, that he has this component in his game. And it is a skill. It is a skill when the chips are down, when you're struggling, when you're needing momentum, when you're needing a big time throw, when your decision making needs to be perfect and there is zero room for error. It is a skill to be able to call on what you've got to bring for, as far as the fortitude to be able to rise up in that situation and accomplish all of those tasks. And even with those 5 winners last year, he still had one where he could have had 6, because you had this Rams game right here. This throw to DK Metcalf down to the 40-yard line. The team got a couple extra more yards to put Myers in a position to give him a win. But this throw right here, when you need a throw, the game's on the line. When we don't got another series after this, we don't have more timeouts. We don't have more extra time for you to find your way. We're not going to be able to throw a check down here, Geno. I need you to push this ball down the field. And the defense knows you're doing it. They know you want to throw it down the field. But this is also not just a blind throw that's tossed into the dark of hope and luck. Because when you go back and look at the throw, what does Geno read? I want you to look at the defender closing down. The defender closes down on Noah Fant. That opens up that small little hole over the top to DK. So he reads it off the look of Noah. Noah Fant at the top, not top of your screen, but out of the slot there. Stops, defender comes in. That opens the hole up over the top. And between 4 defenders, he's able to fit that ball in, which what should have been a game winner. And 6 comeback from behind wins last year if he had been able to get that one in. But this is another, again, this isn't simple throw. It's not easy. This is with pressure bearing down in around him. A good job by the offensive line there, giving him some time, but then puts the ball right on the spot, and DK with a money catch where he's got to go up and get it. And another guy in the moment there where you've got to absolutely have it. I want to go back to an Atlanta game. Similar kind of throw. 2 years ago. Tyler Lockett, you need it in this game. You got to go down and get a touchdown if you want to go get the win in this one. Play action pass. Lockett. Look at that. Look at this hole he's throwing into between these 4 defenders. And I'm not cherry picking here some middle portion of the game or some first quarter throw where it's on one of the 10 plays they've scripted throughout the course of the week. This is a throw where we're just trying to find a way here. We've got to make this happen. And he absolutely laser beams this ball into Tyler Lockett. There's 5 defenders in the given area, but you have no choice. You've got to get the ball up the field. There is no more time remaining. So what happened on this drive? How did the Atlanta comeback forestall? Did it happen on the back of Geno? Was that what accomplished that, or was it something else? Because Geno comes back a couple of plays later, throws this to Rashad Penny. Rashad Penny gets up the football field, tackle down at the 10-yard line. So 1st and 10, right? 1st and 10, you're dancing, everything's looking good. Nice little play design here by Waldron coming back. Defense flows into the right direction just the way you want it. Down to Penny. But on that play, you actually had an offensive hold. So it took it back 10 yards. Geno comes back, completes a 6-yard throw, and then this happens after that 6-yard completion by Geno. Austin Blythe blows his block right from the jump to Grady Jarrett. Grady Jarrett gets the sack. Seahawks are at the 39-yard line. They need to get a touchdown here. They can't settle for a field goal. You can see Grady Jarrett just completely whoops Austin Blythe from the rip here off this snap. Much like we will hope to see Byron Murphy do in the near future. That's your Byron Murphy comp guy there that we hear a lot about here in Grady. And he gets the sack and he takes it away. So Geno comes back the next play. He comes back the next play, and you have no more plays left to go with. It turns into basically a Hail Mary situation where he throws the interception. The people that say Geno can't bring you back from behind, look at that, then they go, see, I told you he doesn't have that ability in him right there. And that's where I want to get to really on the discussion talking about this is just, I understand that there are going to be the anti-Geno folks and there'll be the pro-Geno folks. And I'm always open to having my mind convinced of the anti-Geno sentiment of this. You can bring me that side of it. I know I'm certainly going to be accused as much as anybody of being a Geno stan or one of those people that is, essentially waving pom-poms for him. I'm very much not. I just appreciate really good quarterback play, especially as I showed through a lot of those different cut-ups when there's a multitude of things happening that I know go right back directly to the quarterback's shoulders and what he's accomplishing on the play to get that done. And I just think that the people that have so thoroughly buried their heels in that Geno is not the guy that can get this done, or he'll no part of this future, or he can't take us to a great season if you get him more help. Because that's what it did come down at the start. What happens when instead of 28th best pass protection, you can get him up to like 15th? Can Grubb get him up to 15th, especially in Grubb's quarterback-friendly offense, which gets the ball out of the quarterback's hand very fast? Can you do that a little bit more often for Geno? Can you make his job easier? What happens when we make Geno's job easier? I hadn't even touched on the run game woes, but outside of once you got past the first, I think it was 10 games of last year onwards, the run blocking has been very, very all over the place. And it's tended to have a lot of games where you're able to accomplish very little in running the football at times, so that it always comes back down to Geno. What happens when that gets a little bit better? Especially utilizing things like fly sweeps and outside runs, which Seahawks just historically tend to be one of the league least teams in utilizing those type of plays. I think he's going to be better. I think he's going to be even more improved. And I think he's dealt with in a lot of ways over the past couple of years, having to kind of run uphill and playing the position. And yet, in my opinion, he's played so well up against that, because I can show you so many more quarterbacks I can show you through a 10-year period of giving what you had to give, what you gave Geno last year, and show guys falling completely flat on their face. It's one of those places where, everyone wants to see the 4,600-yard year and the 36, 37 touchdowns, and the thing that's just, it's easy to see where it's undefined. Yeah, that guy's the guy. He showed you it right there. But sometimes you can also see that stuff without all the spectacular yardage and touchdowns. Sometimes you can just see it if you're watching them play the quarterback position and what they're being asked to do. Was it Geno's choice to target the middle of the field at the 32nd rate in the NFL? I showed you in a lot of those highlights there, him targeting the middle of the field and being very accurately when he did it, but they targeted the middle of the field at the 32nd rate. Is that Geno Smith over the last 2 years determining that he wants to do that? Or is that perhaps a mandate coming down from somewhere else? And if it is a mandate coming down from somewhere else, would it not make the quarterback position harder to play? I keep coming back the last 2 years of saying, I came into this at open mind with Geno. I didn't come into it arriving that he was either going to be the guy or wasn't going to be the guy. I was open-minded to being won over. I did think that the guy didn't get a real great opportunity in his first stop, and that's why I was open-minded, is that just because he's been a backup through the years and nobody's given him that second opportunity didn't mean he sucked. It just means that when you don't succeed in your first chance, it's very hard to get another second opportunity in the NFL. That's the disposable nature of the league, not how bad you are as a quarterback. In the last 2 years, Geno's done nothing but successively over and over again shown me that he can be that guy, going with his first year and having 6 total rookies starting in that first year on a rebuild where you had $50-some million of dead money, 2 rookie tackles out there for him. Comeback player of the year. Last year, the offensive line, which was just reshuffling every single week. I don't think we had ever passed Lucas after he went down after the first 2 quarters. You never had your starting original 5 back up or anything really close to it, felt like, throughout most of the year. At one point, I think he had all 5 offensive linemen out, and he was getting battered and hit within that. You get the Giants game where he gets rolled up on. You got the Aaron Donald game where he comes through and smacks him on the throw. Still comes back out there and plays. Still comes back out there and plays at a really high level. So when the supporting cast improves, when his offensive coordinator improves, when he can continue to build upon the chemistry and hopefully the offensive line can get better, I'll tell you, it doesn't have any much further to fall from where it's been. Hard to see Grubb doing worse than where they've been with that unit over the past couple of years. Geno's going to come out there this year for those people that are out on him. Those people say he can't be the guy. He's going to go out there and he's going to have a great season. Have you taken a look at the schedule? Have you looked at the defenses we're going to be facing? There's a couple of tough ones on there, but there's a lot of ones on there too that Geno can go out there and make some headway and be very productive against. This is going to be a year he's going to have his best season for your Seattle Seahawks this year. And it's easy to see it coming. And the only thing I can wonder at that time is when it happens, what will they say then? For the folks that are so out on Geno, what will it take? I've joked, and in a lot of ways, I kind of think it's the truth, that I think he could literally take you to a Super Bowl and you still would be sitting there going, yeah, but he's not the guy. And that's where we get to maybe the ridiculous part of this place for me in this conversation, why it's been so tough to find discourse on this, is that there is no item of evidence that can bring you to that side. You've determined what he is. And in my opinion, when it comes to football or any outlooks on any players in that way, you should be very hesitant to come to any kind of ultimate conclusion on a player, especially when a lot of what you've seen from him goes so staunchly opposite the direction and what you should be seeing from the data and taking it in versus what you're taking it in on. And I don't know what it is with him that causes him to be this way with the fan base to the degree it is, because people that are out on him, you're missing some great quarterback play. And you're missing a guy that can lead this team going forward, I think, and take them, I'm not saying it's going to happen this year or that he's the guy to run with in the future. I'm just saying walk into this season with an open mind. And if he goes out there and throws for 4,600 yards and puts 36 touchdowns on the board versus 9 interceptions, that maybe those folks that are in that anti-sentiment crowd start to kind of feel themselves being able to be pulled more to the, hey, he's earned the right for us to give him the support at this point. And maybe that's the bottom line on this. What does it take to get the guy the support at this point? What does he got to do? Would that be enough at that point? And with showing the names I showed at the top, what quarterback was going to be great over the last 2 years behind this offense? Many people want to go have that quarterback in the future that we go grab. Many out there are begging for us to go trade up in the draft, get that quarterback, get that guy. Do you guys think about that though? We've gotten the quarterback last year back there with your 28th best pass protection. If they had traded up in that draft, they got their Anthony Richardson. As people will tell me. Should have go trade up and get Anthony Richardson. Should have got him when you got. You went up and you got Anthony Richardson. What happened to Anthony Richardson? What happened to Anthony Richardson? He went to a Colts team whose offensive line was not ready to go. He was forced to have to scramble and run a lot. He shouldn't have played as early as he did because he should have been sitting, but because the franchise and their general manager is under a ticking clock right now, and when you guys are going to get this thing going, it's been a while. We give you a long period of time. You're not winning any playoff games. You're not doing much. Come on, get it going. That pressure comes down to the young quarterback. He gets brought into that environment. He's under a lot of duress. What'd he last? To week 3? So then the people that they go anti-Geno should have traded up to get our quarterback last year. If you went and got your quarterback last year and you put him behind this pass protecting unit of 28th in the league and he gets smashed all to hell, torn ACL, broken apart, wouldn't that not have been a bad move? And isn't that something that's likely to probably happen to a young quarterback if you put him behind that much of a bad offensive line, say nothing of a defense that can't stop anybody on the other side of the football field? So he's going to be pressured a lot to have to throw a lot, especially without much of a run game to lean back on. I mentioned Joe Burrow, who's been successful at dealing with bad pass protection early on in his career there with Cincinnati. But Cincinnati didn't sit there and go, yeah, let's keep giving him that. Cincinnati took a big, strong step over the past couple of years to try to reinforce their offensive line to stop that process, to halt that process, because they understand that it's not a good one for their quarterback. And he did get his ACL torn doing that, did Burrow, dealing with that kind of pressure rate. Well, we always come back to that full circle part of this discussion that I always have. You want to go get your quarterback, get your quarterback. Get your line right first. Don't get jumpy to get your quarterback. Don't make that the holy grail of your football team. Is it a very important part of it? Is it a vital part of it? No doubt about it. Is it the most important position? Yeah, sure. But that doesn't, because it's the most important position, does not mean it should be the first position that you start to look for when you're going through this process of building a team to get to a contending state. And there's a lot of teams that show you the bad way to do it, and there's a lot of teams that show you the good way to do it. Geno went up against that, didn't get himself injured to the point where he couldn't play last year, still went out there and was able to play against that duress. It played well. He's going to play well this year. So you guys that are anti-Geno folks, what happens when he goes out and has this year that's this good? I ask you this, and not ask you this in mocking, but ask you this in really a true questioning point. What happens when he goes out and gives you the 4,600-yard year and 36 touchdowns? Is there no way that he can win you over? Is there nothing the guy can do? 5 comeback from behind victories last year, should have been 6. 8 over the last 2 years, should have been 10. He's checked every box of what we could require from the position and what he's done. And I ain't asking anybody to go give him your support. He deserves this. I'm just saying, if you're in that anti-Geno sentiment and you've painted the portrait of people like on my side of it, of Geno stands, or just, they're just, fanboys or whatever, what does he got to do? I can show you every stat in the book that shows him playing a really great level, good to great level in what he's doing. What does he got to do? We'll see. We'll see it'll be interesting to monitor the reaction of my fellow fandom on this one, because it's been kind of wild to watch over the past couple of years as he's disproven a lot of narratives about him coming in. But as I say, on this one, it doesn't seem to move the needle much. I don't know if this one will as much either today, but hopefully it does. I appreciate you guys watching today. We are in the depths of the Seahawks offseason, so there's not just a lot happening right now. It's just quiet time. We had the OTAs just go past. You guys know with me, I don't have a lot that I give to the OTAs. It's just keep the guys healthy. Hopefully everybody's out there and looking in shape and ready to go. And by all accounts, everything's going good with that. Mike McDonald continues to onboard his process. 20% onboarded so far defensively. That'll get up there quick and fast as they get through the OTAs. But other than that, I think we'll keep the discussion open today. I know with this subject in Geno, this can be a little bit of a tough one. So the only thing I can ask is, if wherever you may land on this fence on either side of today's show, that we do keep it respectful and understand that, we may have just some stark disagreement on this, and I get that. I'm not expecting to bring people over to my side of it. And it may seem like I'm browbeating a little bit those people that are anti-Geno folks, but the thing I'm doing is less than browbeating, more just saying, what is the legs we have that we're standing on? You can't point back to me with the New York Jets anymore. You can't point back to me with the career backup stuff anymore. That stuff has nothing to do with today. Nothing to do with what his performance has been over the past 2 years. And I can be sold. I can be brought over to the other side. I just don't hear very well-honed arguments around why this is the other way to go. And some of it, I think, comes back to just that fascination of the unknown, the fascination with the new. Everybody wants the shiny new toy. Everybody wants that new top 5 draft pick. Sounds so nice. Ooh, top 5 draft pick quarterback. Yeah. Got our guy. At the end of the day, it ain't about getting some guy that's got a pedigree. At the end of the day, it's getting the best guy for the job. And final point I'll put onto this, last point, we'll get over to you guys in the chat. Geno Smith last year was 17th in where he was being paid at as far as that season, what he was getting as far as the money he was bringing in versus other quarterbacks. 17th highest paid in the league. He was going to be 12th coming into this offseason. With Jared Goff's new quarterback, he dips down to, I think, at least 13. They're likely to probably see a Tua deal or another deal with another quarterback, because it's the time now where quarterbacks will start to sign their contracts here. This is when teams will tend to wait to. That's why Goff's deal waited till now, for instance, as you'll see usually about 3 or 4 more. This will again push him down to probably somewhere around 14th, 15th here when it all gets settled out this year as far as what they're paying him versus the rest of the league. So then when we come down to just one more thing that, an anti-Geno folk could say is, again, he's giving you the great bang for buck. You're not dealing with the Jared Goff contract here. You're dealing with the inverse of this kind of contract. Just another place where, again, you think with the kind of the team-friendly structure he set up on that last deal on top of it, that, again, it would win people over a bit, but I suppose not on this one. I do appreciate you guys watching today. I really do. If you could just hit that like button for me, I would really appreciate that. And appreciate you guys watching. Let's get in the chat here. Snail, thank you for the $2 donation. Sorry, I'm a little late on the acknowledgement here. Got long-winded on the opening part here. He says, Geno's the man. Sam Howell is the future. I like it, man. And I like Sam Howell too, man. He's got a lot of, I think, similar point there where it's, guy, a lot of fans are sort of throwing away from with that stop there with Washington, where I go, man, that's not the place to reach a final conclusion on a guy that's 23 years old, who threw for 4,100 yards in his first starting year at the NFL. But certainly that's where a lot of fans are at with that. But I think either of these two guys have the potential to do this. I do think that John will have a little bit of an eye potentially to trading up in the draft and looking at a quarterback next year. But I also think that he's open with both Geno and Sam turning into being the guys that are the right guys for the role here, and that he's perfectly happy with that. If one of those guys can prove themselves to be that guy. And in Geno's case, I don't think he has a whole lot to prove to John, just past, okay, I give him that better supporting cast. I get him that better offensive line. I have a defense that isn't living on the football field. And does he excel or does he not excel now in that environment? Now going downhill instead of uphill, is he really able to take off? But I like Sam Howell too, man. And that kid, I think, has still some potential there in him too as well. Josie says, great graphic, Pete. Thank you, man. Let's work on that. I was having a little fun with that one. Hey, how you doing, brother? Max Bailey, I miss football. I do too. We're definitely getting into that. June's the worst month because June seems to last about 3 months. But we're definitely in that spot where everything's slowed down and there's just not a lot of football action to, there's no deals, no moves, kind of going through old tape. Max Bailey says, Geno is solid. It could be so much worse when you look around the league. That's part of my thing with it too, is you look around the league, you watch the quarterbacking going on around the league, and there's some bad stuff happening out there. There's guys that it looks really rough. And another great point there. It's one of the reasons, again, I'm with it. As I'm watching the rest of these guys and measuring him up against what I see from them and what he's able to do, I go, there's a little bit of a different swing on this one and how this goes with Geno versus some of the rest in this league. And it's not to present that he's a top 5 guy, but I certainly think he can be a top 10 guy. I certainly think he can put up every bit the best season Jared Goff's ever put up. Brad Myers, what's up, man? Mythic says Geno might be the most overhated player in the NFL. My guess as to that is because people desperately want to be right about him. They want to be right about him being a bad career backup. I think your points are salient ones on this one, Mythic, and I think that this is where I stand as well and how you're looking at it, in that I think that Geno is overrated. And just again, Geno is maybe the most overhated player in the league, says Mythic. My guess as to why is because people desperately want to be, quote unquote, right about him. They want to be right about him being a bad career backup. And that's where I think this comes down to. That's, I guess, if I'm putting on my detective hat and trying to sniff out the case on this one, when I feel straw man arguments, ad hominem attacks, you get the paper thin arguments for why Geno's not this or why he's not that. You start to go back to, is it that you just don't want to have to come back and be like, I was wrong about this thing, and that's we want to clutch on to being right about stuff because there's something like that our ego takes a hit if we're happening to be wrong. Because when I came into this, it wasn't that I was predicting Geno was going to be comeback player of the year, but I was just, when I made that first, for instance, video about doubters beware, it was more just about, guys, I'm sensing a little bit of this where there's this pre-loaded feeling on this guy, and you're not really in an assessment mode. It's more of, I've made the assessment. The test has been taken, the results are in, and he sucks. And that's a little the vibe I was getting at the time and have continued to get at times from him. And I think you're right. And maybe the most overhated guy. And really without reason, it's a guy that in so many ways should be celebrated. This is a guy that wasn't handed everything to him on a silver platter. This is a guy that just had the second round pick, got his opportunity in a spot, not great, had to wait 10 years to get a starting opportunity. Did he crawl into a shell of himself at that time? Did he piss and moan? Did he just become super depressed and woe is me? Or did he keep working? Did he keep grinding? Did he keep improving? So that when he was going to be given his next opportunity, he was going to be ready to be successful with it. Or at least do everything that he could have done within his power to be successful with it. This is the type of story we would be celebrating in football and other places. So isn't this amazing that this has gone on, this revitalization, this resurgence? But instead, it doesn't quite often get that vibe. Ricardo says Geno will cook and Grubhub will deliver. I like it. Let's go. Guard Crave says the Geno hate is baffling to me. He has been a good player in a meh offense. My feeling as well. There's a lot of parts of this offense, a lot of parts of this team that have not worked over the past couple of years. Geno's not been one of them. I go back in my mind to think about that 49er game in the playoffs on the road. I don't think you have a healthy nose tackle and defense in that game coming into it. Your running backs are beat up. Offensive line ain't much by that point. It's holding on for dear life. Your rookies hit their wall a long time ago that year in Lucas and Cross. Geno scoring every single drive, I think, in that first half, had you with the lead against the Niners on the road in that opening playoff game. But you can go back to, again, the place where the anti-Geno folks would be like, yeah, but then he threw that interception, and that's the reason you lost that game. You go, hold on, wait a second. Did the defense get one stop on that day? Well, maybe not. Maybe not, but that's, it's really Geno first and then the defense not getting a stop at all that whole entire day. It's first Geno's interception. But wait, didn't they only have a 1-point lead at halftime, and yet they had scored on every drive throughout the whole first half because of the fact San Francisco had scored on every one of their pretty much drives? Well, yeah, that is, but it's still him. It's him. Matt says, I like Geno. I really do. He can take this team pretty far. He's just older, and I've wanted a quarterback of the future. I do think we may have that now with Howell, but Geno's very solid. But for how much longer? I think that the age questions are the completely valid part of coming in of this Geno scenario and saying, this is the part that gives me pause, Matt, to your point. I got no issues with the folks that their logic on the part of Geno and for wanting the quarterback of the future resides within the fact the guy's going into his mid-30s. I have no issue on that's definitely not what I'm pushing back against here at all. I'm more just pushing back against the people that would say it's a skill deficiency. It's he's not good enough deficiency. And that's what they've leaned into heavily, is that he has some sort of, I don't know, short bus limitation to what he can do from the position or something. I don't quite get it, to be honest with you. That's part of why we're having this discussion today, is to maybe wrap my head around it a little bit better. But no, Matt, you're on it with this one. If it comes down to the age thing and saying, hey, mid-30s-year-old quarterback, not every guy's going to play to be Brady at 45. Completely get that. I do there. And that's a valid concern to have on that. Josie says, good line equals good Geno. Great line equals great Geno, especially with the weapons we have. I couldn't have put it better, Joe. I would agree. The same. He will improve with the line that you give him here. You have a league worst line, he can still keep the boat above the waters. You give him that solid line, you got a motorboat on the back of that thing. You give him a great line, and he's out there on the open waters, and we're flying. We got that speedboat going. That's not a dual motor. That's a triple motor. DJ says, but Geno got a DUI, so he gets no passes. Exactly. Trevor, I see we're to the rosterbation portion of the offseason. Isn't rosterbation thinking about trades and who you can add and stuff? Space Geno, we are about to that point of the offseason, though. Space Geno saved his ass by winning 3 of the last 4 games of the last season. Definitely helped doing that. Yeah. John Hobbs says, I agree. I think Geno's going to kick butt. Let's go. Ricardo, unfortunately, I think that John Schneider is setting Geno up to fail. His decisions with the O-line have set back the potential of this team. Geno's good, but he's not the quarterback that can overcome. Not the type of quarterback that can overcome. Yeah, I think for me, I continue to come back if they can just get it marginally improved for me here, Ricardo, and it may not be in that place, to your point. I think that if with George Fant, you do have, I think, a little bit of a bump up from what you had there to a degree with Forsythe and Cross. You're certainly hoping on the young guys and their health holding up out there mainly, but would I have liked to have seen them get a little bit more certainty on the interior of the line this offseason? Would I have loved to have seen a Christian Haynes paired with a real good left guard that's more ready to roll, or a good center that's more played this game and you know what you're getting kind of guy with it? I probably would have with it. And that'll be the part that I think to really look at. But I think the nice part that I come to on this, Ricardo, is though maybe that part's not fully solidified, that wasn't the only thing that was preventing Geno in having better and more success as a quarterback, or any quarterback that would play at the position, frankly. Your lack of using the horizontal element of the run game, from outside zone to pitch plays to fly sweeps. I mean, I think if I looked at Tutu Atwell last year, he probably had more collective fly sweeps than our whole team, just him alone for the Rams. And you could probably do that with a couple of different guys where we did not run that at all. You got the lack of targeting in the middle of the field. You got the simplicity of play design, the lack of really good sequencing in the offensive play calling. I think you start figuring those things out, you may have an offensive line that goes from 28th to 21st, but then Geno is able to play that much better because those other things are being taken care of in addition to that. And that's been the thing with it to me, is it's been this multitude of things that's kind of weighing us down a bit more than just this one glaring issue. That's certainly the biggest issue of it being to me the pass protection, but to me it's a couple of those things coming into play that really I think will help him out that much better. DJ says, I'm not a Geno hater, just how the anti-Geno talks. No, you're right, Geno. You're right, DJ. I get what you're saying. That's something definitely might get presented at times. That was a tough one, though, because there's other players you have on the roster who have also, in that, it's like, were you out on Marshawn? Well, no, I wasn't out on Marshawn, but you're out on Geno now with the deal. Well, I mean, it's where you start to get them a little bit on having, some principles with it or not when it comes to that thing. Duran says, I think that lately Schneider's done a lot to improve the O-line. Injuries happen, and they happened a lot last year along the line. Yeah, I think it's taking steps forward. You're right, Duran. You're right. It's definitely, they're going the young route and developing, which is not a problem with that. And I like the moves they made overall. It would have certainly made everyone feel, I think, a little more warm and fuzzy if you had a guy, that Lake and Tomlinson signing that you had, if it was instead of that more of the guy that, scheme fit, legitimate, at least league average left guard, maybe not fancy, but just, kind of what you're getting on that one. And then the question mark then just becomes right guard to center. But he's doing better. Brian says, Geno's played pretty far above average with a very weak O-line. Additions improve O-line, and Geno will ball out. I'm with it. Amen. Amen. Duran says, I think if we want to really improve the O-line this year, we'll need to make a trade. Very well could, Duran. Very well could. The left guard position is the one that stands out to me, that is the one that seems to be the real hard one to go out there and find. There doesn't seem to be a lot of really good left guards in the draft coming out year by year. When you look at free agency, it tends to be a very right guard laden free agent class year after year, where you come into going, where's our left guard? And you have like a Joe Thuney and then 15 right guards. So you really have to pay the top end price to get that left guard, like the Chiefs did for Thuney, but they're very happy with that payment. So you're probably going to have to go a little bit creative to get this left guard position filled if Haynes can't be that guy. DJ says, Geno's a baller. I think losing Canales last year affected his play. It might have. It might have a little bit. I think he was pretty close where he was. Max says, I'm looking forward to not feeling like we're being out-coached every week. Me as well. Yeah, that got lame through time. That got lame week by week. AI says, I saw Mina talk about Geno was the number 1 rated quarterback in the league on first down. It dropped off on second and third down in passing situations because of our dog crap O-line. Laughing out loud. Yeah, when you get into predictable situations of pass especially, and teams could pin their ears back, our line was not going to be in good shape at that point, to your point with it, AI. So yeah, that's an interesting stat though. Great stat. Thank you for presenting that. Number 1 rated quarterback in the league on first down. Cameron, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that, Cameron. Says, unfortunately, many people look at box stats and nothing else. Geno is a really good quarterback. His 2023 box stats do him no justice. They really don't. And that's why I wanted to show some of the cut-ups in addition to this, where I always tell the people on the stat front of it, stats are a thing. Lean into them. Lean into analytics. Utilize all of that. Bring in all of the tools of data that you can to tell you the whole story of what's going on. But you can never leave out the one bit of data that should swing heavier than any of the rest, and that is that your own eyes. What are you seeing? And you pair that in with the data as you can. And when you do have some of the data points we can go on with the pressure rate, I showed you with some of the drop rate that he dealt with on the outside with receivers, that there's a lot of just built up data to show that Geno had a lot better season than it shows on those very stats you talked about, Cameron. But then the eye test will show you and how he played and what he went up against. That Dallas Cowboy game, defense is getting no stops. Geno's getting hit on over 50% of his dropbacks. He's getting pressured. Yet dime after dime. Everyone remembers, of course, in that game, the 3 touchdowns to DK Metcalf. But what about that throw, which I should have shown on this one? Maybe one of his most amazing throws last year, rolling again to his left, throws again with velocity and depth left back to Jackson Smith and Jigba to the back of the end zone. Jigba just can't quite hold on to the throw, I believe. But he's rolling to his left because he's being pressured so quickly, and again gets away from that pressure with some of that mobility that he does have. But yeah, the stats of 2023, if you just look at the box score, if I just bring that up to you and you're just looking at that, yeah, you can go and go, well, looks like down year from Geno. But you got to look beyond just these stats as to what's going on. You got to really dive into a little bit more than that because, as I say, and this is one of the great debates we have on this channel, the quarterback position is guided by his supporting parts. The modern iteration of fans at times think of the quarterback as that Michael Jordan with the ball in his hands out there on the elbow. He's just going to work one-on-one with a guy. They think of him as this guy that sort of floats on high above the rest of the team, but he is beholden to the rest of the team and what they can do for him. And if he doesn't have that supporting cast there, there's only so much he can do. And the better the quarterback, the little more he'll do for you than the lesser quarterback who relies more on that supporting cast. But Geno showed you that he's not just a specific guy, another little narrative that's out there that has to rely on that supporting cast to find success. That's not what he has shown you over the past 2 years. Because that supporting cast hasn't exactly been there. Has Tyler Lockett, has DK been there? Yeah, they've been great. Has Fant been pretty good for him? Yeah, Fant's been pretty good for him. Have the running backs been constantly kind of a little bit through there? I mean, Walker's had some really great moments, certainly. Charbonnet had some flashes through last year. But if you look the last couple of years, you can't look back at the running game week in, week out and say that's been a consistent force here that he's been able to lean upon. He's always got his running game every week. We haven't been able to say that. It's a little bit more hit and then miss on that part. But thank you, Cameron. It's a great point about box stats. Box stats staring, man. Box stats staring. Y2K, thank you for the $2 donation. Appreciate you, man. It's great to see you in the chat, too. Says, do we know about Lucas's knee since last year? We got a little bit of an update. Unfortunately, not an update that is what we would want it to sound like from Mike McDonald, because McDonald was asked on what the progress is currently, and he said, he's working hard through his rehab. We're in a wait and see. We're going to basically just double back, check in on where it's at training camp and his process. I would estimate at this point that the team is probably going to be very conservative with Abraham Lucas through the start of training camp, and that they may be willing to kind of overlook having him play even a full season next year if they're going to be this careful. It may be one where he doesn't start to like week 3 or whatever, but we also just don't know for sure. He didn't give us it's horrible and it's not coming along. It's just the surgery didn't work. It's just didn't also give us maybe the answer of what we were looking for, Y2K, which was he'll be good to go, start a training camp. It's all cleaned up. He's feeling good. It's more of, he's rehabbing hard. That tells me might still be a little bit of way if I'm trying to read between the lines on that one. Thank you though, man. Little bit of an update. Not much there. Certainly not to make us feel great about it. Radu, thank you, man, for the $5 donation. It's good to see you in the house too tonight, Radu. He says, theoretically, if Bradford and Olu was drafted by us in this class alongside with this year's O-line, we would feel really good, if not confident, 100%. Yeah, I think yeah, to a degree on that, I think Radu. I mean, I love Olu and the fact that he got to the 5th round. I think that was great value for the Seahawks to get him there, and I've got a lot of faith in him. If they'd got him in this year in the 5th round, it's the place that's kind of hard on this one for me, Radu, because both in Bradford and Olu, I really do like both of these guys' upside. They have legit upside. They can be players in this league for different reasons, but I do like both of them. There is a little bit of I don't feel it's fully materialized yet. Like there's still this sort of question mark on both of them a little bit more with it. That, with Bradford, you have the rough edges that he's got to round out. With Olu, it's got to be, can he lean so heavily on technique without having some of the more wow factor, power or mobility to his game that you might be looking for one or the other in a modern day offensive lineman. But I like where they are. I worry that they need I think you're in reference to a little bit of what another commenter said there. I worry a little bit that they need a little bit more time in their development to get to where they need to get. And I worry a little bit, again, we come back to potentially having a year here where the offensive line or the offense gets held back by the offensive line a little bit. And that part gets a little bit frustrating. And I'm not mad at it, though, to your point, Radu. I'm not mad at this approach from John Schneider and drafting it rather than spending the money and kind of taking it and making it a bit of a numbers game with the amount of guys you've gone at it with Bradford, Toa, Olu. Where you've got some high picks in there, you got some later picks in there. I'm okay with them doing that versus what John's talked about, where I do agree with him, where we're reaching the point where Hunt got $20 million in free agency. It is getting to kind of funny money point for guards that even what Damian Lewis made, where you go, oof, it's a little bit more expensive than I would want to spend, even though I really want this left guard as surety. I want a left vet who could be just ready to roll. I want less of the question marks. But I'm okay with this pathway, Radu. I think most fans are too. I don't think as many are maybe wringing their hands as much as we have in recent years, because you have at least over the past couple of years going from that Abraham Lucas cross draft, coming back the next year, going with Olu and going with Bradford, coming back this year and going with Haynes and going with Sa'atoa. There's a lot more over the last 3 years that they've done in addressing that offensive line in the draft, to your point, than they had, it felt like, in the prior 3 or 4 years, to the degree that they've gone with it. So, yeah, certainly in the long term, these guys should fit well, and you've got most of, you feel like, your foundation for that offensive line to grow here into the future. So I'm mainly there. I'm mainly there too. Thank you though, Radu. Great point, man. Nicholas Newton, thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate you for that. Nicholas says, everyone forgets how trash our O-line was last year. It's a big part that I led with here at the top on the show. It's a part that can't be undersold. I drop back to pass. I have pressure in my face. I'm supposed to have 3 reads that I go through. I'm to my first read before I've got the guy's hand right here. What do you do? What do you do? And the answer is, it's not a whole hell of a lot you can do in those moments. And if you have a guy who figures something out, if he pirouettes his way out of trouble when every other quarterback would be dead to rights, that's something that, stands out. Many quarterbacks in this situation right here are getting sacked. And they're certainly not getting this throw then out. Tyler Lockett out of pressure. A part of what creates this is the pressure that make him have to be flushed out to make this great high-level throw. And it's the thing that, in my opinion, affects quarterback play, and it's the hardest thing, I think, for fans to totally identify when they're watching the game, because they'll see, oh, the quarterback got hit. Oh, okay, whatever. But this is where you go back to the stats on the pressure rates and how often they're getting hit when they drop back. And that's where you got to go to marry that tape to what you've got in those stats. You go, well, this guy's getting hit way more than these other quarterbacks in the league when he's dropping back to throw. That's going to make it hard to play. There's no miracle worker back there that just gets through that. And I think maybe some of us as Seahawks fans, we got fooled by this by Russ through the years, because he could so often just get away from those guys and do his magician stuff and find a way to break free. And so it just gets his mind, well, it's not that big a deal dealing with this much pressure, but it is. It really is. And it's going to reduce down your effectiveness as a quarterback heavily. We can't even, by the way, go to something like time to throw. You can't even necessarily point to something like that. I'll bring up a little bit of a stat here to show you guys on this, because he was at 2.75 seconds getting the ball out of his hands. So this is another thing that would be thrown to me at times, where people would say, well, the reason that his pressure rates are so high is because Geno Smith's holding on to the ball so long. That's what's going on there. And it's not actually the case. He's kind of, I think, right around, let me see, I'm going to bring up the deal here. Average time to throw. So, yeah, he's right there. Where's Geno at here? I'm looking for him. Okay, so there he is. So Geno, 24th at 2.75 seconds. But that's, of course, 2.63 seconds, depending on which metric you use. But that's, of course, going high difference to a guy like Russell Wilson, who'd be typically around 3 seconds. Justin Fields, 3 seconds. So you can't even blame, and the pressure rates as well are based upon them winning in under 2.5 seconds. So it's actually kind of not even related one to the other on that, and how they weight that metric of pressure. It's if that defender won in under 2.5 seconds. Nolan with another $10 donation. Thank you, Nolan, for another tenner, man. Appreciate the donation. I salute you, brother. He says, Geno always has great physical tools. It was more, was he a leader and mature enough? Looks like he has taken that step. Now I wonder how much John loves Hal at his cost versus extending Geno. It's going to be an interesting situation for John to find himself into next year. Let's walk it through the process to your point on that, Nolan. Geno goes out this year, throws for 4,600 yards, 36 touchdowns. He's put himself in a position to get a contract extension. But what does John want to do at that point? He has Hal on the hook for a $1 million salary for the next year. He can get out from under the Geno deal and save a lot of money on next year's cap, if on top of the money that you save by not spending on a contract extension. So where does that end up putting him as far as where he stands with it? And I think that that's the part I can't answer with a Nolan necessarily. Because with John, I've always come back to the blueprint being, when I walked in here as a first-time general manager and we went to back-to-back Super Bowls and we won one of them, how can I replicate that? How can I try to maybe find some secret sauce within what we did there and duplicate it here now in the modern era? And part of that secret sauce back 10 years ago was that you had a quarterback that was taking up less than 1% of your cap when you went and won a Super Bowl. So that would make you think, well, the Howell option is the one that's going to stand out on this one. That's going to be the one that ends up winning out. It may. Some of this also comes down to what is Geno going to then ask for at that point? He's showing willingness once to take a discounted deal. Would he show a willingness again to take another discounted deal? And then would that then affect John to feel like, I got a guy 4,600 yards who's going to give me this kind of season, and he's going to be paid like the 13th highest paid, 14th highest paid quarterback in the sport. The bang for the buck's actually pretty good here, even with his age. I still got Hal for another year here in the background, so I got a year to figure out the quarterback of the future now if I go that route. Hard to predict how this could kind of break down with that, Nolan, because there's those three factors that come in play. There's the Geno has the great year, the Hal coming in, the fact that if Geno comes back around and says, I'll take a discount, all that kind of swirls around into what is the thing that determines that then in those factors. I think Nolan, if he came out and had a 4,600 yard year and then came back and said, give me a Jared Goff deal, I think he'd make it very easy for John Schneider at that point. I don't know if there would be a Jared Goff deal available for him at that point either, because there's a little bit of an age difference between Jared Goff and Geno Smith. So I don't think he could call upon asking for that. But I think if he does go out and say, I want all the money at that point, it pushes John's hands pretty quickly at that point to go, we're not going to necessarily sign up for that. But Yeah, a lot of questions. How much does he like Hal? How much does he like Geno? Up to what cost? What would it take from Geno as far as a season to win John over if he's not won over right now, or if he's quasi won over? I like him, but if it's going to save money, I go cheaper at the position, I will. Or verse, he's been really doing well the past couple of years. Wait till you see this year, and we've really got him something to work with. And some people will say, well, Seattle was dangling Geno at the draft, so how much could he be really into him? The thing that I say with that is that was less to do about them dangling Geno in the draft and more about, we know there's some quarterback hungry teams out here to the point that there's going to be 6 quarterbacks taken in this first round. Is there maybe one of these quarterback teams that will give us that treasure chest for Geno that no one would think that we'd be able to get because of the scarcity of the position, and that maybe they don't buy into the quarterbacks in this draft? It didn't go down, but I can understand why you would dangle a quarterback that's not necessarily locked in into the long term just to see what could be out there. It wasn't like they were giving him away at that point. A lot of questions there with that, Nolan. A lot of questions on, a lot of unanswered questions on that'll be really interesting to see, and we'll learn a lot about John's strategy here. As we've had to kind of wait a couple of years of what is his exact strategy with the quarterback position, what he intends to do there. We've gotten a little bit of an idea, but it's also felt a little bit at times like he's kind of biding his time, waiting there in the shadows, smoking a cigarette. You can only see his eyes when he takes a drag off the cigarette, and his eyes light up, and he's just waiting. There's a pile of butts at the ground at his feet. Thank you, though, Nolan. I appreciate the donation, man. Paul Shuey, thank you for subscribing to the channel. Paul, you are awesome for doing that. And please, folks, if you're not already, join Paul. Sub up to the channel. We're trying to get over 16,000 subscribers. We're right on the edge of getting over 16 right now. You could be that guy to help us get up over the mark. Trying to get to 20,000 subs this year. So please hit that like button. Please do sub on up if you get a chance, as it does help out this channel tremendously. And it doesn't cost you anything. It's completely free. Completely free. Ricardo says Tomlinson is what he is at this point. That can't be fixed by coach. Yeah, Tomlinson. Lakin Tomlinson is what he is. Especially the immovable part about him. He's not mobile for the spread scheme. I don't know how that's going to work either. One's got me. Duran says, I'm anticipating Christian Haynes and Anthony Bradford to be the starting guards and Oluwatimi at center. Me too. Ricardo says, it seems like Haynes is sticking at right guard so far. That is where it seems they're sticking him at. And that's understandable. It's where he's been playing. That may be eventually here with the plan. I do get a little nervous about left guard, though. Just a little bit. Duran says, yeah, that throw was kind of Mahomes-esque. Sort of was, man. Dots, baby. Straight dots. Gosh, this is Bradford so bad. Laughing out. Kevin O'Connell says, Geno's an effing beast. One great thing Carroll kept around. Amen, Kevin. Amen. Well said. Brian says OTAs and shorts don't qualify as valuable reps. Could still be moved to left guard, unluckily, though. Yeah, I think, too, some of it's going to be how the left guard position is looking there. If they're going to put Lakin and, I don't know, who else? Saatoa maybe becomes the backup there at that point. Ron says, I'm glad we kept the best tight end. Yes, we did. I watched that Dallas game live. Oh, shoot. I might have lost your deal there, man. Sorry. I know I'm behind in the chat. We got a lot of people in the chat, so might be a little bit behind. Oh, Duran cut off your deal there. Duran says, Pumpkin, the prettiest princess. She is, man. She's having a good day. She had a lot of wet food today, so she's in the midst of a food coma at this moment. Zone Sam Howell's not starting. Geno is quarterback. Ryan Grubb gonna make him better. Amen. Isaac says Geno's a unicorn, a quarterback with that much mental development and that little wear and tear on his body. He's got way more in the tank. Great point, Isaac. Guy's not been bashed around a lot. Has no torn ACL on the books, no Achilles tear on the books, no this, no that. He's pretty well healthy and not a lot of a lot of tread on that tires. Relax, if Geno performs that well, we will be looking down the barrel of paying close to $35 million, paying a 35-year-old quarterback offseason $50+ million. It's possible. It's where it gets a little sticky on how this goes. And then again, as I was saying, it goes back a little bit into blocks to that blueprint. Does John get pulled a little bit by the blueprint and how he was able to win once before? Carter says, I don't see it with Bradford at left guard, but crazier things have happened. If he becomes a good left guard, Huff will have earned his salary. Yeah, if Huff can turn him into a left guard, you've proven your worth at that point, because that's the specific part where all of his limitations are brought to the forefront in the pass protection woes that you get there with Bradford. The Lord of Bravos, Bradford needs to lose 25 pounds. He is a big boy. He's already super athletic at his weight. Monster athletic at another 20 pounds off. Liza says, I'm glad we drafted Devin Witherspoon over Jalen Carter and Anthony Richardson. Me too. I love Witherspoon. New Blacks, we should have traded with Chicago and gotten whatever quarterback we wanted, like Stroud, if they liked him. Wonder if they tried that one. Mark reminded me, please hit that like button. Yeah, damn, the Dallas Mavericks playing some good basketball. Lord, I hope I'm wrong, but I have serious doubts Abe Lucas will ever be a reliable force at right guard. Yeah, he's not going to right guard. TikToks, Brandon, when the chat's done, head to the nearest beach, grab a brew and a couple of good tacos and wait for the preseason to start. It's a ways off. But I'm going to be getting out to the beach a bunch this summer for sure. New Black says, to Geno's credits, he's had about the same passing yards and 4 less touchdowns than the amazing MVP quarterback last year in Lamar. True. Very true. Ricardo and Lamar has won only a couple more playoff games than Geno. Great points in the chat today. I love it. New says, I don't know how in 2024 a quarterback that has 24 touchdowns and not even 4,000 yards passing gets MVP, but that's a different discussion. Yeah, he's that definitely was a controversial one a little bit last year for me too. I thought there was probably a couple other guys I would have maybe have gone to before him. C-Lord says, really enjoying these Geno highlights, Brandon. I'm about 20 minutes behind the live stream. Let's go, C-Lord. I had to bring a couple of these out. Great throws, man. C-Lord says, I really want to see how Geno looks behind an above average O-line. I suspect it might be only average this year, but at least that's a bit of an improvement. I would offer that's what it's about, C-Lord. It's getting yourself up, as I say with a lot of these stats that I'll often reference. And it can be kind of on both, C-Lord, both sides of the ball here. Blitz rate. Willingness to use fly sweeps, willingness to attack to the edges in the run game, pitches, outside zone, that type of thing. Targeting the middle of the field. The quality of your offensive line. All of these things that I just talked about are things that we have been a league worst at rate. That's where we've been the bottom of the barrel. And so the drive is certainly, if you can get up to the best, that'd be awesome if you can hit that on any of those markers. If we get an offensive line that's the best in pass protecting in the NFL or one of the top 5, that'd be amazing. But beyond getting to that point, which would be sweet, just get me to middle of the road here. Just get me off the mat. Let me put my jaw back together, get up off the mat and get to a middle ground spot. Targeting the middle of the field. Get me middle of the road. Blitz rate. Get me middle of the road. Why? Because then we bring in the element of surprise and disguise, the inability to easily read what we're doing snap in and snap out. A simple, easy advantage to provide to your football team that doesn't require you to find the best prospect in the nation at a given position. And that's why I hammer on those things, because it is about that. You're right, C-Lord. It's about taking it from here just up. Just get me up to the low 20s. And you will see an uptick in improvement of production. You'll see an uptick in how well the team does. And if the team dealing with some of these matters last year could get to 9 wins, you get these other items fixed up. Can they get 2 wins better? Can you get to 11 wins? Can you get to 12 wins if you get some of this stuff fixed up? I think so. I mean, it certainly is within the realm of possibility. Just a bit of improvement, see, Lord. Just a bit of improvement, as you put it. Ryan Myers, Penix says, look good according to Land of Mia. Ooh, let's go. A card craze says, how many worse quarterbacks are getting paid more than Geno? Probably lots of them. Let's bring it up. Let me look at the positional thing up here. How do you look at contracts? Let's try Sports Track on this. Sports Track's been letting me down with their new updates, but we'll try this. So at least by average salary, God, they messed their whole site up in the way it looks now. So you're just trying to. Hard to tell. It's hard to tell. Can't look at this like you used to be able to look at it. There we go. There we go. That's what I was looking for. That's what I was looking for. So Geno right now, according to Sports Track, for the cap hit here in the 2024 year is at $26.4 million. They've got listed here. And that puts him at 13th with Jared Goff ahead of him at 12th. Jimmy Garoppolo ahead of him at 11th and Joe Burrow ahead of him at 10th. But Tua Tagovailoa is probably going to get a contract extension before the season, or maybe not. We'll see what they do, but I would anticipate that would push him up above Geno, which would push Geno to 14th. The other guy that might get a contract extension here before the start of the year is Jordan Love, which would put Geno to 15th if that occurs. And Trevor Lawrence was the other guy, which would push Geno to 16th. So if... Yeah. Yeah, so there's 3 guys behind Geno right now. I'll show you guys this on the deal here. So if you look at it here, this is the cap hit for 2024. You just want to look at pure cap hit. I think that's the best thing is what's the guy's hit. So last year, Geno was 17th. As you can see here, Geno's at 13th at 26.4. But like I'm saying, behind him, Tua at 15 is going to sign a contract extension and go probably back above him. Also, then the other 2 guys that stand out are Jordan Love at 19, Trevor Lawrence at 21. Would be 2 guys that I think are going to be. So eventually the contract settles somewhere around middle of the road when it's all said and done. It's not too expensive, man, for what you get for that. It's pretty good bang for the buck. AI says Seattle's pass block win rate on third down was ranked 27th. Not good. Not good. Brian E. says, hell, send anybody to the Jets and they're going to suck. He was well coached in Seattle after a rough start to his career. Now everybody's going to get to see what he's capable of and why he was a first rounder. Well said, Brian. Well said. And yeah, who's succeeded with the Jets over the past 30 years there? You know, who has done well? Chad Pennington in 97. It's been a little while, hasn't it? And when you look at the markers of him going to that team in the Jets, and it's always about the details. It's never just about, well, it's the Jets and bad organization. Let's go to the depths of where they were at. Rex Ryan is your head coach, defensive-minded head coach. An offense devoid of very many skill position players at all to give him anything at that time. An offensive line with one or two guys that were decent and the rest were pretty bad. So you had a defensive-minded coach, not a lot of offensive parts, thrown right in there to start. And didn't necessarily just fall in his face either. But you're as good as your supporting cast is my point on this. And it's my point to the now with Geno. And it's my point to Geno when he got to the New York Jets initially. And these quarterbacks that get branded as these busts, so very often they're branded without any sort of taking into account the fact that they were taken to a horrible situation. That they were put into a situation that anybody would have been doomed to fail in. And there are those situations in the NFL. We especially see it now. You saw it with this last draft. Were the top 10 players, 12 players in this draft, were 6 of them quarterbacks? No. But teams just will pick a quarterback. Just get a guy. Just get a guy. Just get the guy. Details, schmetails. Who needs details? We'll figure it out later. And this is my bone that I'm currently gnawing on when we have these live stream shows, and I'll chew it on every live stream show and try to get this across to the fans, which is this is guided in Ren. This situation is with the quarterbacks so much on the supporting cast, and you got to look at the whole thing and taking account the evaluations of these guys. Are there their Tom Brady's? Are there the Patrick Mahomes? Yeah, but we're not going to probably find those guys. We shouldn't count on trying to seek out finding those guys. And by and large, what you get from a quarterback is that I am going to be beholden to my supporting cast and what they can or cannot do for me. And most quarterbacks, if they are given the kind of supporting cast and what Geno's dealt with the past couple of years, a lot of rookie starters, a lot of moving parts, not a very good offensive system. Like I said, a flat fall on their face. Y2K, thank you for the $10 donation. I appreciate it for that. Y2K, very kind of you, man. It says, fighting against your top paid safeties don't work argument. If you have to say the top paid tackles, one is average and one is injured, you're going to be bad, goes for any position. Just a thought. Love you. Well, love you too, man. Fighting against your top paid safeties don't work. Against your top don't work argument. Fighting against your top paid. If you have, say, the top paid tackle. I might have missed exactly what you're kind of saying on there, Y2K. So I'm fighting against your top paid safeties don't work argument. Fighting against your top paid safeties don't work. Fighting. If you have, say, the top paid tackles, one is average, one is injured, you're going to be bad. Goes for any position. Just a thought. Love you. I appreciate where you're coming from. Yeah, I'm not sure on. I'm not sure on, and I'm sorry, I'm not quite unsure on what you were saying on there. It says fighting against your top paid safeties don't work argument. And I'm not sure what you mean on that one. Fighting against. If you have say the top paid tackles, one is average and one is injured, you're going to be bad. Oh, as far as the defense goes. If you're going to pay that amount of money to the safeties, you might have to, if you can, just put it in the chat below there. You don't have to do another donation, Y2K, but if you can just elaborate a little more on the donation. I'm not quite clear on what you're saying. Much love back to you, though, of course, and thank you for the dono. I'm just not exactly sure on what you're saying on there. I'm usually pretty good at kind of getting to the heart of it, but just repost just as a comment in the section on, just elaborate a little bit more further if you could, and I'll expand on there down below as I see it. but I'm not quite sure on what you're saying there. I thought I had it there for a second, and then I was like, nope, don't quite get it. Thank you, man. Brian East, as far as I'm concerned, Geno has plenty of miles left on him, and as much as he wasn't a starter for a good 7 years before Seattle started him. That's that extra tread on the tires that a typical guy at his age wouldn't necessarily have. A guy like Kirk Cousins that's played so much football throughout his career, you wonder about him in his mid-30s, and you go, boy, is there a lot left there to go, or is it kind of at the end? First, maybe a Geno, you think there's a little bit more going. Real life exposures. It says, I'm tired of this BS rumors of DK going to the Chiefs. Oh, I hope it doesn't happen, man. I definitely have posted a good set of videos over on my Hawks Nest Clips channel trying to just dissuade fans from thinking that this is a good thing for the Seahawks to look into doing, and that it would be the wrong move to go out there and do it. But, there certainly has been a lot of, I guess, kind of smokish this offseason, hasn't there, in regards to this situation. And so we'll see where things go once we get past June. I think if we get through the early part of June, maybe there's a good chance that we're in a situation where we're actually okay at that point, and things will be all right. But yeah, there's the rumors have been what they've been out there a little bit. It's kind of been lame to have to hear them. Y2K says, kind of old stuff. You would always talk about having the two of the highest paid safeties doesn't work, Jamal and Diggs. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I was so much caught in the current deal right now. I was like, two highest paid safeties doesn't work, Jamal and Diggs. Yes. I think my main issue with the two highest paid safeties thing just comes down to I don't think that you're getting the where the rest of the NFL is telling you Y2K don't invest a lot of money into this, because even when you theoretically have a difference maker, it's really not worth the amount of money you're spending for that difference maker. So it was more. I think you're right on that. Is that if you're paying any position, you got two of the highest paid wide receivers that you've paid. And to your point on the previous dono, one of those guys is injured and the other guy is just highly injured and basically a shell of himself. You're not going to be, you're going to be, theoretically bad at the wide receiver position. And yeah, I think that's definitely a truth. I think for me though, again, the thing comes back to how you allocate your assets is my big issue with it. What I've got to pay to the safety position to get a certain level of performance. And that's kind of baked in a bit in your on the remarks on your donation. So one is average. Let's take away the injured one and you just go the one is average. And you're paying all this money for average safety play. But my big issue comes down to it at the beginning point in considering whether you're going to pay for that safety position or not is, does the league tell me by the nature of the beast of the position that to get league average play, I have to spend this? Kind of almost a money ball situation where I look across the league and teams that are getting league average safety play, how are they doing it? Are they having to spend big time money contracts to get that done? Or are they able to get it by at a kind of a cheaper, lower level? And my thing with the whole safety thing is that you didn't have to go and walk in to pay that amount. You were certainly hoping Diggs could give you more as a playmaker, and definitely that Jamal Adams could give you more. But you could get a level of performance from that position that would be into that average place while still offloading, the money to other places. I can be okay with zigging when everyone else is zagging, saying, hey, no one's paying safeties, we're going to pay safeties. But then if you're going to do that on top of that Y2K, my other issue with it comes just outside of this stuff we're talking about is that then what's your plan for them? We're going to pay top 10 safety money to Quandre Diggs, and he's going to be a cover 3 single high safety over the top 24/7. We're going to get Jamal Adams, and we're going to blitz him at a lower rate than we blitzed him with the New York Jets. That's where there's a few issues that I have there with it. The injury, the average play from Diggs, you're right, does does certainly upend things. But then there were things the team was doing in addition to that, in the way that they used the players, in the plan for the players, in that also, I mean, that also just didn't make a lot of sense when you added it all up on that side of it. But you're all right. I mean, the original point that you're making, that any position, if I have the top two highest paid cornerbacks in the NFL, I don't have probably a first round and a second round pick waiting in the wings to take over for them if they become injured. And logically speaking, then that position is probably going to be pretty bad in how it performs, at that point. If one of them's injured and one of them's kind of an average, sort of state of things. That's certainly a valid part of it. But I also think that the extra little additional details you get with that stuff of, how you utilize them, how much you have to pay in that position in the NFL. So it's like we're paying $50 million to these guys. We're making it the highest paid position for us beyond anybody else. It'd be like doing that with running backs, where you go, there's some stuff that's kind of smart on the surface and not smart on the surface, and that's where this was one where it's down the line and how it played out, it doesn't look smart. And then it doesn't also kind of look smart in advance of it. But good points, Y2K. Sorry I didn't quite get it on that first. Sorry you had to do another dono to get the other one in. Much love to you, though, too, brother. Much love. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that, Garth. Says Brando, what's the most this O-line could improve in your realistic opinion? Ooh, great question. Great question. Well, I think that Charles Cross is ready to put a season together where he basically gets you over 70 on a PFF. I mean, I think that a big part of this is going to kind of be on the back of Abraham Lucas's health. I think if you have either Stone Forsythe or George Fant out there, you're probably below league average out there at that side. If you have Haynes out there in his first year, he's ready to go, league average play. Then you're talking about left guard and center. In my opinion, if you were 28th in pass protection last year, you probably have an ability this year to get yourself up to around 17th or 16th, somewhere right around middle of the road. I think that two things that'll help this happen is I think that the health can't have anywhere to go but up, I would think, number one. So you should be healthier, and by being healthier, you should just be better. That should be a part that comes in and helps. But then the second part of this, we have to remember, Garth, with this offense, is that it's a spread-based offense that was really good about being able to keep Michael Penix from getting hit. I mean, you just got the ball out of his hand consistently all the time, where he's not being back there and laid to bear to have to deal with that pressure. There's not enough time. So the offense is also going to build in a lot of concepts that are going to be easy plays for Geno to be able to complete and just get the ball out of his hand. That's one less play that would have been in the old offense, him sitting back in the pocket, under duress, going through reads, navigating pressure. Not as much that, I don't think, anymore now, Garth. So those combo of those two, I think, raise it up basically 9, 10, 11 spots on the PFF list as far as pass protection goes. But by that measure, I think if you get to a middle-of-the-road state with this offensive line, this offense then becomes, in Geno's case, goes from being a sub 4,000-yard passer to being a 4,600-yard passer. It goes from being a guy that will give you 30 touchdowns to giving you 35, 36 touchdowns a year. So even though it's a little bit of a bump, I think that the performance in the QB position will look a lot better if you can just make that little jump, Garth. I don't think top 15 is probably realistic, because a lot of what they've done here is go with youth on the offensive line to develop to get that good offensive line versus microwaving it in free agency or trading for a guy and getting something that's a little bit more certain in what they were bringing in. That to me leads me to believe that you're looking at more of a moderate jump this year by the combo of those two factors I just talked about. But long term should be good long term. But yeah, I think 10 spots is about as good as you can hope. Still probably just outside the top 15, but much, much better as far as the offense just being more efficient and effective and productive on the back of that at that point. Great question, Garth. Great question, man. Good to see you in the house tonight too, brother. Dig Doc, speaking of the Chiefs, I saw a video stating the Chiefs fans were losing their minds when Worthy dropped a pass the other day. He's going to drop a lot of those. So they got to be, they're going to need to get used to that. My man's got 29-inch long arms. He can't get those things out there. You know, he's got the baby, he's got the little T-Rex arms. it's hard to. How do you catch a ball when you can only like? Patrick, throw me a pass. Got it. Patrick, you put that at my head level, man. It's got to be neck level. I can't get my arms above neck level. I told you that, bro. Neck level, okay? You got to put it here. You're supposed to be Patrick Mahomes, okay? You can put it down here. You can put it here. Or you can put it here, okay? But you can't put it up here. Oh, can't put it up there. My arms don't go up that high. Sorry, bro, but I'm really fast. Braden says, looking good. Thank you, Braden. Nicholas says, his body's still fairly young from not taking all that abuse for 7 to 8 years. In Geno's case, amen. Amen. Silverback Dilligiff. Thing that sucked for Ravens was the fumble at the 1 yard line and when their tight end got tackled running a route. But yes, they should have done better. Oh, somebody's talking about the Ravens. Oh, my bad. Internal discussion on the Ravens. Braden says, number one Seahawks YouTube channel in the world. Thank you, Braden. That's heavy praise, brother. Heavy praise. Mark, thank you for reminding me that. Please do hit that like button if you could. I appreciate it. Zone, I think Jay Bobo is going to be a very interesting guy to see how he works in the Grubb offense for sure. Joe, if the rest of the team was as good as their job as Geno is, we'd probably never lose. Great point. Great point. Comes back down to what's working for you, what isn't, who's part of the problem, who's part of the solution. And I've come back to again and again that Geno's part of the solution here. Definitely not part of the problem. Michael Cam, I'm a little concerned with Lucas's condition and also Bradford getting hurt. I hope our O-line isn't feeble like it's been in the years past, and it's our Achilles tendon as to why we can't win. That would suck if we came into this year, especially from my perspective. You're in the same camp where I walked in this offseason saying, get the offensive line right. Let's make that the priority here. Let's stop making this a great weakness on our team. Yes, I know we got to get the run defense handled and all that, but offensive line. And look, they did do some things. So I can't sit here and get super upset at the moves that we made. Christian Haynes got maybe the best right guard in the draft. Let's go. Last year, you took 2 offensive linemen. The year before that, you took 2 offensive linemen, signing Laken Tomlinson, signing him Nick Harris. But it still doesn't feel like a strength, does it, Michael Cam? And that concern still does pop up, and I still do come down to, man, so much of this season's line and how good it can be, the top end of the offensive line this year, riding on the health of Abraham Lucas's knee, his chronic knee. Hold up. Hopefully they were able to put a little bit more cartilage in there, give him a little bit of extra. What's that other part they got in that knee that they always talk about? The hibiscus. What do they call that thing? The meniscus. The hibiscus meniscus. Give him a little bit more hibiscus in his meniscus. Get him back out there. Big just says will be sweet if K9 has a Dylan Johnson type year with Grubb. Oh, Grubb's going to love this kid. Grubb will work the edges, man. I watching the Husky film and going through it. I can tell you guys with ultimate certainty that the issues of getting K9 to the edges of the defense are going to be no more. You're going to see pitch plays. You're going to see manufacturing ways. You're going to see Geno and shotgun. And then Geno just turns it into a pitch play going wide after the snap. And he will just, whatever way he can, Grubb doesn't care. He'll understand. Just get this guy to the edge and let him go work. Let him go cook. Stale says, I would suggest that the Harbaughs might be indicators as to how McDonald's going to handle the given injury info to the media. Probably. Yeah, I'd agree with you there. I don't know, though. I'm not really fluent in how the Harbaughs have tended to do their media, their injury stuff. They're pretty open about it, aren't they? They're pretty just straightforward with it. Flyzone says, I just don't see Oluwatimi starting at center right now. I don't know, man. I think he's kind of being the earmark guy. Harris could certainly take it, but I think the team's definitely seems to at least initially be indicating that's they're leaning for it's kind of Olu's job to lose, I guess. New Black says it's like Groundhog Day off season every year, talking about the O-line, laughing out loud. I know. It drives me crazy too. Like, come on. Give us something. Guard Knight has been a member of the Hawks Nest for 18 months. Let us know if you get an address. We can mail ridiculous stuff to you in SoCal. Garth, let me email you. I'll email you my Addy to get something to me. So I'll get something sent out to you. I got to get a post office box here at some point, but I've been kind of lazy about it. But no, I'll get you my address. I got your email offline. I'll hook you up. But yeah, I do need to get a new address posted for down here that I can use. Got to find one I can have you guys send it to. I'll hook you up though, Garth. I got you as soon as I'm offline. I'll send it to you. Spaces. So Olu's playing center this season? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. New Blacks, do you think some of the Olu offensive line problems can also be fixed due to simply changing schemes in OC instead of Pete's system and Waldron? Yes. Yeah. It's a couple different plays that this comes into play, New Blacks. First off, when you talk about getting usually rid of the ball quickly, in my opinion, a lot of that's built upon targeting in the middle of the field. And if you're not going to be targeting the middle of the field, but at the 30-second rate in the NFL, you're probably asking your quarterback to be holding on the ball just a little bit of extra time for those routes on the outside to develop and get open, which means your quarterback's going to be that much more susceptible to said pressure and being under duress. So, I mean, that's a big part right there that I think helps out just right off the gate. I think also that you're going from two different systems, and one system where there'd be a lot of 5 and 7 step drops, hoping to take advantage of the deep routes down the field and guys like Tyler Lockett and DK and JSN. The new system is a spread-based system that's going to be more about getting the ball out of the quarterback's hands and then taking the occasional shot over the top, like once every 8 plays trying to take a shot play. So it's just sort of just death by 1,000 cuts, death by 1,000 cuts, death by 1,000 cuts, death by 1,000 cuts. Katana sword swipe, death by 1,000 cuts, death by 1,000 cuts, death by 1,000 cuts. Katana sword swipe. It's going to be a little bit of that is the rhythm of the offensive play calling from Grubb this year. But yes, I think that these are going to be things that help this out so much more. The thing that stood out when looking at Michael Penix that I was kind of blown away by and looking at the numbers on him was how little he got sacked and how little he got hit over the past 2 years in this Husky offense. He just was not, they were very well aware of his injury history, and they made sure they were going to put him in a position to be able to not be susceptible to getting crushed very often. And that's going to, I think, be something that he brings here with him to the NFL and the spread system. It's one of the benefits of it, as long as he can make it work at the NFL level. I mean, that's more of the case. Is the question then becomes more New Blacks, not really about will the system be easier for the quarterback to take less hits and get less pressure because the ball is going to be out of his hands, but can the spread system, the air raid system, conceptually translate here to the NFL level? And that's the part that'll be maybe we'll have to see. Brian says Russ made it hard on offensive lines on account of his mobility and holding the ball for an hour looking for a rocket ball. Well, to your point on that, I mean, look right here. I'll bring it up so you can see it. This is the if I can freaking get to it here. This is the, it's not letting me do it. Okay. Just got to lock this stuff up so I can get to this one. Lock. All right. Too many things. It doesn't let me select stuff I want to select. Holy crap, dude. Like, not letting me move this thing is driving me crazy. Okay. Well, I guess I can't show it to you like I want to show it to you because it's being dumb. I don't even know what it is I'm grabbing at this point. Oh. Oh. That makes sense. Okay. So this is last year. Time to throw is going to be, it's going to be the fourth column from the right there. You can see Justin Fields, 3.04 seconds. Russell Wilson, 2.89 or 3.10339, depending on which one you want to look at. They got the two numbers in there for this. So the one number is the all. They give you all the data on this thing. I'll tell you that, man. This is all the data you can ask for here on this analytics stuff that they give you. You got to search and hunt and peck there. So average time to throw on all dropbacks is the first left-hand column one. So this would be you got the quarterback, their number, the team they're on, the 457, and then that next number you look at on all of their dropbacks, that's how long they took. So you see with Russell, he's at 3.1 seconds and Fields at 3.39, just holding the ball for a long period of time. But if I go to 2022, going to take a second to load. System is slow. Come on, system. There we go. So we go back to 2022, and you got Russell in there at 2.95 seconds. Let's set this again. So we got Russell at 2.95 seconds. So first season actually did pretty good with the Broncos. Let's go back to his final year with Seattle in 2021. Russ was Russ have a good year that year? What am I missing here? There we go. So Russ at 2.78 in his final year. But through the years, it got worse. So you got 2020, I think, was probably one where he was pretty far up there. Most years, he was well over 3 seconds. Tracking the stat. Yeah, so here he's at 3.02 seconds in 2020. 2019. .9 seconds. Does make it harder on your offense when you're holding the ball a little bit longer. Steve says, who has the better season, Russ or Geno? Question. I think it's going to be Geno has the better season, in my opinion. I think Russ is going to have the volume, his attempts limited. They're going to run the ball a lot there. There's going to be games where I think he has like 25 throws. So that was why I have a little bit of pause in my question, Steve, is because I don't know for sure the fact that it's going to be, you'll have one quarterback who might have 150 more attempts than the other quarterback. It'll get a little bit harder to compare them a little bit when there's that much of a difference in how much they're throwing. But I would expect Russ is also going to play pretty efficiently. He's going to use his legs to the maximum. He's not going to throw a lot. So he's probably going to have like a lot of touchdown throws, but maybe not a lot of passing yards. But I do think he can be effective in Pittsburgh, and I think he went to the right place to reclaim his career at this point. You know, there wasn't a lot of destinations that were going to make sense, and he went to the ultimately the best one with the best offensive coordinator to help make it happen for him. I love the pairing there with Arthur Smith. But I do agree with Jordan, where it will be more game manager role / become dynamic once we get in the red zone. Jordan says, we haven't spent big money on left guard because the ones available would be massively overpaid. True. Yeah, I mean that's been a big part. John spoke to this a couple weeks ago before, I think, around the draft, where he said these guys are just getting overpaid, overvalued. Brody says, if you weren't a Seahawks fan, what would you say our record is this coming season? I have a bad feeling that we're only going to win 7 to 8 games. I mean, I'm kind of right around there as well, Brody. There's when it comes to my answer on this one, it's very complicated. There's two different, factors coming into play here. The factor of we've got to do this whole new change to a whole new system. We're going from the ultimate in simplicity to the ultimate in complexity. Does that tend to be onboarded fast? You probably wouldn't think so. So you come back to your thing on that, Brody, and you go, well, that probably means, 7 wins. Because you got to get through that season of the bumps and bruises and ironing out the wrinkles. But then there are those other things that you go to in your mind, Brody, that sort of offset this, where you go, yeah, but this isn't your typical one coach leaving and moving on, and the organization is in complete disrepair, and the new coach has to come in here and build this all from the bottom up, and there's nothing to work with. He's literally starting from scratch. That's not the case either on the other side of it here. And there's little advantages, little things that this team is going to be able to take advantage of with the new defensive coordinator and offensive coordinator that the old regime didn't, that should bring about good results and returns, and should do so very quickly. If we go from having 75% of our runs to hammering the A and the B gap to now starting to mix in a little bit more of an even keel nature to your running game, how much does that help? If we're not targeting the middle of the field at the 32nd level, how much does that help? If we're not blitzing at one of the league least levels in the entire NFL year after year, how does that help? If our coverage systems, which were the most predictable in the entire NFL for what we showed you pre-snap to what we turned to post-snap, now go to a scheme that's the most complex and the most, not just complex, but the most difficult scheme to read from a quarterback's position, as far as what you see pre-snap is not what you're going to get post-snap. That should be an easy advantage that the team can now take advantage of. Does that then bring results? Does that then bring out games that we now are able to win that we wouldn't have won before because we would have been leaning on our old kind of coverage standard? That could work that way as well. So I think my bottom line on this, Brody, is this. Unlike other seasons where I think there was more of kind of a 4-win window of where you would find your Hawks, where you go, well, we might be at 8 wins, but we might be at 11 wins, or we might be at 7 wins, or we might be at 10 wins. And then you could look in a given season and know you're going to be somewhere around that window. I think the window is more like a French doors this year. And that instead of it being in that 6, it's more in that 6-win all the way up to you could have a 12-win team on your hands. And I do think that there's that wide of a discrepancy here in where they could land at. And I know it's not me taking a stand and telling you that this is analyzing this team, this is where they'll be, but it's tremendously hard to predict with all of these factors across the board coming into play. Jocular Jellyfish says the O-line has been pushed around a bit in the last 2 years, making the quarterback position tougher. Geno will have more protection, more targets this year. Great stuff, Jocular. Agree 100%. Stoney says, keep up the great work, Pumpkin. She's trying, but you can see how hard a job it is for her over here. She's just, there's a lot of napping involved, heavy amount of sleeping, deep sleeping. MJ Daniel says, I'm kind of pumped for this season. Go Hawks. You should be, MJ Daniel. It's a new dawn, a new era. We're feeling good. And you should. Team's moving in the right direction, and they're making some smart decisions. JL says, the only way Fields will start over Russ is if he knows the separation is in the preparation and eats a danger witch every day. That's true. That's true. You forgot dating a pop star as the third, as the trifecta to that, but he could maybe just get by with those first two. The danger witches are pretty dangerous. Jocular says, same with Metcalf. People want him traded for some reason. It's been the two discussions that have come up in the Seahawks fandom over the past 2 years that have driven me the most crazy. The lack of any kind of acceptance at times from Geno Smith and the folks that don't want to accept him at all. Just, I mean, they're like the toddler that doesn't want to go home, so they just lay on the floor, and you have to literally drag them across the floor to get them on board with Geno. there's those people, and then there's the folks that keep playing this kind of like Madden style game in their head with Metcalf, where we'll trade Metcalf for all of these assets, and then we don't pay Metcalf, and then we have money to spend the money here, and then with all those assets, we're going to go draft another Metcalf, and then and you go, yeah. So yeah, both of those two for me have been my two picadillos where I've just said, I don't get it. I don't understand it. We have a team that has a lot of talent and has stuff on it that isn't working. Let's not break what's working. Let's not go after the parts that are the better parts of our team. You can make the argument that DK Metcalf is the best player on this team. Why are we talking about trading this guy at 26 years old? Why is this a conversation? Jordan says, I don't think San Francisco is better this year. No, I think last year was definitely their time to strike. To your point on that. They definitely have gotten kind of a little bit lucky the last couple of years injury-wise, too. Outside of that Brock Purdy injury against the Eagles, which that one was kind of brutal. But Y2K, thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate you for that, Y2K. He says, I can't wait for some screens. It's been 10 years. It has been a long time since we've seen some good screenplay, hasn't it? That's true. That's very true. It's been a while. It's been quite a bit of time. But yeah, you're going to get a lot of screens here. One every 6, 7, one every 6 or 7 plays, I believe, with Ryan Grubb last year. Or last couple of years. They've run a screen pass of some kind. Bubble screen, traditional screen, tunnel screen. Once every about 6 plays or so. Card Craze says, Sam Darnold with the Jets is a prime example of a team setting a guy up to fail. Indeed it is. A situation where I think that they just kind of, we fell in love with this guy. We just kind of love this guy. We like this guy. We want this guy. Yeah, but is your team in the right place to go get this guy? Do you have your line? Doesn't matter. We're going to get him. Okay, well, if you are going to draft him, can you at least just have him sit because you don't want to put him behind this offensive line? No, we're not going to do that. We're going to play him immediately. A lot of these situations you can go through the years of guys being put in these places where it's just, you're setting them up not to have that success. And I'm not a big Sam Darnold guy, but the two things can be true at the same time. Sam Darnold can not be a very good quarterback, and the Jets could have also not set him up in a position for success. These should be cautionary tales, and I think sometimes fans overlook them because they get the starry eyes for the quarterback of the future, for that guy that can be that guy, that young guy, that, which I get, but it just can't be the end all be all versus getting everything lined up in the right way prior to them being brought in. New Black says, Sam Darnold went to the Jets, then a horrible Panther situation. I'm very intrigued what he can do in Minnesota this year after sitting a year with the Niners. He's definitely got a team set up for him to have some success there versus those other stops, New Blacks. Offensive-minded head coach. He's got the 2 receivers on the outside. TJ Hawkinson, a pretty good offensive line in place. So he's got a little bit to work with there. That's for sure. And I don't think McCarthy's going to push him on the other side of it. Jordan, I really want to move Haynes to left guard his rookie season, but he has more athletic than Bradford, so his transition would be easier. I think technically Bradford was more athletic. I don't know for sure, but I think he had a better RAS score. Yeah, I'd rather Haynes go to left guard, but I'll trust the team. Whichever way they want to roll with this, I'll get it. Brian says, I don't know what y'all's faith or religion is, or even if you have one, but we need to pray with everything we've got for good health for our starters at every position. I'm with that. Everyone get a play. Let's a moment of silence prayer. Let all of our starters be healthy and good this year. Please. Thank you. Amen. Fly zone. We have until preseason, so Abraham Lucas might come back. Phil right tackle and Christian Haynes can play right guard. See? Yeah. See how it goes. Up in the air a little bit right now, how they'll roll it. TikTok's Brandon loved the worthy dinosaur arm look. You watch the tape with the man, and if he's got to extend those hands out, it's not a good chance that that thing's getting brought in. I'll tell you that. Tiny little arms. Itty bitty little catch radius. Brian says the Worthy's going to get the KC general manager fired. I think it's when they're not going to like that pick at the end of the day. And you're right about the potential of this being an issue at some point or another. Somebody's going to maybe have to be called for it here because you trade Tyreek Hill and then you miss on Sky Moore. You might be missing, it looks like, on Rashid Rice, who we're hearing now there were character questions, which we didn't know at the time. But we're hearing there were some character questions from some organizations with Rashid coming out of college. You got the Kadarius Toney thing going wrong. I mean, oof. Silverback Dilligiff says Trey Brown was number 1 at PFF at something, but yeah, I hope he keeps improving. I got you. I got you right here. I got your Trey Brown info right here somewhere. Boom. So PFF just ran an article about the best in press coverage this past year. And the guy that stood at the number 1 in press coverage was our own Trey Brown. So it was an 88.5 grade when he was in press coverage by PFF. Brown was a sporadic starter for the Seahawks, said PFF, but his 88.5 press coverage grade was the best in the NFL. Despite his size, Brown has made a name off his physicality at the line of scrimmage, looking to turn every battle into a dogfight. Across 145 snaps, Brown was targeted just 22 times and allowed a 59.1 completion percentage. He might not be a household name, but Brown snagged 2 interceptions, forced 5 incompletions in press coverage, and routinely made life harder for the opposing quarterbacks and receivers. So that was the stat that was presented out there by PFF. And interesting, isn't it? Interesting grade. Now, the little part where we go back to easy advantages for the new coaching staff to come in here and take advantage of. Well, old coaching staff likes zone coverage. So if I run press, do you tend to see zone or man come out of press coverage? Tend to see man coverage looks out of press. Doesn't mean you can't run zone. You certainly can. But the tendency would be I'm going to see man coverage out of press coverage, right? But we don't like running man coverage in Seattle under the Carroll scheme. We saw last year that when you looked at the highest rated cornerbacks for your Seattle Seahawks in man coverage last season, 2 of the highest graded guys in the NFL in man coverage were Devin Witherspoon and Tariq Woolen last year. Did that mean that you spent a lot of time in man coverage with those guys? Or did you stay with the majority of the time in zone coverage? Well, you stayed in zone. In fact, I'm looking for it right here if I can find it, which I probably can't. I was going to see if I could pull this stat up for you guys. Yeah, here it is. Boom. Let me show you that stat. Okay. So Reek and Devin Witherspoon are 2 of the best man cover corners in the league, yet Pete has our defense running man less than 20% of the time, says this post. So you can see, I'll bring it up a little bit bigger here. Hopefully you can see a little bit clearer. The underlined red, you want to be up in the upper right hand corner here for this targeted graph, okay? For the corners that are up in the top right hand are the ones that were really good in man coverage. So Jalen Johnson, you guys probably recognize him from the Chicago Bears. Got some other names, Lante Taylor, Joey Porter down there, Patrick Surtain. So you see there's some good company that they're in there around with. But yes, your 2 corners last year in Tariq Woolen and Devin Witherspoon were some of the best graded guys when they were in man coverage situations. But as the poster says here, you were only in that less than 20% of the time. And why is that the case? The question I would post in the chat. Why, as a coach, would you look at the data and see, hey, our guys do this really great, but we're going to go do this thing instead? Do you guys think that may be because you had a coach that was married to his old scheme so fervently that he would overlook any kind of data that might show what those players do well because he wants them to do what he wants them to do. So why does Trey Brown, who's so well up there in press, not have more snaps up in press despite being so great at it? Because you play man off press. He doesn't want to play man. Why is it that Tariq Woolen and Devin Witherspoon are two of the best man cover corners you will find in the NFL? Not the NFC West, not the NFC, in the NFL. You play man coverage less than 20% of the time because you have a head coach that's married so thoroughly to his scheme that he just can't look past his love of his scheme and wanting to run it his way to take advantage of what those players do well. And is this not the place that Mike McDonald has leaned into with what he said he's going to bring to the table? I'm going to lean into what the players do well. This is that easy advantage stuff that I talk about that a new coach could come in and take advantage of like that might actually bring some big results, even though you are going from simplicity to complexity. Because how hard is it going to be for Mike McDonald to look at that very data I just showed you, or the Trey Brown is the number one press corner in the league, and just overlook past that and go, yeah, but my scheme. Yeah, but my scheme. No. What does this guy do well? What does this talented player do his best? Let's put him in that position. Let's collectively try to make sure we have all of our players put into that kind of position. And if we seek to do that, do we have a better defense from it? I think so. I think most assuredly so. Garth Knight, thank you for another $5 donation, Garth. I appreciate you for that. He says, Brando, is it true that Ivan the Terrible survived to train another day for the Hawks? He is, man. You know, it's hard to put those Russians down, man. They just keep coming back. They got that Rasputin thing going on, you know? You can poison them, you can knife them, you know? You can hang them. They just keep coming back. And that's the thing with Ivan, man. He just keeps coming back. Nothing we can do. In fact, we should just probably call him Rasputin the Terrible at this point. No longer Ivan, he's Rasputin the Terrible. Heretofore. But yes, Garth, unfortunately, Ivan did survive the great Carol migration of 2024. Ivan did nonetheless remain, I guess. So I guess he's at least kind of popular with the players and whatnot. They had that poll, Garth, that they had come out about the training program with Seattle, and I think that was pretty highly rated by the players. So I think that they at least think pretty fondly of the guy. We give him a hard time here, but players seem to think he's pretty all right. Thank you, though, Garth. Appreciate you, man. Double don't know. U2Y2K. It's all about the screen action now, man. You guys like my hibiscus line? Hibiscus is as bad as Tommy Lee John surgery you famously coined. That's right. You can't have the Tommy Lee. If you got the Tommy Lee John surgery and you've got to get your hibiscus worked on at the same time, that's pretty much a career ender, Garth. You need to be talking about end of life care at that point. A Tommy Lee John surgery and a hibiscus injury to your knee is a 1-2 death knell for a pro career and really just having a normal life. Chris Garay says, I know it's all new coaching, but do you think the offense will be better than last year? My thinking is yes, it should be, Chris. I think that when we're talking about the onboarding of both schemes with the offense and the defense, I would think that the onboarding of the offense will be easier than the defense. You have in Geno Smith a familiarity with running spread concepts. He did so back in his college days. So he's going to, I think, take to that very, very fluidly and very easily overall. You also have a lot of talent on this offensive side of the ball. It was the 8th most efficient offense in all of football last year. The defense sometimes just couldn't get out the field, and so you weren't always as able to let them show out as much as they could. Certainly some of the injuries also hurt you, but I'm thinking it's going to be improved, Chris. Yes. I think that it's not going to be that it'll be a league best offense, but that it will be one that better takes advantage of some of these advantages I'm talking about that have been left on the table for years. And it's also going to continue to grow where this talent just continues to get more and more. You got 2 great running backs. You got 3. You got maybe the best wide receiver core in the league. You brought back Fant. You drafted Varner with Verrill Brown. You're going to be able to run 12 personnel and run block on anybody. You've got hopefully your 2 tackles coming back, your young guys, your young studs coming back and getting healthier. You got Haynes, who on top of being the best right guard in this draft, Chris, is also supposed to be your most maybe pro-ready guard in this draft. That he's the guy that's ready to come in there and step in and start immediately for you. So all of these things should add up to improvement on that side of the ball, in my opinion. Yes. Yes. Carlos says this offense is going to be so much better than the trip wide receiver formation on 3rd down that Waldron used every freaking time. Yeah, they like trips in this offense, but it tends to be they run the trips, Ricardo, on early downs. And they're running it with a little bit more of a purposefulness and like the flood zone concepts basically on the back of their trips. Whereas with Waldron, you'd have all 3 guys sometimes running in different directions and not really one guy pulling away to help out the other guys. Flyzone says, I think we hired the best offensive coordinator in the market with Brian Grubb this offseason. I love it, man. Let's go. I think they did probably the best job they could have. The guy that I loved Arthur Smith. That they could have gotten him, that would have been great. But Arthur jumped before we had kind of even gotten our coaching situation set up. Chris says, Russ probably, besides not being able to see over anyone, is he waits for the big money play and ends up taking a sack. Yeah. You can't run the short game over the middle, and to your point, that, Chris, is not Russ's fault. He can't run the short game over the middle. He's just can't see over the top of the line at times, and that's you don't want the guy throwing it blind. So the lack of the short game sometimes prevents him from being able to get the ball out of his hands as quick. Doesn't mean the Russ can't find success even with the Steelers. It's like I've said for years that Russ, you got to look at him as less of a traditional quarterback and more of, as we're talking about with some of these defensive players, it's more about getting out of what he does great, leaning into what he does well. Not what you want to try to make him into, a high volume passing attack quarterback. Let him cook. No, not that. Actually a low volume guy. But even as a low volume guy, he can be tremendously effective as long as you can kind of get him to fit within a little bit of that mold. Russ's problem? No, yeah, I get what you're saying there. And definitely waiting for the big money play was a big part of it too. And that's the part where it double dips to make him one of the most sacked quarterbacks in the league. Because it'd be one thing if you just hold on to the ball too long because you can't see over the middle. So you're holding on to the ball on those kind of plays a little bit extra time than other quarterbacks. It's another thing when you're doing that, and then you're also then holding the ball extra long period of time to try to look for the big play down the field, to where that gets you at the bottom of the barrel as far as how long you're holding on to the ball every year. Y2K says they weren't worth it, but if you had to say Ed Reed and, I don't know, Cam Chancellor, might be worth it to pay both. Yeah. Yeah. It might be at that point, for sure. Their age and where they're at in their career certainly factors into that a little bit. I think as well, the game's changed a little bit in Chancellor's case, where Chancellor's got to now do a lot more of the covering and the cover 2 shell stuff and cover 2 looks and, single. Can he do that? Where that would affect his value differently. But yeah, you're right, Y2K. There's always, as I always say, there's always exceptions to the rules. But if you are going to be drawn to the exceptions, then there's got to be a real good reason to do so. If you are, you're going to go against the tide, then it can't just be, well, the guy's it's got to have a thorough plan in place for how you're going to utilize those guys and get the most then out of that. Something that was, I think, definitely missing with these last 2 safeties that we paid. Lono says, we didn't really see the Geno DK connection last year. Think we'll see it this year. I do think we'll see it this year too. It didn't, there were some times where they ran a little bit cold in their kind of connection, and just, it's also times team just weird usage of DK where they'll just kind of forget about him for 2.5 quarters. But I wouldn't expect that to continue here with Grubb. He does a good job of targeting his playmakers and not forgetting about his playmakers on the outside. Steele says, I want Anthony Richardson. He's got a good chance of being a good player. I do like Anthony Richardson, Steele. I do. I just do like it when teams do two things. We're going to take the young guy who's not started very much at the college level, get him an offensive line. If you don't give him an offensive line, then sit him and at least give him initial time to kind of sit and figure out what's going on. Don't just thrust him out behind a bad offensive line and sort of like you throw a toddler into the deep end and then you just go back and sit on your Lay's chair and be like, he'll figure it out. Yeah, but what if he drowns? We'll just have another kid. No, that's silly, all right? Niblax, if we traded DK or wide receiver room next year, would be what? JSN, Bobo, Young, a rookie drafted with capital from DK just seems dumb. Agreed. It's why I've railed so hard against it. It's a move that doesn't make any sense now, and it doesn't make sense in the future because there is that Lockett retirement coming into play, and it is coming after this season. And even in the case of talking about a JSN guy, we're still not sure as JSN that that's a guy that is going to be able to play consistently on the outside. So it may be that you're, Bobo and then that young guy has got to be your number one. And very quickly, as a team that's at that point, Nubalax, by next year, theoretically ready to contend. Your young talent's ready to go. That's where you could see them getting tripped up in a trade of DK where you may come to find that then your receiving core ends up holding you back on this team because we kind of outsmarted ourselves on the whole DK situation at that point. Chad says Adams was interviewed with the Baltimore Ravens. He was indeed. As Ricardo says, the Ravens do love the Seahawks leftover safeties. Do they ever? BD Frost says, I believe this team is just a few more moves away from a Super Bowl run. I love it. Me too, man. Just get these two systems on board, a little bit more talent. The young guys develop a little bit more. We're going to be good to go. Steve says, Sports Illustrated article claims McDonald is thrilled with Geno and is pushing him to do more on the field. Love to hear it, Steve. He's building another believer, is Geno. We're a growing crowd. We few are growing to many. Chris says, I use the I'm unlimited line whenever I screw something up. It makes everything better. All right, maybe I got to start working that one in, man. TheSeahawks says, I must admit a healthy Abe, Lucas, and Haynes lining up next to him would be a pretty sweet right side of the line. Fingers crossed. My fingers are crossed too, man. That would be a pretty nice right side. That'd be solid. Solid. I dig the Hawks. Brandon, do you think McDonald will use Reek and Spoon a lot in man coverage, or will it be another year of zone coverage for these guys? Well, McDonald ran predominantly zone coverage last year, but I also don't think he had the kind of corners to work with that he's got to work with this year with the man stuff. And the history of going back with McDonald in this defense and the origins of this defense going back to the Buddy Ryan days is that they predominantly want to play man on the outside. So he has the ability to go both ways. I think that there's going to be a heavy draw by McDonald to go to more man-based coverage concepts this year when he's got both Witherspoon and Woolen on the outside. I do think he's going to lean into that. But that's the big part I like about McDonald is I think he's more about leaning in, and his defense has the ability to do this versus other defenses that are more rigid in what they want and the requirements of the players. His is more flexible in leaning into the player's strengths and being able to really take advantage of it in full. Dark Knight says Roger Goodell always resembled the principal in Ferris Bueller's Day Off to me. He does have a bit of those vibes. Let's see. We'll let the chat decide on this one. It's tough because you have to take off the mustache a little bit with him. So that's the tough part there. Let's see here. Let's see. Let the chat decide on this one. Has Garth got a leg to stand on this one, folks? Here we go. So we got. What do we think? Is Roger Goodell the? You got to take off the mustache. You got to remove the stash here. I think he just might be Garth. I think he just might be the principal from Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Where was he in 1985? Where was he? Phillips has agreed. Think our offense will be on board before the defense. Grub trick plays, one of the things I'm waiting for. Oh, fans are going to love the trick plays, Phillip. That's always one of the things that makes everybody happy. Doesn't matter what type of fan you are, where you're at, you see a trick play, puts a smile on everybody's face. And another thing where, yeah, once a game, you're likely to see the Seattle Seahawks run one trick play. And he's doing it for purpose. It's not just to wow the fans, but it's also, of course, take advantage of defenses that are not remaining disciplined in their approach on what they're doing play and play out. You get a defender being a little bit too over aggressive. You call in that trick play to make sure you're keeping everybody honest. Nobody's overrunning things. But that's going to be awesome to watch that. Yeah, you're going to have more trick plays than we've seen here in Seattle, probably going back to the Pantera days, the original head coach of your Hawks. It's been that long since we're going to have run this many trick plays this often. Garth Knight, thank you for another $5 donation, Garth. I appreciate you for that, brother. He says, if you could hire an actor to portray your team's coach, who would you hire? I'd hire the guy who plays Tywin Lannister. Great presence. You're, of course, talking about Charles Dance, who always does play a very good stern villain or a person of authority. Yeah, he's a great actor. Every time he's in everything, he makes everything better, whatever he's in. If you could hire an actor to portray your team's coach, so Mike McDonald. Who would I hire for Mike McDonald? We got to get a little guy with a little bit of the intense eye thing. About Joaquin Phoenix, Garth. I think Joaquin Phoenix could do the intense eyes Mike McDonald thing. Like, I'm going to do a Mike McDonald video, and I'm trying to work on my impression of him, and it's all in the eyes so far right now with him that I see. He does a little bit of lip stuff, so you'll get him in the press conference and he's always got the lasered in eyes. So we got to get a guy with the super intense eyes kind of thing going on. That's McDonald. He's always in go mode, Garth. But I'd go with Joaquin for Mike McDonald. That one feels right. Gyllenhaal could maybe do it too. Gyllenhaal as McDonald. He could probably pull that off. Brian Myers, Samuel L. Jackson. That's my coach, man. Nick the Hawk says hibiscus surgery with an extra dash of ground black pepper. Making myself hungry. Never mind. Ricardo says he's got to go training day on these soft, non-tackling mofos. We got to get on this team. I think he's going to have a lot harder, rougher cap than we've seen here at recent times. Thank you again, Garth. Garth's Sports Illustrated was just caught using AI to write stories. Yeesh. That's not a good look. That's not good. Jay's Payment. I haven't been this excited for the Seahawks since we had a chance to go back to back Super Bowl champs with Russ. The future is very exciting. Jace, I think that you echo a feeling that is right now very, very, very much a part of where the fans are at in this, on their outlook of this team right now. There's a refreshing that's happened. I think that there was a little bit of a malaise that had kicked into the fan base in recent years. I think that there was a little feeling of not full on lack of hope, but just maybe not also buying into the belief that we had Super Bowl ready teams or Super Bowl capable teams. And now it feels a little bit more like we're progressing back towards that potential. Not that we're right there to get it now and go take it. Not that it's going to happen overnight, but that you're back on kind of a road towards actually progressing towards that potentiality, as opposed to feeling like we were a little bit stuck in the mud and kind of just spinning our wheels as we have in recent years. So I'm with you, Jason. I'm as excited as ever, and you're not the only one. I think a lot of the fan base is a lot more excited this year than they have been in recent seasons. Gar says, "Wow, great call on Joaquin." It's those eyes with Mike McDonald, because I'm going to eventually, and I might have to even eventually shave off a little bit of the beard so I can do the skits for it, because I want to do some Mike McDonald skits, because he'll be eventually, I think, be some funny stuff that you can satirize a little bit with him, Garth. But it's those eyes. You got to lock in with him when you watch Mike. Lock in on the eyes. Look what he's doing in the eyes of in Mike McDonald's whole face, because he's not a big guy with using his hands or talking like that. He's very, very rigid and stiff a little bit, and then it's just the eyes get real intense. Oh, it's just always real intense. And then sometimes he's cranking on the jaw and lips moving. That'd be totally Joaquin, though. To me, Garth, I think he'd get that one all day. I think he'd knock it out. Well, his hand grenade says, "Is it me or do I see a hint of Asian background in Mike McDonald?" Might be. You know, they say like Genghis Khan's got he's in 14% of the population or something like that. You know, we all got a little Genghis in us. Yeah, maybe him too on that one. Oh, by the way, folks, I forgot to mention a couple of things I want to talk about today a bit that I've just totally have been spacing out is this Thursday, we are going to have a former Seattle Seahawks general manager on the live stream show. So we're going to Thursday, 3:00 Pacific Standard Time. I'm going to be having Randy Mueller, who was general manager for your Seahawks in the mid-90s here, just as Paul Allen was coming on to buy the team. And he has been kind enough to come on at 3:00 and chop it up with me. So if you have some questions that you want me to ask of Randy Mueller, former Seahawks general manager, feel free to post this either here in the chat or in the comments section of this video. Reach out to me though if you guys got any kind of questions you want me to ask. I'm putting some together as it is right now, but obviously if there's something that I might be missing, I'm going to be asking about the Rick Meyer trade and drafting Walter Jones. This was the guy that did that. He selected Sean Springs, Joey Galloway. We're part of this, what he did. The trade of Rick Meyer is going to be very interesting to get into with him. So we're going to be chopping up with him. Also, I'm also going to link into the channel just to let you guys know. I know not everybody's aware of this as well. We've got a second channel here that's been rolling at the Hawks Nest, and it's going to be the Hawks Nest Clips channel. Every single time I run a show right now, I usually get a comment beneath the show of, "Man, I can't do 4 or 5 hours on a live stream to watch all this. So can you get it cut up into some clips of the show to kind of give us a little bit more of for those of us that don't have as much time, a way to be able to devour this a little bit easier." So the Hawks Nest clip is out. I'm trying to drop about at least a clip or two a day from the live stream shows over to the Clips channel. It's going to be a big part of what we do now through the off season into the season, where the live stream shows are going to get cut up in a lot of ways towards kind of that easier to devour content there on that side of it. So I have also linked in the Hawks Nest Clips channel for you. We've got a lot of content already over there. I've been just filling it up lately over there from the live stream shows. You can go over there right now and check that out. I'm going to continue to keep beefing that up here. So if you want to as well, get subbed up over there. That channel is, I've heard your calls. I've heard the calls from those folks asking that we get something set up for those that just a little bit less than, I get it. Not everybody's got 4 or 5 hours. You know what I mean? I get it. Totally understand. Totally understand. Tommy Lee, Jamal Adams. Kenneth Walker and Zach Charbonnet should have a really good year this year, Brian. I think both of them are getting ready to do some good things too. Very high on this offense. Gar says dead ringer minus the mustache. I think so, man. It's hard because it's hard to sometimes picture without the mustache, but take that stash off. I think we got a hit. Chris says if he was alive, Chris Farley to play head coach in a movie, that'd be great. Chris played some football too, so he'd be able to actually bring some gravitas of no one, having done it to the deal. Man, that guy died way too young. We needed like 20 more Farley movies. Jad, Celtics and Mavericks in the finals. And Mavericks are going to be tough to stop. Celtics are good too, though. Celtics always seem like they're in it. Yeah, Walter was pre-Mike Holmgren. Walter was the trade that we got for Rick Meyer. Well, he's not graded. Why did we suck in the 90s? 2 words. Ken Behring. Ken Behring. We had an owner at that time, Holy Hand Grenades, that was trying to move us out of town. So much like you saw with Clay Bennett and the Seattle Seahawks, if you're trying to put a game plan together for how to move a professional franchise out of town to your home city that you want to take them to, what you're going to do is make sure that team sucks. What you're going to do is make sure that team doesn't play very good. Because if the team's playing good, you're going to fill the stadium. And if you're filling the stadium, it gets hard to rip it's very hard to make the argument that you're not getting supported by the fan base and tearing them to another city. So it was a little bit of sabotage. It's certainly something I'm going to ask him about, in how that kind of factored into what he was trying to do. But especially when it came to spending money at that time, when you had guys like Eddie DeBartolo with the 49ers that was spending cash every which way but loose. There was no salary cap at the time, but there was also no floor at the time. So owners could be cheap asses like Behring was at that time and it'd be fine. So that was a lot of what I think caused that. It certainly wasn't Mueller's fault necessarily. Chris says, lifeless eyes, black eyes, like a doll's eyes. When he comes after ya, he doesn't seem to be living until he bites ya. They delivered the bomb, though. Lifeless eyes, doll's eyes, black eyes. That's Mike McDonald. I even thought about I got to get my contact prescription. So I was thinking about doing this kind of skit with him where just playing him, and I was going to get like brown contact lenses. Because he's got really dark eyes, so it's like, mine aren't quite as dark. Philip says, Meyer's story would be great to hear. He was blind one eye. That would be. Yeah, I'd love, I'm going to definitely ask him a lot about Rick. Because that was a number one, how he came to the decision he did. They just drafted him a couple of years prior. How he got Chicago to take the trade, where Rick was at in his career. Brian says, Randy's a great guy and a great interview. Nice get B. Thank you, Brian. We got a couple of, I'm trying to slowly set the stage for making this month of June a little bit easier on you guys, as this is going to be a bit of a dead period for us as far as Seahawks news or anything going on. So I'm doing my best this month to try to line up some interviews here and get some people to come in as much as I can. It's really hard to pull people in, and it's just getting responses back. But I'm definitely throwing out the fishing line in all different directions right now. So I'm trying to bring some people in. We got Dan Vines is going to come over here and jump on the channel here in early June. We're going to have the Seahawkers, Brandon Schultz. come on in here. Also in early June. Chad Brown, hopefully making a return to the Hawks Nest if I can get him corralled in here as well. So we've got some plans to bring some more guys in here. I'm hoping I can really try as much as I can to load things up in June. Just because I think it'd be fun. Have some discussions with a variety of different people if we can pull it off. Wonko the Sane says, cast Boss Baby to play Mike McDonald. Love the hire, but first time I saw him, sheesh, looks like he can still play. He does, man. He does. He's locked in. He's like a linebacker mode. He's got that kind of BBK energy he's bringing out there a little bit. You know, I'm undersized, but not my heart. Bueller. Wow, great way to bring that full circle there, Chris. I didn't even think about that. That's awesome. Big Docs. Random McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation. Appreciate you for that. It says, how did you connect with Randy Mueller? I reached out to him about last year. I reached out to him kind of right in the middle of the year, and I think just caught him at too busy of a time for him. But I was able to locate contact information for him from somewhere or another. You got to kind of dig and stuff to locate it for some of these folks. But I was able to pull it out and get out, and he reached back out to me, and he was good about responding back quick, and then just double back to him here this offseason. It was like, I missed you the first time. Let's see if we can make this happen now. Really love to have you on. I know you guys would love to have it on. I got some questions too. And what stands out to me in doing a little bit of prep work right now, Randall, for the interview is that he has gone on a lot of different shows and done it, but there's been stuff that he's not been asked about that I would love to just hear his response on, you know, not just on what's going on currently at the Hawks, but some of the stuff that did happen back then in the mid-90s with the team and what was going on with his decision-making. Plus, he's just a great story. This kid, Randy Mueller, was a guy that he started out as a ball boy for your Seattle Seahawks and became vice president, became general manager. So it's just one of those kind of just great stories as well about you talk about going from the low end, the bottom of the totem pole, getting up to the top and just working your way up through the process. This guy did that. But yeah, just that. Some of these guys have contacts, Randall, where you can reach out with email. Some of them have just, you try to DM them on social media, which I hate. I like doing the email better because it's more likely to get a response back. But he just reached out, and he was one of the few that bounced back on the other side of it. If anybody else got any contacts, I'd love to let me know if you got any people that you guys know that played Seahawks or anything Seahawks related. This is the month I'd love to hit that up, get that rolling. Ricardo says, yeah, I didn't watch the Seahawks in the 90s. All I know is we passed on Favre for some bust quarterback. That would be Dan McGuire. Another one that I'm definitely going to ask him about. Big Docs, Farley too young, Belushi too young, but he put a lot of living into those years. They did indeed. Yeah, gone too soon, man. Gone too soon. Taker 610, thank you for the $5 donation, Taker. I appreciate you for that. How much of Hal do you think we'll see in preseason? Also, are we sure Andy Reid and Mike Holmgren aren't the same person? Well, Mike was the mentor, Taker 610, so Andy was looking up to him and like, you know, so this is how you comb your mustache, Mike? It's down and out. It's down and out and out. You do the thick bristle though. Oh, okay. So it's smoother, more of kind of a walrusy kind of look. Okay, Mike. You want that look though? I mean, if it makes me a champion, I'll do it. And how many hot dogs? 4 hot dogs a day. Okay. Whatever it takes. We may not like it, Taker, but that's peak athletic coaching, physical profiles right there. But that's how I've always thought of it, Taker, was just that Andy was looking up at Mike like, you know, and he was trying to find his way, and you know, that was his mentor. He's like, you grow a mustache, I grow a mustache. You know, you buy a bike, I buy a Harley, right? And he was just trying to follow in those footsteps. That's all. As far as Hal in the preseason, I think that you're probably going to see Geno and Hal both get a huge majority of the reps. That whoever the third guy is on the roster may see a little bit of time in one of the games, but I think both of those two guys are going to have to get a lot of reps in live action taker and not just give it all over to Hal, because both guys are having to learn this offense. And you can't have Geno learning the offense really and going through the kinks of live fire once you get to actual games that count. I think you got to try to get some of that done in the preseason. So it'll be probably divvied up. I wouldn't say it evenly, but Geno will get a healthy portion. Sam will get the majority of snaps. And then whoever the third string quarterback, I think, would get very, very small amount, because you're going to want to give Sam as much as you can. You're going to want to get him as, worked as much as because he's going to be sitting on the bench for the majority of the season, ideally, if as long as Geno's able to stay upright. Great question. But I think in normal years, you'd probably be giving the third guy a little bit more than you would this year. But you got to give those two guys enough to get the film so you can get the teaching get the teaching points from Grubb's standpoint to be like, okay, no, what you're going to want to do here is actually go over to this when you see that. And no, you made this choice here. You want to move it over here with that. Or yes, the way you played that there is just how you want to play that when we come into the season. Good question. Brian Meyer says, need a Jaws poster shirt with Coach Mike heading towards Shanahan. Maybe I'll put that together on a thumbnail at some point. Can do that. Good deal, B. Guard Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, can you ask Randy about some of the best prospects in his general manager tenure, along with the validity of those Galloway times? I will. Yeah, and I have those on my question list. On that question list, like I was in 95, Garth, I'm asking him, for instance, because they drafted Galloway in 95. So I'm going to ask him, for instance, if you didn't have Cortez Kennedy, would you have taken Warren Sapp? Because I think the reason you didn't take, I want to know if they didn't take Warren Sapp because of the fact that Tez was here, or did they not take Warren Sapp because of the supposed drug rumors that were around him? The other question I was going to have is if Steve McNair fell, would they have taken him that year? And then how close J.J. Stokes was to Joey Galloway on their draft board. But yeah, another one of my quick hitter questions was going to be, who's your best, who's the players you've had the highest grades on when you were evaluator? Another one of the questions I was going to ask is, what's the most intense fight you've ever seen between two scouts over a player? I think we'll get a good answer on that one. I also get to ask him, Garth, about Mike Mamula. So I'm like, where'd you have Mike Mamula? Don't tell me you let the workout warrior get the best of you, Randy. Thank you, Garth. Yeah, did Galloway run the, 4.18? That was the reported Galloway 40 time. The legend has it. I'd buy it. That guy was fast as hell. But yeah, I've got the GM. I've got the other one on there too, Garth. I'll definitely get that posted up for sure. I'm really looking forward to the interview. Chris says, B, ask Randy why the UFL didn't keep the Seattle Dragons. We had a good fan base. He was director of player personnel. Keep the Seattle team. I got it on there, man. Great question. I will ask him. Phillips says Meyer would be a fun one, B. Why mention it? Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna ask him a few questions on the Meyer thing. Because he wasn't the GM at the time, but he was here in the early 90s in the process of passing on Favre for Dan McGuire and the Lost my train of thought. Sorry. What were we just talking about? Oh, yeah. And the Rick Meyer, the selecting of Rick Meyer. I can ask him a little bit about Meyer versus Bledsoe and where they may have had Bledsoe ahead of Meyer. What Meyer showed them in the first couple of years that they thought they were going to see, but they didn't see from him that caused them to trade him. I mean, there's a lot of things there with Meyer you can go into that to me is so very interesting because it gets to the heart of GMing and when to make the calls at the right time, how to maximize out the value on a player in a trade, even though his rep may not be at the highest, even though he may not be coming off his best play. Hoya says Mike Holmgren was the head coach for Green Bay with Favre. Yes. Yeah. And I do think that, Philip, to Brian Meyer's point below, I do think Dan McGuire was a bearing pick. Based on what I was hearing about a story about this, and this is going to be confirmed hopefully with Randy on Thursday, Chuck Knox wanted Favre. His quote was, "I wanted the kid from Mississippi," but the owner wanted Dan McGuire, and the owner got his way on that one. And we've seen this happen at times in the NFL even recently. We can laugh about it, but it even happens to this day with these owners coming in sometimes and saying, "No, it'll be this player you're going to take. I don't care. I like this guy." And it happened back then with McGuire, unfortunately. Yeah, he overruled the staff. Brian says, I had Sea Dragon tickets for the game after the league folded. Damn it. That sucks, yeah. I just hope they can keep this alt league up. I don't know if it's gonna maintain, but I'd love to see him keep it up. Ricardo says, yep, and Andy Reid was in that coaching tree. They must have shared diet tips. I bet they did, man. They were like, they'd get probably like a dozen donuts and be like, Mike could be like, Andy, you don't get to have 7. It's 6 each. We got to have rules here, Andy. Or it's all just a GD free-for-all. Josh, coach. And Fly Zone, I think, yeah, Draymond Jones is probably on the last year of his deal. You're right. You save so much money next year. I think that's the way that's going to probably roll. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation, Randall. He says, ask Randy Mueller how big Walt compared to Orlando Pace as a prospect. Pace went number 1 in that draft, but both great. But I think Big Walt had a better career. Great question. Gotcha, Randall. Great question, man. I will ask him that for sure. Guard Knight, good on Mamula. Yeah, I'm going to ask him. Mamula was 95. So Mamula was taken the pick before Joey Galloway, I believe. So Mamula was right before Joey. And so the question I'm at for him was and I'm sure now he'd be like, I would never gone from you, but I'm going to ask him a little bit about the Mamula one. Just to see. Fly Zone says, I wonder if Cameron Young's going to show up this year. He did get better as the year got along later in the year, Fly. So, it was at least encouraging that the best football he played last season was at the end of the season. But definitely needs to take a step forward in his game as we go forward. Thank you again, Guard 2, for that $5, man. I appreciate you for that. Ryan says, the smartest move Paul Allen made was getting rid of Trader Bob as general manager. Trader Bob screwed up the Trailblazers and then took his show to Seattle. Another guy that I'm going to ask about where Woodson came in there essentially right before Holmgren had come in there and asking how that was for Randy to have to deal with a guy that was a basketball GM kind of trying to come in there and tell them what they needed to do. And it was not a good fit. It was not a good move by Paul to do that. And what's it just, the ego and balls to think that you could be a general manager in one sport and how hard it is to get to that plane, to think that you can just bounce over to another sport like it's no thing. Yeah, general managing, basketball, hockey, baseball, it's all the same. That's some ego there. Yeah, David Tepper being another. David Tepper won with Bryce. We heard last year, Garth. There's the story of the guy that was with Tennessee, the Titans, their owner, who had gone to Texas. So wanted back in the day the kid that came out of Texas that was that quarterback they took. What was his name? Johnson or something? I forget his name. Didn't have a great career, but overruled the general manager on that one. You have the same thing happen with the Colts owner, supposedly with Johnny Manziel, where the Colts front office was like, no, the coaching staff was like, and he was like, yes. So it happens. It does happen. Another one of those things, just the ego to believe like I have a whole front office staff. I've got all these scouts. I've got a whole coaching staff, but I know better. What? Huh? Jordan, I'm not a big Jalen Hurts guy either. You know, we lead into talking about this show at the top about supporting cast and how much a supporting cast can hold back a quarterback when it's not good and when they're having to go up against elements that are not working in the right way. But the flip side works as well into this, and this is why I'm so heavily on build up the supporting cast first, get the offensive line in place first before you go get your quarterback, because it can take a guy like a Jalen Hurts that to me is very limited as a quarterback. Not that he's a bad quarterback. It isn't that he can't go out there and make some high-level throws from time to time, but that he has got some limitations in what he can do. And you gave him such a good supporting cast. I mean, they were an inch away from getting a Super Bowl win a couple years ago with Patrick Mahomes. I mean, he did all he could. I think he threw for over 300 yards. I think he ran for like over 60 yards in that game. He did everything he could do. But yeah, this is that thing we come back to, is that it gets proven out both ways. When they don't have a supporting cast, it draws back the quarterback's performance mightily. When I do give him the supporting cast, when I give him an offensive line that can protect him, then his performance improves with it as well, to the flip side of that. Donuts with sweet and low topping. Oh, God. This is what I heard to be exactly what he said. Brian says, well, I guess Whitsitt was president of the Seahawks, but anyway, he and Dennis Erickson hated each other. Give me a bit of what I'm going to ask on Mueller, how that went. But yeah, Whitsitt was not always, that was the thing on top of this, not also known as being a guy that was very easy to get along with, whether with the Sonics or with Seahawks. Sweetie says, so Andy proved his worth as a leader and started purchasing a baker's dozen of donuts so Mike could get 6, and Andy still got his 7. Hey, well, that's how Andy Reid's been a great coach of the year, Swedish. He applies creative solutions to no-win situations. And that's the way you coach in this league for almost 30 years. That's how you pull that off. Garth Knight, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, Bob Whitsitt was the epitome of a Stanford guy. Well, I'm not surprised now. I did not know he was a Stanford guy, Garth, but that tracks and that adds up completely, that he would be that kind of guy. I don't know what it is with the Stanford guys. They definitely have that, I'm the smartest guy in the room. You should all recognize I'm the smartest guy in the room thing kind of going on. There's a little, I'm not saying it's a bad yet, but there's a little bit of that going on with some of the, and maybe you've earned the right to because it's such a smarty pants university, but they definitely let you know. I'm also from Stanford. I see it on your sweatshirt and your ankle length socks you're wearing with shorts. I got it. No, but you know I went to Stanford. You do understand. I wonder if you ever tried to win any arguments back in the day, Garth, with somebody where he's like, you're a basketball general manager, Bob. What do you know? Okay. You do understand I went to Stanford. That was Whitsitt's way of winning arguments in the mid-90s. Enough said, right? Ricardo, was Bob the guy who signed TJ Hushmanzada? So much hype and it fizzled out rather quick. No, Bob was gone rather long time after that point. Bob made way once you brought Holmgren in. There was no more Bob. But I think he left at that point. I want to say he did. Maybe I'm remembering it that way. But no, yeah, TJ Houshmandzadeh was Ruskell and Mora. And a lot of the thing with TJ not working here was he didn't do particularly great, but then you moved on to a whole new coach once he was here for like 1 year. So new coaching staff, new requirements. They wanted to get out from any heavy money being spent. So they were kind of looking for a reason. And then there was the whole situation with TJ that Carroll supposedly making some big move where he told everybody to move their chairs in a meeting and TJ didn't do it. And so to make kind of an example of TJ, he like cut him the next day or something. There was a little bit of all that going together on that situation. Big Docs, Brandon, 220, 221, whatever it takes. Whatever it takes, man. Whatever it takes. Philip Castle says Kelly Stofford, another to ask about B. I can ask about Kelly. Another good one. I don't think he had as much to do with that one because he wasn't the GM at that point. I don't think when Kelly was picked, but he was in the building. He was in part of the at least part of the staff. Good question. We'll ask him about that. Lizo, no wonder Byron Murphy's going to get double teamed once he develops and lead. He might. If he can be effective when he will. But it's also hard in the system to do that, Fly Zone, because we'll bring a lot of stacked fronts up there to kind of peel those double teams away. So there are some things McDonald can do within his scheme to kind of counter that if teams do it. I make big plays. I feel like a Kenneth Walker 1,500-yard season is loading. It feels like his time. I'm going to be predicting for it. I'll be paid 1,500 yards for Walker and DK this year. I think both are going to hit that mark. Walker's going to be utilized as a pass catcher in the screen game and just get the ball in his hands in space. Grubb's going to know that he's just got to get this guy in space and let him go get to work. Don't get him around a crowd of people at the line of scrimmage. Get him out in space, get him the ball, and let's go see what he can go do with it. So, yeah, I agree. It's a third season for Walker. If he has a great big year this year, he can come back and say, I want to go get paid. I'm sure he's going to be trying to do that. So I like your prediction, and I second your prediction. I move your prediction to be brought to the floor. Big Docs, is there really such a thing as a big Jalen Hurts guy? Maybe not. Maybe not at this point. Probably was maybe last year, but maybe not as much right now after this season. Phillips says, see, we took quarterback in 3 straight drafts, first-round picks. Was it 3 straight? I got to do my research back on that. I didn't know it was 3 straight. And George Fant's going to play right tackle, Fly Zone. Yeah. No, Swedish, you're right on your TJ signing. It was Ruskell. Hans says, I like how deep we are on the lines of scrimmage on both sides of the ball. Both sides 3 deep almost, which is a huge difference with last year. Amen. Yeah. A lot more depth. Maybe stronger and more deep on both sides of that scale. But yeah, in a lot better shape than we were last year at this time. Both sides of the ball. Certainly on the defensive line, Hans. Williams here now. Jaron Reed fitting back in that nose tackle spot. Byron Murphy. Mike Morris. Draymond. Holy Stand Grenade says like Sherman. I was going to say it, but you guys knew I was thinking it, Holy Stand Grenade. Brian E. says, haha, I like the Stanford analogy. The Bob McNamara football. Ricardo says, basketball guys suck at football. Don't tell Washington, D.C. fans that. That's right. Don't they have a basketball guy in there right now doing some general manager stuff there? There's some kind of influence in there from another sport. I forget which one it was. Garth Knight. I could be thinking of Wally Walker. And Garth, he had like a 95, 99 reign on the general manager thing. Mueller. He was there in the early 90s, though, because he was still coming up through the organization. So still at a high level in the front office there in the early 90s. And Wally Walker was there. I forget how that worked. Was Wally there before Whitsitt, or was he? I want to say Wally came in there after Whitsitt. Swedish Shinobi says Doug Baldwin's going to write a worded letter in response to that, Brandon. Stanford guys know it's true. They know it's true. Brian E says, oh, Ruskell. I forgot about him. Thought it might have been licked. Definitely was Rusk at that time. Garth says, Whitsitt left to be a Stanford guy elsewhere. Well, where did he go? He's kind of disappeared after. Certainly didn't go back to the NBA. Brian Myers says Stanford has the single worst stadium I've ever visited. Just a pit. Upgraded now, though. Oh, there we go. There's some bad stadiums back in the day. Some bad ones. I'll tell you, for my money, that Jack Murphy Stadium or whatever the hell it is down there in San Diego, that concrete jungle, that one's pretty bad. The Chargers used to play in. That thing is definitely kind of a pit. Fly Zone says, I feel like we wasted an early third-round pick for Derek Hall. Well, I got good news and bad news for you. The bad news is that he was a second-round pick. The good news is that I think that he's going to potentially be a lot better this year. And when you do look at second-round edges in the last 6 or 7 years, Fly Zone in their rookie years and how well they performed, and you can even look in-house on this one. You can look at Boye Mafe or Darrell Taylor. Their first years don't tend to be all that great. And so he might be a guy that turns out to be a miss for the team. Somebody that will never, develop into becoming a really good player. But I don't think we can just take last year as the indicator that that's going to be that. And you got to give these guys that 1 year to kind of see if they can take that big step forward. That their story's not essentially told at this point. Ricardo says people don't go to Stanford to ball. That whole Harbaugh, Luck, Sherman, Baldwin era was a fluke. It was. Yeah. It's going to be hard to replicate, too. I mean, they're academic standards. It's tough to get in there at times, competing with the other colleges that don't have to do that. Randall McDaniel, thank you for another $5 donation, brother. I really do appreciate you for that. Interesting names in that 97 draft. Tiki and Ronde Barber, Corey Dillon, Ray Caruth, the guy that took his wife out. Jason Taylor went in round 3, and Kevin Lockett, Tyler's pops. That is an interesting draft. I didn't remember on that one, and I did follow draft at that time. I never remembered much about Tiki or Ronde coming out. I mean, Ray Caruth, I think you knew him coming out. Corey, certainly UW. Well aware of him. So many, I love getting into, I wish I could have Randy for like a couple hours, Randall, because I'd go draft by draft with him too on that and be like, okay, tell me about this guy in that draft. And then what were you guys' discussion with this guy? How did the debates go with this? There's so many little good tidbits I think you get from that stuff, that the discussions and debates that went down, especially in retrospect to see how the careers turned out. Thank you, Randall. Thank you, Randall, for the $5. Appreciate you, man. I make big plays. One thing that kind of annoys me is that Michael Dixon doesn't get the love he deserves. He's a top 5 punter at worst. True, man. I think he's having maybe the best start to a career of any punter in NFL history. He is the complete package from the punting position. He gives you hang time. He gives you depth as far as how big a leg he can kick. He gives you directional punting. He's really good at punting inside the 20-yard line. He does it kind of all from the punting aspect of it, and you're right, does not get quite the love that he should. It always is going to be hard for punters to be, given their shine a little bit, just given the nature of the position and how it's looked at by fans. But there's no doubt about it, in my opinion, he's having one of the best starts to a punter's career ever. Philip Castle says, sorry, 91 was Dan McGuire, 93 was Rick Meyer. All right, there we go. So he's definitely at least in on the McGuire. I think the Stauffer one, was Stauffer 90 then or 92? Did we really go 91 McGuire, 92 Stauffer, 93 Meyer? Hold on, I got to look this up really quick. Yeah, he was 1987 Stauffer. So Randy didn't have anything to do with that one. Carlos, that's like going to Harvard to play football. Randall, thank you for another $2 donation. He says, Mike Vrabel was a mid-rounder in 97. Grady Jackson. I think that, too, you had to, Randall, at that time, the draft wasn't as much of a science as it is now, where there was as much put into it as far as the legwork that's put into it now. And much more of an able chance, I think, for you to be able to find middle rounders and good value later on in drafts. Even just talking second, third round guys where you get really talented guy that in this age, that guy becomes a first rounder because he gets evaluated properly. But 97, interesting year, huh? Strong draft year. But back then they had no analytics, Randall. They were just going off gut instincts, you know. This feels my tuning forward tells me this guy's going to be a star. Yeah, Mike Vrabel isn't head coaching this year, Fly Zone. I think he got a coordinator job somewhere, but not a head coaching job. Brian East says Jack Murphy Qualcomm was one of the worst stadiums in the NFL. Problem was Spanos wanted taxpayers to foot the bill for redoing it, and they rejected that with both barrels. Yeah, they tried a bunch of times to go back to the local people in San Diego, and they wanted no part of it. And that stadium was awful. I went there to the Charger game back in 2014, and it was absolutely just, it was early in the season, so it was like 120 degrees on the field. It's all concrete, so the sun just would reflect off the concrete in the stadium and just heat everything up like a pressure cooker. Just miserable. No wind. You feel like you're in the desert watching a football game. Nail says Qualcomm was awesome, B. Games were so cheap and they had a swap meet on the weekends. Well, there is that. I guess I didn't consider that part. The swap meet angle, I'd undersold that a little bit. Says, I'm just glad we didn't hire Dan Quinn or Mike Vrabel. Vrabel might have been interesting to me, but I'm definitely glad that Quinn's not the guy, for sure. And I think we got the right guy. Garth says, I remember Tiki at Virginia, I think. Playmaker. I can't remember him, Garth. And usually most of these guys have a good recall. Tiki just kind of burst onto my map once he was with the Giants. But I don't remember looking at him coming out of college. Yeah, always Dan Green. That would have been okay with Vrabel. Randall with another $2 donation. Thank you, Randall, for all the donos. He says 2 all-time scumbags in 97, Ray Caruth and Darren Sharper. Yeah, Caruth. I think his wife's body ended up in the trunk. Still to this day, I think he's in prison for that one. And then Sharper, I mean, Jesus. Is there anybody that he didn't grape? You know? Both those guys went real dark on that. Both of them went real dark. Sharper's probably still in jail too. He had like 30 counts or something, allegedly. 30 counts or something like that, Randall? Something like that. Fly Zone says, remember when it was called Quest Field and CenturyLink Field? Lumen Field sounds so much more aggressive. It was like kind of CenturyLink because you go the Clink. The Clink had a nice little bit of a ring to it. The Oakland Coliseum may be the last. Oh yeah, there we go. It's another concrete. That's about California. They love just concrete stadiums. Swedish says, does the big dick have a weakness or a soft spot, if you will, in his game? He's hard all the time. No, it's that's kind of what I was doing when we were signing him last, I think 2 years ago, we signed that contract. I did a bit of a deep dive on him on the channel on a little video at that time. And when I looked at him, not only how he's performed since entering the league, but looked at him from a historical standpoint, he's having one of the best starts to a punter's career in NFL history. And it's because of the fact that he's so thoroughly all the way along the line is so really good. There's not a lot of metrics you have for punters, which is it's hang time, it's how far you kick, it's your net, your gross, inside the 20 percentage of kicks, and all the way down, whatever marker you want to use to kind of use as a metric for Dixon. He is really well rated, is one of the top in the sport all the way along the lines, and has been every single year he's been out there. He's been just consistent every year and bringing it that way. Regardless, it's wild to me that the draft had 12 to 13 rounds back in the day. Did they not have undrafted free agents back in the day? Well, I'm going to guess once you got to 13 rounds, there's probably not a whole lot of a reason to have undrafted free agents. I mean, there's probably still a few of them at that point. I know that they did still have them, but you didn't have as many of them that you brought in. And yeah, could you guys imagine me having to do a 13-round draft? I'd be dead by the third day. I'd be after round 8, I'd be like, you guys are on your own. There's nothing here that's worth us going into on this. No. Phillips says, could also ask B if Mark came out and visited Dan at the stadium, McGuire. If Mark came out and visited Dan at the stadium? Sure. I'll ask him. I can ask Matt. Old Baz, too bad on the shoulder. Yeah. Body just fell apart at the pro level. He had a little bit of like the same thing we've seen with Jamal happen to him. It kind of happened to Boz. I make big plays. B.O.B. Top 5 favorite Seahawks all time, regardless of talent or production. Just guys you liked watching play football. Oh. Well, Steve Largent would be my number 1. Cortez would be on there. Thinking about it. I'd probably put Marshawn on there. And the final two. That's a good question. I don't know the last two. I'm kind of torn between so many different names on just pure fun. On pure fun. Like Lofa Tatupu was a lot of fun to watch. Not an all-time Seahawk, but just a lot of fun when he was really rolling. Be maybe a fourth guy. How about like a John L. Williams? John L. was a lot of fun to watch play. Something like that. There's so many good potential guys in that 4th and 5th range for just pure fun. But the top list I feel stronger about with the first 3. I make big plays. Last 2 I don't know on. I'm a little torn on those. Swedish says, without the supplemental draft getting Boz, we'd never be blessed with a cinematic masterpiece, Stone Cold. What the world could have missed. Hey, Stone Cold's an awesome film. Brian Bosworth was the bomb in Stone Cold. Check your heart. You know it to be true. Snail says Qualcomm was awesome because Snail, I can't. That if you're going to that stadium in the winter, it's probably okay. But boy, if you went into it in the summer, you felt like you're being put into a heat box. Sauna. Mick says, did you see the video of DJ Dallas talking about wanting to play the Seahawks week 1? He sounded like he wanted revenge. I'm afraid of his 2-yard runs. Look out. Look out. DJ Dallas is going to fumble the punt against us. Look out. He's going to get a 3-yard run. Oh no, the vengeance of DJ Dallas. Women running through the street. Children looking for cover. The vengeance of Dallas is coming. I did see that, Mick. I don't find myself very, very freaked though on that one. I'm kind of gets a shrug. Philip Mark McGuire's damn brother. Yeah. Oh yeah. I ask him on that. Yeah, LJ. Got DJ Dallas will take us down in week 1. We got LJ Collier coming twice a year with Arizona for his vengeance. Everybody won vengeance. Snail says, B, ask him what made Marcus Trufant the greatest corner ever. Also, why running backs don't have the longevity they used to. I will. Let me write the long. I'll ask him indeed. Good question. Brian says, I only like DJ Dallas for his thumbnail photo with his eyes bugged out looking like a serial killer. That was a good one. You got Brandon, yes, beast mode, and Cam for sure. Cam was also in consideration there. So Cam you might flip out one of those for Cam too. A lot of good answers for 4 and 5. Garth Knight says, Dan McGuire had some great steroid guy hair, if memory serves me. It did. It was kind of like that. Like it's the mullet, but then the perm mullet at the end. So you're only perm in the back end, business in the front, permed mullet in the back. Let me see if I can get a good picture of it. Let's see if we can find a good shot. It was luxurious, though. Here we go. One kind of shows it. No, that one really shows it right there. There we go. This one really captures it. So here you go. Got a little bit of that. A little bit of that perm on the back there, you know. There's also a little bit, to Garth's point, there's a little bit of the roids come out of your hair, and when the roids are coming out of your hair, they make your hair twizzle up a little bit. It's like the small testes. It's just a known byproduct of the roids. You get curly mullets and small testes. It's a known thing. Garth's on it with that, though. Dick Dogs, the vengeance of DJ Dallas. Top oxymoron ever. You've been in fear, but have you ever been in fear of running for your life from DJ Dallas? I make big plays. Lofa was in his prime when I started playing ball. He's who I tried to model my game after. I was also a smaller inside linebacker. Yeah, it's part of made fun with him is that, of course, there's so many things he could do well. He was outstanding in coverage, just great at knowing I often knock certain players, and this is something I used to hit on with Jordan Brooks, where the sense in coverage to fall back to the right spot, to close the right passing window, to feel conceptually what an offense is trying to do to you with their route concepts. And then his ability as a blitzer, just tremendous first step quickness and the ability to get skinny through the hole and find a way to get to the quarterback, but then also still being a good tackler and just being so rugged as a defender, despite the fact, like you say, he was undersized. He was shorter. He had smaller arms. In a lot of ways, he should not have been able to accomplish what he was able to accomplish on a football field, should have Lofa. But heart, will, hard work, it all kind of came together for him to help him make that happen. And yeah, he was awesome to watch play the middle linebacker position. If he just had a chance to play a little bit more longer, a guy that we could have been talking about as being a real true Hall of Fame, if his body didn't break down. Another guy whose body just kind of fell apart on him, who definitely could have been on a bit of a Hall of Fame track if not for that. J.J. Hawks, the vengeance of DJ Dallas. See it at a movie theater with someone, then sneak out when they aren't looking. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that, Garth, and all your support today, man. He says, did Dan and Mark McGwire have those mullet perms in order to hold ejections back in the back of their hair? It distracted you. Like you started looking, it was all a distraction game, Garth. So you're looking at the muscles, you're looking at the biceps, you're like, that looks unnatural. That almost looks like what horses would look like after they just, what's going on with the hair? See how that worked? So you're starting to lock in, you're like, that looks like he's shooting something that's not maybe illegal. That seems against the rules completely. Wow, that is a big perm. The perm with the mullet, that's a strong, bold choice. Even in the late 80s, that's a bold choice. You're not going lightly at that point with the swag. Like, you got to own that if you're going that hard with the mullet. It's one thing to just kind of hide the mullet back there. It's straight. It's back there. It's there. There's no denying it's there. There's another thing to say, oh, you see the mullet? Now, do you want to really see the mullet? But I would maintain, Garth, that I think it was completely built on take their eyes away from the bulging muscles. Okay? Don't look at the bulging muscles. It's the hair. And then you forget all about the steroid part of it. I think that was their game they were playing at that time. And in Dan's case, maybe it worked. We've never talked about Dan as that guy. If you notice, Garth, the key on this one is once Mark McGwire started to cut his hair shorter, the more people started to have more of the allegations of the steroid use started to come out. Coincidence? I think not. I call that hand in hand. Or maybe it's like you say, Garth, they've injected in all the other places, they've shot between the fingers and the toes and the arms. And so now they just have to shoot in the back of the thing. And so they need the hair to cover up from the syringe holes. They don't want anybody to see the syringe holes. Like if we lifted up the back of Dan McGuire's hair here, all we would see would like little mosquito bites on the back of his head. Chris Carson, that's another good suggestion. He was a fun one too. That's for sure. It was a good one too. Flyzone says, I wonder why we didn't re-sign Al Woods as a backup plan. He's just so old. He's 35, 36, 37 years old. It's just kind of at the end at that point. Left nothing for poor Dan. Carlos says, why did Mike McGwire take all the talent and get steroids in that family? They only had so much money at that time. Players weren't being paid at the same level, so it had to be one brother or the other. And Mark could hit the ball a lot further than Dan could throw it. Philip Castle, Brandon, what have you heard on Hayden Haddon? He's an undrafted rookie free agent wide receiver. I haven't done a huge deep dive on him with it, but I'm also not sure if I'm going to go super crazy deep dive on the undrafted rookie free agents. There's such a small percentage of a chance that they make the roster, and I don't know. I'll look a little bit more at him. I'm going to be doing a show this next week on Thursday with Brendan where we're going to be looking at the back end of the draft and the undrafted rookie free agents we like. So I will be taking a look at him this week, but I haven't had a chance to do a real deep dive. Seems to have really good hands, runs pretty good routes, big body, big catch radius. But I haven't jumped into him too deeply so far, as of yet. It's a great distraction, Garth says. You're right, Garth, it is. It's get him looking here while you're looking over there, you know. It's the oldest trick in the book, man. The oldest trick in the book. Brian Myers, Brendan loves Hatton, it seems. I better check him out deep. I know he'll be talking about him this week, so I better get a good look at him and see what I can see. He's going to have an uphill battle, I'll tell you that. I mean, you've got your at least 4 wide receivers set on this roster down to Bobo. You have Derek Young and Eskridge. You have a guaranteed contract to Laviska Shenault. I can see where Hatton definitely has a pathway to getting onto the practice squad, but he's going to have a real hard uphill battle to be trying to get to the place of getting actually onto the roster on this team. That's for sure. He'd have to be bawling out of his mind to get there. Philip says McDonald has also talked well about him in camp. All right, let's go. Let's go. Tell you this, any guy that signed up as an undrafted rookie receiver to come to the Seahawks, I got a lot of respect for them. Because you're coming to a team with DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, Jackson Smith and Jigba, Jake Bobo, Derek Young, Laviska Shenault, Dwayne Eskridge. You know all of that is on the team when you're going to then sign to that team, knowing your career is on the line, knowing I don't make the roster as a practice squad guy, then excuse me. Then there's maybe a really good chance that I don't even remain in the NFL. I'm going to the UFL or something like that. So I got to pick my locations very, 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 very carefully. But he chose to come here confidently, which speaks to me. He trusts in his skill set to be able to compete with these guys and go out there and separate himself. So love that draw in him to go do so. One sec here. Sorry, folks. Randall has a great question to ask Randy Mueller. Randy's got a question for Randy. Randy. Got to ask how close we were to taking Randy Moss. I got it on there, man. Thank you for the donation. I will definitely ask him about that one. That one comboed up with Warren Sapp. There's a couple of those picks coming through the 90s that you kind of wondered about with whether or not we were swayed by what you were hearing about with the character concerns on those two particular players that allowed them to fall both for different kind of reasons. But that'd be, yeah. Especially I think at that time, we did kind of have a bit of a need, Randall, for wide receiver at that point. And Chris Carson was a beast in his prime fly zone. Yeah. That was right at the heart of the time, too, where Carson came rip-roaring through at a spot where our offensive line was maybe in some of its worst shape. Yeah, a little bit of Dwayne Brown through there, but the rest of the line just wasn't up to snuff. And he had to kind of make his own way through to find any holes or make it happen. I dig the Hawks. Brandon, speaking of UDFAs, did Westover play any special teams for the Huskies? Would be cool if he snagged a final roster spot. Not sold on the blocking, only tight end they signed. That'd be Pharaoh Brown you're talking about. I don't know if he did or not. We can certainly take a look here and see if he's got any snaps with the PFF system. Let me bring this up here 1 second. So he had 124 snaps in the kick return game as a blocker and punt coverage. So 74 snaps on kick return, 47 on punt return coverage. He was well graded by PFF in his special teams coverage this past year. He also did a heavy amount of that the year before. So 2 straight years, yes, he's had highly he's had a lot of snaps on special teams, both in the kick and the punt return unit. I do think he's going to have a hard time making the roster addicted. I think that they've made their I think peace with having Farrell Brown and Noah Fant and Barner here as your 3 tight ends this year, and then this kid goes to the practice squad and becomes your kind of 4th option. But if he goes out there and balls out in training camp, I don't think that the Farrell Brown contract is necessarily fully guaranteed. So if he does go out there and he just does show himself to be that good with it, maybe that'll be enough to kind of swing and sway some things. But it is a bit of an uphill battle for him to make that happen, because the numbers game is kind of tough. But even getting to the practice squad for Westover isn't the worst of things. You sit for a year on the practice squad, Farrell Brown moves on, then you have a very nice opening for you to then go make the roster in year 2, a year where you've had a year now within the organization and the weight training programs, and to try to get yourself into your best version, your best self. So I think Westover's got a really nice place here with Seattle as far as his future to potentially, if not this season, by next year, find his footing. And bless you too. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Addict Docs. Liza says if we had Uchenna Nwosu last year, I think we make the playoffs. Yeah, very possible. And you needed to be one more game better than you were. You needed one more win than you got last year, and you're in the playoffs. If Uchenna Nwosu was healthy the whole year, do you take one of those games that you lost? Are you able to get one more game better at some point? Considering how close a lot of those games were, my answer for that would be probably yes. If it was a matter of being 2 games or 3 games, I might be more like, I don't know about that, but 1 game better through the rest of that year, considering how the defense was playing prior to him going down. Yeah, I agree. Brian says, be sure and ask Randy about the number of players he pounded the table for in Seattle. About the number on players he pounded for the table. I will. The number of players he pounded. I will, yes. I was going to ask him and I've got that sort of structured in my questions on that a little bit. But I know what you're saying on that. I think I know how I'll structure that question. Garth Knight, thank you for another $5. Appreciate you, Garth. He says, please ask Mueller about steroid abuse during his era and if he thinks it was prevalent. '80s. It's a great question, Garth. I've got it on there. I'd reckon to guess that he'd probably say that the 80s were worse. It seemed like it was kind of the Wild West for steroids in the 80s, and things got a little bit more. The Lyle Alzado thing came into play in the 90s, and there was more of a realization of, oh wait, there's actually some effects to doing this that may not be good with the body long term. But I will ask him. That's a great question. Thank you, Garth, man. You and Randall, thank you for all the donos today. You guys are awesome. But you're always awesome, both you guys, so appreciate you. Big Doc says, Brandon, thanks for checking PFF on Westover. Agreed, Westover's small. Farrell just doesn't do it for me. I get it. And I think Farrell is kind of limited in what he brings to the table. I do trust him a lot as a blocker, but as a pass catcher or doing a lot as a pass catcher, I don't think there's a whole lot of their meat on that bone. But he is a one-year option here. It's as much because you had 2 year tight ends ago and you kept Fant, so you just need to get an extra body in here. So it's kind of just, you only could do so much this offseason. And you got Barner as your one kind of replacement, but I think in the future you'll be seeing the other replacement come. Probably they'll be looking hard by next year, Addicted to Hawks, to get that in. Be a Westover guy would be ideal because he comes in year 2, familiar with the program. He fits right into kind of what you need. He's the 3rd tight end of the roster. He's super cheap at that point versus the 1 year, $3 million plus deal you're spending on Pharaoh. So I think that that's where this really adds up to him by next year finding his footing, I think, with the team and being that third tight end on the roster. The small thing is a bit of the factor, though, because if you do have Fant and him, you essentially have 2 H-backs and 1 inline tight end at that point in how you've kind of set it up. But it doesn't mean it is impossible to happen that way. Ricardo says, watching the stream with the captions on is sometimes unintentional comedy. Apparently, Farrell Brown and Geno Smith play on the Seattle Seahawks. That's also my lack of pronunciation, probably, Ricardo. I get a little bit of that mumble mouth thing going. All the words start to run together. Fly Zone says, Nehemiah Pritchett seems to have really had a good practice. It's good to hear. It's good to hear on that. It's a little bit hard this early on part where these guys are not in pads, they're just kind of running against air. But better than hearing him out there sucking wind. Oh, number 1 player he pounded the table for. Okay, that makes a little more sense, Brian. That makes more sense. I have on there too the draft pick he's most proud of. When he had to think it through. And I was also going to ask them, I'm going to ask him about a prospect where the doctors told him that this prospect's knee was going to explode or something was going to happen physically that was going to blow up, but then they ended up having a great long career. Or the prospect on the other side that was told clean evaluation and just everything fell apart at the pro level. Be interesting to hear about that a little bit, I think, too. Big Doc says, Brandon, speaking of pounding the table, how is Jerry Jones doing with no Dak Prescott? I'm going to tell you something right now, Dick Docs, okay? Jerry Jones I don't like your tone. I don't like your inflection, all right? We're working through it right now with Dak, all right? It's a negotiation, okay? It ain't nego-shun. It's negotiation. You got to go through the whole process now, okay? Jerry Jones going through it. Dak's a Dallas Cowboy. He's going to be a Dallas Cowboy. He's on America's team. He knows that. He knows the value of that. Dak wants his advertising. Dak wants to be a Cowboy. He will be a Cowboy now and in the future, but he's got to take a better deal. Jerry don't pay top market prices. Jerry pay the right prices. It's my son that don't pay the right prices. Daddy, don't say that about me. I'll pay the right prices. No, you don't. You overpay all the time. You did with Kyle Vanderbosch. It wasn't Kyle Vanderbosch. It was Kyle. It don't matter his name. He sucked and you shouldn't have paid him. Damn it, boy. Daddy, we got to get this deal done with Dak. He's just going to get more expensive. I don't care. I'm not giving him $60 million. I'm not doing it. We'll get another rookie in here. We'll get another offensive line. We'll make that line work for that rookie. We'll get us a Super Bowl championship just like we did with Dak before. Daddy, we didn't get a Super Bowl championship before, though. Shut up. Why you always got to be coming in with the details? Details. I'm Jerry Jones. This is America's team. We win Super Bowls here. Not for like 35 years, Daddy. Shut up. Just shut your big fat mouth. Go eat a pie. Daddy, I'm trying to lose weight. Lyzone says Dak's going to get a bigger pay contract than like Jared Goff. Yeah, he's going to get his money eventually one way or the other on this one. Hell or high water, he's going to get paid. And I think Dallas is playing a little bit of a game of chicken here, but they're going to end up paying the price when it's all said and done. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, got to ask about 2 days at Cheney in training camp. How did you like? I think there'd be some interesting questions too, like maybe within that, Randall, did it benefit you in the team going to a small place like Cheney because you could better lock in on the work and you weren't distracted like you'd be in Seattle or if you're in a big city, Was it kind of better for the team to do it that way? Good question. Randall with another $2 dono. Thank you, Randall. Appreciate all the support, man. You're so very kind. Ask if he knew a young John Schneider and how he was. Got it. I will ask him. I think John was still kind of in the background with Ron Wolf still firmly entrenched there at that time. But you never know. You never know on that, Randall. Ricardo says Jerry Jones is all in. You're damn right I'm all in. I'm going to die soon, okay, Ricardo? Okay, Ricardo? Jerry Jones don't have a lot of time left to go. He needs his championship now. And my good-for-nothing son will take another 20 years if I don't light a fire under his ass. Daddy, I'm trying all I can, but you always won every year. You never want to rebuild. We don't rebuild in Dallas. We reload. That's how it is in Dallas. That's how it is in Houston. That is how it is in San Antonio. We reload. We ain't reloaded in a long time, Daddy. Shut up, boy. He lives in the glory holes. Sean Hadley says, great content, sir. You're one of the best. I watch you all the time. Keep up the good work. Go Hawks. Well, thank you, Sean. I love what I do, man, and I appreciate the kind words, but it makes it easier when I got such a great audience like we do and great folks in the chat. So appreciate you, man. Thank you so much for watching and for the kind words. I appreciate it. Good time right now as well. Let me get my little drop here to the sponsor of the show. Sponsor of the show right now is Underdog Fantasy. Underdog Fantasy is going to be still sponsoring the show throughout the course of this year. They have throughout this off season been so kind to do so with us. And you can get $100 matched right now, 100% of that $100 matched right now if you click the top of the link in the description section below, or you use my code NEST. You put $100 in, they'll give you an extra $100 on me when you use that code. So $100 from me to you through the Nest. So money to you, and you support the channel. Get some love both ways going that way at that point. There are some limitations that do apply here in the state of Washington, as there's some rules and stuff, so they don't let you use the app in full here in the state. But if you are in a casino, you can, in that sort of little Faraday cage, you can use the app in full at that point if you want to in that. We got plenty of course, casinos in the state of Washington. But thank you to Underdog Fantasy for sponsoring the show. Awesome lines out there they've got for newbies. They give you some freebies right out the gate where it's 0.5 yards to get over this, or 0.5 points in a basketball the game of this to start to build kind of that parlay up together, all together, so to speak. So you've got still basketball going on here. The finals, you want to get on that. You got a good feeling about that. Who's going to win, who's going to lose. Baseball in full swing. Daily fantasy. You can go head to head with other fans across the nation. Every day, go out there, win yourself a little bit of money. I'm going to be having my seasonal picks coming up here shortly for the Seahawks, not just the Seahawks, but the teams across the league, where you can get those seasonal bets on there for what guys can be over 4,000 yards passing, or under 4,000 yards passing, or over 1,000 yards receiving, or under. I think on DK right now they got them at like I think they got them at like 1,000 yards or something right at the spot. So a lot of nice little lines you get on there. A lot of action to get on over there. Thank you to Underdog Fantasy for sponsoring the show as they have throughout the course of the offseason. Appreciate it very, very much. Fly Zone Derrick Henry with the Ravens will be fun to watch. I think that's going to be tough to deal with that team on pick your poison on that one. I mean, you got a read option run out of shotgun. You know, you got to hold on Lamar and one less body to help out on Derrick Henry if he goes blasting down through the middle. But as we saw last year with the Titans, Henry really still, as of yet, doesn't appear to be in a state where he seems to be slowing down necessarily. The Ravens' offensive line has not been in good shape over the past couple of years. It's eroded, and that certainly is going to hurt a running back's production when that's the case, especially with this kind of back, because Henry needs to have some initial holes opened up. Once you get a little bit of initial hole, he can do the rest. But you do got to get him that initial hole to work with. He's not a create his own kind of hole kind of running back, but he'll be a good fit there with the Ravens, I think, and they'll find a good bit of productivity with him in there as he'll be mixed in there a bit, but still very much a tough guy to deal with. Garth Knight, thank you for another $5 donation. I appreciate you for that, Garth. He says, I want to know Randy Mueller's favorite place to eat while in Seattle. Lame, but still. Hey, I'll ask him. It's not lame. Good question. Who knows? He probably still eats there when he comes through, Garth. Maybe. I don't know. I'll ask him all the stuff. Probably like Anthony's, or he'll pick something. I bet it's a seafood. I bet it's a seafood pick, Garth. I think Docs Brandon, please give more thought to some of your vids on your clip channel being done only in a voice like Jerry Pacino walking. Just one of the guys riffing on a topic. Go viral for sure. I'm working on, I will be doing more of that stuff for sure. And if I'm going to try to eventually go through and maybe find out, look out on some of the older live stream shows and see if I can pull some of those clips out too, Addicted. So I'll see if I can pull off some of the old ones. But yeah, when I do it on stuff like this, we'll get more of those clips over on that side too. And I'm working on right now a Howard Cosell hype video for the Seahawks for the season. So I'm working right now to try to get that put together. And so along that vein, we'll do a walk-in one at some point this year for the channel too. So I'll work these over on the main channel as well. But it's a great suggestion. Definitely we'll start to try to get those moved in a little bit more. I mean, the walk-in one was really heavily viewed and people loved it a lot. So I should probably tap back into that again a little bit. I didn't want to overdo it, but there certainly is there's certainly an appetite for it, to your point on that. Flyzone says that's good for our O-line that Aaron Donald retired. He always exposed our O-line. He did more damage against us than any other NFL team, Flyzone. A big part of that, of course, too, was we didn't always have the greatest of talent on the inside to deal with him. And then we just refused to double team him at a real consistent rate for whatever reason. I don't know why, but that was the case. So, it's good that he's gone. Certainly should make the Rams a lot more easier to deal with. Not easy to deal with, but much easier to deal with than they were before. Yeah, it's a great idea, Addicted to Hawks. And thank you, for very kind of you to say Diamond in the Rough on YouTube. I appreciate that. I think the voices could be a really big part. I think it's a great suggestion because I do think people like it a lot. And I think if I mix it in right in the video in the right way, that it could be a real entertaining kind of thing to tap into with doing this channel. And I'd like to do more stuff this year that's got a little bit more fun. We're always very serious on the channel with some of the topics and stuff. And so being able to get into sort of some lighter stuff and lighter fare, I think it'd be really good for the channel too. And being able to kind of do some of that. So I'm trying to find and get inventive and working in kind of more scripts and a little more satirical stuff and have a little bit more, trying to work in some laughs on this because I know we are so very serious here all the time. But great suggestion, man. Fly Zone seems like Geno Smith can beat the Rams without Donald. I think he can. Man. And I hope you're right, man. I hope this is my year. I'd love to hear that, Addicted Hawks. So let's go. Brian Myers, no fun league. Stop laughing. That's right. It's the one part I've not done as good a job of the channel of bumping up, which I think Addicted Hawks right. I think there's a lot of potential there with the channel to have a huge amount of growth if you can get into doing that stuff because the biggest channels out there on the football stuff are the ones that do tend to mix in a little bit of the humor aspect or have found their own little niche on how they can work in the humor stuff. So I think it's a great way to go with this. I do. If I can just get the angling right. Just got to get that angle right. Big Doc says 2024 year of Mafe and Parkinson, 2025 year of Brandon. Let's go. It's got a nice ring to it. Got a hella nice ring to it. Who Died says, I'm so ready for the season, man, like never before. I get it, man. As a few people even on the stream here today coming in the chat Who Died have talked about this, and I've heard it throughout the off season, and I've chalked it up a little bit too, and a bit of how I feel the same way, where we feel like we've maybe been like languishing a little bit over the last few years. Things have been having to turn over, and we're sort of, we seem to be getting better, and we seem to be adding more talent, but we also seem to be kind of topping out for what we can achieve and what we can reach to. And it feels like now we're at a spot where the reset button has been hit in the way where our future is not certain or our ceiling is not limited as how far we can go. And so you echo a feeling who died. I think that a lot of Hawk fans feel right now this offseason with this turnover and starting to feel like the team's making the right proper moves to really truly get you to a place of contending. And Hawks, man, let's go. Sweet Shinobi, oh, that reminds me. Brandon, just wanted to let you know how much your Slaying Geno thumbnail cracked me up when I first saw it. Very nice. Well, thank you, man. I had fun on that one. So I some of these thumbnails I'm making at 2 a.m, and I'm just cracking myself up as much as anything. I'm just making myself out here laugh in the darkness in the middle of the night. My cat's looking at me like a weirdo. But thank you. I'm glad you liked it. I had a lot of fun putting that one together. Ricardo says he just needs a voice more topical than walking, though. Maybe practice the Rock voice or Chris Pratt. I do need to get a modern one. You're right. I'm kind of able to do the Matt Berry guy off the, but he's not enough of a known guy, you know, so that one not everybody knows his voice. For some reason, I can really do him pretty well. All the way to New York City. But I got to get a couple of, I do need to get a couple of modern ones built into the deal. Nobody's got any, like, you need with the cadence got to be very specific or something, you know, something that you can kind of, sometimes guys just have nothing you can kind of grab onto there. But I feel like there's something there. Jack Dong says, let Geno cook. He's going to cook this year, Jack. I put in the thumbnail, but I believe it in my heart. Geno's going to have your best year of the past 3 years here. He's going to cement himself as a top 10 quarterback in this league this year, bare minimum. He's going to have more health. He's going to have a better offensive system put in place to get more success out of him. He's going to have a better offensive line. He's going to have a defense not living on the football field to the point that they play an extra game and a half collectively over the course of the season because they just cannot get off the field on third downs. He's going to have that all working together into one direction for him, Jack, which I think should lead him to have better success. And with him having better success, the team should have better success with that as well. Garth, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that, Garth. He says, I'd like to know Randy's thoughts on current salary cap versus his era. Not sure what changes have happened through collective bargaining. I'll definitely ask him on this, Garth. I would reckon to guess that because the salary cap was just instituted, I think in the early 90s, so that there wasn't, it was just coming into play, and there wasn't, I don't think, Garth, there was the floor at that time with the salary cap. It was just about the cap being, whereas now there's the salary floor you've got to hit. In 5 years, you got to pay 89% of the salary cap over a 5-year period. Back then, I think you could be a little bit cheap like Bearing was, where you were well below the salary cap. So it was really not, I think what he'll probably end up telling me, Garth, is it wasn't applicable to us because we didn't have the money to push the cap to the ceiling level of things. Not at least prior to Paul Allen being arrived here. But I'll ask him about how that changed things up, if that worked in their favor or against them. You'd think at least it would have worked maybe a little bit in their favor for some of those teams like the Niners at that time that were spending wildly and just whatever they wanted to spend to kind of build their teams up. That last Niner championship, for instance, bringing in Deion Sanders and I think they had Haley in on that team they brought in or something. They had a couple guys, they kind of guns for hire type guys that they brought in, I think at that time, Randall or Garth. But I will ask him. I'll ask him for sure on that. Great question. Who died? If you can't see the talent in Geno in that Cowboys game, in that Browns game, you are Ray Charles behind a bad O-line. Yeah, I've a bit of the theme in the early part of the show. Who died was a bit of the, for those that are the anti-Geno folks, the people that make this determination that Geno's this and he's that, and it's only really in this negative kind of mindset of it that he's limited, or that he's essentially carrying the water for the next quarterback of the future who's going to take over for him at some point soon. That he's done so much more to prove he's more than that. And my feeling on it, who died, is it just comes down to people had the people that are in this camp on Geno that they can't be swayed, had their opinion of Geno 2 years ago prior to Geno taking over. And there was really not much he could do to move those people's opinions over the past 2 years, if anything. And so that's where we can't come down to, I think, in the future, expecting they're going to change or look at him differently, even if he has great success this year. And it's an oddity to me. It doesn't make a lot of sense why they've come to this conclusion on this player so certainly when you didn't have enough real data to come to that conclusion 2 years ago. And then all of the data and all that he's shown you over the past 2 years should be that, hey, this guy's a really good quarterback and he's been a help to your team, not a hindrance. He's not been holding you back. He's helping you get more out of your team than you should actually be getting based on the way the rest of the collective talent is playing. But for those folks that land in that spot, I think who died, I don't think that they can be moved or swayed. I think that they just have their opinion of him, and it's unfortunate because I think, like to your point, they're missing a lot of good quarterback play, and they're missing in a guy who, if we get the right supporting cast around him, can take this team far, in my opinion. We should know, he says, once I worked at a GameStop, I pre-ordered the Dick in a Box Funko Pop just so girls had to say the name out loud when I picked it up. Brian Myers, Brandon, try for a Joe Buck or Al Michaels. I could maybe do a Buck. Michaels is tough. Tony Romo impression. I could probably do a Tony. These are good suggestions. I'd probably pull that off. Randall McDaniel with a $2 donation says, switch from Walken to Barkley to Cassell with Mueller. That'd be hilarious. Oh my God, that'd be awesome. Let's just start out. So tell me, Randy Mueller, what'd you think about Mike Mamula? Was he good? Did you like him? Now tell me, please. He answers that. And so I just want you to tell me. This is Charles Barkley now, Randy. What draft pick is most? What was the most one that you most liked? Was it those picks from San Antonio? Did you like them San Antonio picks? I'm only going to ask you this once, Randy. What is the most intense fight you've ever seen between two scouts over a player? He'd probably be looking at me like a German shepherd looks at you when you talk to him. You guys would love it though, Randall. You get the in joke on that. Ricardo says Charles Barkley and Shaquille O'Neal begin. I could kind of do a Charles Barkley. Just gotta watch out for them churros. Them big San Antonio women with them churros. They be double dipping them churros. Well, them some big old women in San Antonio. I think I can get Charles. Shaq could be tough, but I think if I worked on Charles, I could eventually get him. Flyzone says, wasn't Tony Romo a UDFA? He was good quarterback, but he couldn't play golf anymore since he got injured. I don't know if he can't play golf anymore. I'm not sure on that one. But he was, yes, you're right. He was a UDFA. Correct. That is correct. David Pugh coming in with a very kind $20 donation. David, thank you so very much, man. I really appreciate that donation. Very kind of you. He says the ceiling for this team is likely 10-7, which would be great, especially with a new head coach and system. Dropping a game early on like New England or Atlanta shouldn't worry fans too much. This roster has playoff potential despite all that. Well, great comments in addition to your donation, David. No doubt about that. It is, I think for me, it's this wide range for me, David. You know, it's a team that has a lot of talent on it. It's got a lot of easy advantages that a new coaching staff should be able to come in and be able to take advantage of quickly. Not that they are advantages that'll take 2 years to onboard, that you can just jump in right out the gate and be like, okay, well, we're not going to be the 32nd team in targeting the middle of the field this year. We're going to be a little bit more improved off that. But there's other things like you talk about with the new system and changing over so very much on the offense and the defense from what it's been, that there's some ups, there's some downs, there's some wrinkles to iron out. There's some games that you might look at on paper, David, that seem like they are wins on paper, but that you end up losing because it's one of those games where there's just a few extra wrinkles. And I think that's very right. I think that there's a little more potential in what they could be this year, David. I'd say 11, 12 wins are still even within the mark because the schedule was set up so nicely for us. If the schedule had been a little bit tougher, I might be more to the 10 wins being the ceiling, but I almost feel like the schedule does open up the ceiling just from my perspective a little bit. With that, though, on the other side of that, David, I would say that the team also could go out there and win 6 or 7 games. So there's that wide spectrum of possibility on this team and what they could give you, because there's so many things that are colliding into each other, both on the pro side and on the negative side, towards having a great season. And which of those wins out, it's uncertain. And I think it could go a variety of different directions. But it is also a team that you're essentially already 2 years in the rebuild. You're not starting now, scratch from the rebuild. The rebuilding of at least the talent has been an ongoing process. And that talent now, a lot of them get into year 3, which is where you expect them to start to really take those huge steps forward and become ultimately the players that they're going to become as pros. They start to lead and get towards that prime. So that comes into play too. And that bangs up against it. Which side wins out? I don't know on that, David. You're playing the toughest division in football probably again this year. Well, there's another con side of it that comes into play. That knocks it down a little bit then, beneath that. I don't know which side will win out on it. I think that the key, though, within this, David, is going to be a bit of the patience that's going to be required from Seahawks fans. Obviously, if we win 11 or 12 games, there's not going to be any patience required. Everybody's going to be celebrating that and overjoyed and over the moon. But if the team likewise is on the other end of that scale, if they're at 7 or 8 wins, I think we as fans also have to show a certain amount of patience for that as well, and understanding that there was a lot on board this year. There was a way that this could play out this way. And it doesn't mean that they're not still heading in the right direction, or that they don't have the right coach or don't have the right general manager, or they haven't picked the right players in the past couple of years. It just means that there needs to be what is the typical time that you need to allow for the cake to bake. And it doesn't tend to happen in just one season. It tends to take a little bit of time. So I'm going to be advocating, David, heavily here for patience from the fan base, especially if there is that early slippage like you talk about. You come out of the gate 1-3, 1-4. I'm going to be very much in the tap your brakes, relax, let this thing grow and mature as it needs to in order to get to the eventual state where we will be a contender. But it takes time. I keep coming back to on all of those markers going back and forth, David. I come down to that bottom line being, you're going from the most simplified offense and defense, maybe in football, or at least in the top 4 as the most simplified on both sides of the ball, to the most complicated now on both sides of the football. That to me would be one that you tend to say that's going to take a little bit of time. That's not going to be an overnight thing. That's going to be a little bit of, we got to give this kind of a year to kind of get the wrinkles ironed out, everybody to get on the same page, talent, another year developed moving forward. And then by the next year, you're really ready to hit, especially at that point, David, with the cap situation, where you're going to be able to free a lot of money up and go out there and get those finishing parts to get the team to that contender state. Thank you, though, David. Appreciate the $10, $20 donation, man, and some great thoughts from you as well on that. Brian Meyer says that Mike Tyson. I could try Mike Tyson. It's hard to do the Mike Tyson. My technique is impetuous. I want to use children.
That's a terrible impression, says Chris. Your Charles Barkley's terrible. Terrible, terrible Barkley.
Yeah. Barkley, you got to give me on the right name with the Barkley one. And it's always bad doing the impressions 4 hours into the show. I will say that. The voice is not always in the best spot. Jack Dong, if the Hawks win less than 5 games, will they draft Deion Jr. at quarterback and hire Prime to coach? I don't think so. I think definitely Deion Jr. is a possibility to be drafted by the Seahawks, but I don't think they would bring on Prime to coach in addition to that. I think that if a team was going to try to do that, that would be not smart. That there's a lot of ways that could then blow up in your face, and not a lot of ways that could be successful on the other side of it. I'd be very nervous about trying to pull that off if I was the Seahawks or any other team.
Ricardo with them churros. You got to watch out with them churros, Ricardo. Them San Antonio women, they like them churros. It's terrible. They eat so many churros. There's big women. They're just getting bigger and bigger.
So he says, am I effing God? That's the most Jet Sports heavy on Hawks question ever. They'll rehire Pete and bring Russ back if they win less than 5. Book it, laughing out loud. That'd be insane. Oh my, could you imagine? Holy crap, what a twist that'd be.
Brian, he says, terrible impression. That's a terrible Barkley. That doesn't sound anything like Charles Barkley. What did you do that impression for? Don't do that again. Go eat a churro.
Flyzone says, I hope we don't have to fight the Packers for the playoff spot again. Me as well. I think the Packers will be pushing for number 1 Seedville. They're going to be really good this year. Brian says Mike Tyson had one of the most punchable mouths in the history of the punchable faces. Mad TV did have the most awesome impressions. They had some great ones. Underrated show back in the day. Totally underrated. Do me a favor, folks. Please hit that like button if you could for me. We'll probably start to put a little bit of a button on this too. So if you guys want to get in the last bit of the questions here, let's start popping those in through, and we'll kind of put a button on this one. I want to thank Garth Randall, thank David Pugh, thank you guys all for the donation support today on the show. You guys are amazing. You guys always are. And some great questions as well. Just as a note, as I was saying before, we've got Thursday. I'm going to be having a former Seattle Seahawks general manager on the show, Randy Mueller. He's the GM for about 4 years here, just prior to Mike Holmgren coming in. So if you got a question you'd like me to ask Randy, you can feel free to either post it here in the chat or put it down in the comment section. I'll be keeping an eye on it down there as well. So either one on that. Also, I've linked here the Hawks Nest Clips channel, which is going to be fully rolling through, and it is fully rolling through. We've got about 60 videos or something like that over on that side of things. I'm going to be running clips from the live stream shows over to that channel for the foreseeable future. So do get linked up over there, subbed up over there. Randall McDaniel, thank you for another $20 donation. I appreciate you for that, Randall. Thank you, man. You're awesome. He says, elite teams need elite players, all pro level players. Outside this year's rookie class, do we have 3 to 4 guys with that talent? DK, K9, maybe Cross, Spoon, Mafe on D, Reek Uchenna, a step below, I think. Dixon 2. Anyone else? All pro level? Well, I think that Abraham Lucas, if he's healthy, has got all pro level on the other side, Randall. So I would throw him into the mix there. I mean, most of the rest of the guys I think would be probably maybe a little bit below. But I don't know. I mean, even if I look at the 2023 All-Pro team, Cross and Abraham Lucas stand out to me as guys that can be those guys, Randall. I think there's also something to be said for when you got the elite guys. If you have the second level guys too that are really thick as well, that can overcome necessarily having the four all-pro kind of guys. How you got Rico Uchenna, you got Williams, you got whatever Byron Murphy can be in his first year. Julian Love, solid player. JSN, Noah Fant. I would offer too, you need those not necessarily all pro solid guys. And if you can really pepper your roster with those guys too, that can be a way to offset maybe that. I don't disagree with you that there's kind of that base need for that number of all pro level of guys if you're going to be a squad that is going to be elite. But a little bit of it, I think, can be supplemented by having guys that are just below that, but you got so many of those guys that are just below that elite level. Whereas most teams, I think, would have maybe Randall that elite level and then few semi-elite guys, and then a bunch of average guys, and then they're trying to mitigate down the amount of weak or below league average guys that they have. They attack it more from that area. But I think we're there. Yeah, I think we got guys that are there to do that and be that. And if DK and K9 go out and have the years I think they're going to have, 1,500 yards, I think that they're definitely going to be in that realm to be considered that. Maybe not with DK because receivers so hard because there's so many receivers, but yeah, it's a great question though, Randall. And you are right. You're not going to be able to just get by with just solid guys across the board. You need to have that elite talent to take that next step forward to becoming that elite team. It's not going to be just a bunch of good, solid guys across the board get you to a Super Bowl. You got to have the difference makers. But Dixon, yeah, I'd put him in there too, for whatever that's worth with the punter. Great question, Randall. Great question. I think Cross comes forward big time this year. And if Lucas is healthy, I think he's going to be a baller too for us. Thanks for all the support, man. Why don't I be happy if we had winning record and make the playoffs? I would too. Swedish says, to quote Clark Wiswald, I couldn't be more surprised if I woke up with my head stapled to the carpet in response to bringing back Russ and Pete. It would shock me. That would be about as shocking thing as I could possibly imagine. Yeah, to your point. I can't imagine that it goes that direction. Ari Spears does some good impressions. There's the other guy that does the John Gruden, did the Madden back in the day. Forget his name. Guard Knight, thank you for another $5 as well, man. He says, Jack Dong is a free spirit. He is looking at improving the Hawks from a national perspective. While I don't agree, I respect it. I appreciate it as well. I like the question. Hey, Jack may be onto something. You know, we may come to find Dion's a package deal with Dion Jr. I mean, Jack may not be on this completely on where this goes. I'm not saying that we should do it, but that there may be an NFL team that has to end up making that deal with the devil in order to get Dion Jr. Where Dion's like, you know, I'm going with it. I'm going to be the special assistant to the assistant head coach. I'm going to be the assistant to the quarterback, to the assistant of the proper special assistant. I'm going to be the special assistant head coach to the head coach. He man, is anybody? I mean, it sounds wild to say, but it's like, would we all doubt that Dion might try to do something like that? I certainly could see it. Jack Dong says you need to work on a Marshawn Lynch impression. That'd be a good one. I think I could do a Marshawn if I worked on it long enough. Brian E. says, Hawks Nest, you don't owe it to those of us who can't afford a dono, so we greatly appreciate it when you take the time to read our posts. Thank you so much for that. My pleasure, Brian. Of course, I love the interactions too. So I always appreciate the donations, but I'm always going to do my best on this channel to make sure we make the time to get into the chat and see where you guys' heads at and what you guys are thinking. You know, I kind of want to know where my people are at. So I appreciate that, man. I love doing it though. I love having the interactions with you guys on this. So it makes it easy, especially when y'all are as cool as my people are in this place. Caliendo, that's the one. Caliendo and Ari Spears and Sasso. Those are your three that, man, they could just about do anybody. Lizo Mike McDonald's going to make his own history on the walls? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Lizo and I don't see McCaffrey having another strong year. He's had a lot of carries on that body over the past few years and throughout his, course of his career. I think they tend to say that it's right around usually 2,000 touches tends to be where a running back starts to fall off collectively between college and the pros. And he's long past that 2,000 yard touch marker spot. I think he's at like 2,600, something like that. So he's not the biggest of cats. And he has a guy that has had some injury history to him in his past, but he has been pretty remarkably healthy for the 49ers since arriving there a year and a half ago, especially considering how much they use him. I mean, he is leaned on heavily there. Swedish's Legion of Boom's D-line players didn't have any A-plus players, but they did have a ton of B-minus through B-plus dudes. Yeah, I agree with that. Probably a lot, especially the B+. Cliff Averill at least a B+. Chris Clemens B+. Michael Bennett B+. Brandon McBain B+. But yeah, I agree with you there. I think that's where you go to the A's would be more Richard Sherman, Earl Thomas, Cam Chancellor, A. Bobby Wagner, A. A lot of B pluses on that defense. KJ Wright, B plus. Brandon Browner in his prime, B plus. Yeah, well said. Big Docs, I was on the basement level of my house connected to my laptop on the third floor. Brandon's Barkley had me cracking up. My wife wondered what was going on.
Gotta watch out. Gotta watch out for that. Terrible Barkley impression.
Ryan Myers, Brandon, thanks as always. Out for 10 days. See you soon. Work on those impressions, buddy. I'm gonna be grinding, man. I'm gonna be over here grinding, looking in the mirror, trying to get the facial tics right. Big Docs, dear Santa, I know it's early, but I have been good so far. Just one thing. Please, just one thing. A healthy Abraham Lucas. Say hi to Rudolph, too. Go Hawks. Please give us a healthy Abe Lucas, man. I'm with you. Please, for the love of Almighty. Healthy Abe, a healthy Charles Cross. And the line's going to be looking a whole lot better just off of that alone, I think. So is it McCaffrey or it's McCaffrey? Autocorrect is fired. Probably only Christian McCaffrey's the only player on the Niner offense. That's how they used him sometimes, I'll tell you that. Fly zone, Dre Greenlaw is still injured, and they lost Chase Young. They got weaker. Yeah, maybe a little bit. I think, too, there's still another shoe to drop here, Fly Zone, with another trade that's going to happen. I don't know if it's Ayuk or Debo or Kittle, but I think that there's only two chairs and one guy's got to go. Rand on the cut, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that, Rand. Very kind of you, brother. Says, I can't wait to see Geno ball this season. We'll prove the haters wrong. I'm going to celebrate every moment of it when it goes down. I'm anticipating it to happen. And I'm going to continue to be I'm not going to be obnoxious about it, but I'm going to rub it back like I've done a bit in the stream back to the people that are going to be the anti-Geno folks. If you want to take a stand on something, I got no problem with that. And as I've said, I can be swayed to your side of the argument. You're anti-Geno. You don't think Geno can be the guy. You think Geno is, he's just here to kind of carry the water until we can get to our quarterback of the future. Okay. You got to convince people of that, though. And for the people that are in that anti-Geno camp, in my opinion, over the past 2 years, they have not done a good enough job of elaborating and articulating why it is exactly that he's not that guy, why he simply is a guy that can just carry the water, why he's not the guy, why it has to be somebody else. I see a lot of frivolous reasoning behind why they don't buy into it. But Ran the Cut, I know you're in on it. I'm in on it. I think the vast majority of Seahawks fans see it here with Geno on this and going, I can see it. I see it clearly with what this guy's done. I've seen what he's been up against. I've seen what he's tried to have, what he's had to do at times when not everything's, or many things are not working in his favor. But that benefit of the doubt is not brought by the other side. And as we go through this year, I'm going to be watching them with a keen eye. These folks that will tell you over and over in my chat, week after week, Geno's not the guy. Got to find somebody else. Got to look for our quarterback of the future. When he's out there and he is balling out throughout the course of this year, when he's having his best year of these 3 years that he started in Seattle, and they've all been pretty good years, does that finally start to sway these folks where you've seen 3 years of it now? He's at his best right now this year when finally the supporting cast rose up a little bit. Does that not finally sway you? My opinion is it won't. Because I think that the people that are of the opinion of where they're at with Geno, that are anti-Geno, are so firmly affixed there that there's no new data. There's no new thing that he can do to move them into the camp of saying, maybe this guy is a little bit better than I thought. And is it pride that keeps them from doing that? Is it just maybe the look of Geno's face that they don't like to see? Is it something in the way he carries himself? I don't know. Is it just the vision of his Jets time back 10 years ago that sticks so thoroughly in their brain and they just can't dislodge it out to see what the new is showing you? I don't know. But I know that I found it very odd because fans tend to be that if they see good quarterback play, that tends to be the position that you respect and you can identify it and appreciate it. It doesn't tend to be one where you see the quarterback playing well and you got some fans out there just wanting to sort of nitpick around the edges of it rather than appreciate what they're actually truly seeing. So I can't wait to see him ball out this year either. I'm predicting 4,600 yards. I'm predicting 35, 36 touchdowns thrown. I'm predicting the best year that he's had here in 3 years. And I hope if he does go out there and do that, he brings more fans over to his side of it and less of them looking for the exit door with Geno and more for them appreciating what Geno's bringing to play on this team, because that's going to help you win football games if he's playing at that level. You're in the playoffs if he's playing at that level, and maybe even doing more damage beyond that once you get in. Fly Zone, I agree. The whole fan base should be cheering for Geno. And that's just the type of reason I make this show tonight to cover this topic, is to, if I can bring just a couple people over to this side of it, if I can get people to consider a little bit of bits of data or perspectives on this they're not considering with this, then we'll get there slowly but surely on this one. But this is the story. These are the stories we root for in modern sports, not just in football, not just in any other sport. These are the stories we root for, be it the Olympics or be it football. The guy that's had to work their butt off, that's had to grind every inch of the way to get to where they've gotten, to get that second opportunity that few sometimes don't ever get. And he's taken with this second opportunity and he's run with it. He has done everything right, including being a better leader than anybody was giving him credit for when he initially was announced as that starter. We'll just have to see, Rand. But people are in their camps on this one, that's for sure. Fly Zone says, still surprised nobody signed Jamal Adams yet or Quandre Diggs. Quandre is a little bit of a surprising one to me. I would have thought there would have been a team out there maybe willing to do it. Quandre did have his whole Marshawn Lynch shoes on the telephone wire, I'm retiring, peace out kind of thing that he did on Instagram a couple months ago. And I don't know if that was him being real with it or if he was just playing around with people. With Jamal, it's the health thing. And that's one where there's not going to be a lot of teams signing up for that risk. But we'll see where he lands. We'll see if he does land somewhere in both of their two cases. It wouldn't shock me if either of them end up not playing this upcoming season, or if in both of their cases that they have to face retirement for different kind of reasons a little bit. Chris has just watched Revenge of the Nerds or Porky's right after. It'll bounce down. Christian Haynes is definitely going to help out the line, Philip. One of the more ready-made offensive linemen in this draft. One of the guys that was sold as 51 starts at the pro college level. He's going to be able to get to the pros and start immediately. The Bears had a John Hughes tribute video for their schedule release. That's cool. I think he was from Chicago, wasn't he? TikTok, Brandon, frivolous reasoning. I use that a lot on my freshman calculus tests. Didn't get me very far. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Does not lead you to the promised land. Fly Zone, I wonder if Nick Harris can play guard. I know he's a center. He's 290. It'd be very hard to put a guy at 290 at guard. I don't know if he could pull that off. Bears can smell menstruation. Should Williams be concerned? Gar says, Geno Smith, your thoughts, Jack Dong. Jack Dong replies, Garth Knight, this will be the year that Geno writes back. I love it, Jack. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, I dig it too. That's awesome. Ricardo says Caleb Williams could end up like Kyler Murray. A lot of hype, but not much to show for it. It's possible. He could have a hard time reaching to what the top end that a lot of people think they see with Caleb. I think that he does bring a floor that, much like what you get with Kyler, even, Kyler's floor does give you usable quarterback play. Where he ranks and how high he's rated versus other quarterbacks is open to debate. But he does give you at least functional play like he did last year when he came back from the ACL. He's not going to maybe go out there and be throwing through 350-yard games, but with his legs and his mobility and reasonable arm talent, he can do some things. I think Caleb's going to be the same way. My worry more with Caleb, and I think a lot of people's worry with Caleb Ricardo, was he's not going to hit a ceiling. He's going to be a bust. I don't really worry about him being a bust as much as I just think, I don't know if he's going to hit that high upside spot that a lot of people were forecasting for him. Flyzone says DK Metcalf seems really serious. Just year, he didn't even talk during practice. He's all about that business a little bit. Jet Sports had an annoying clickbait topic on Jamal and the Steelers. Almost threw my laptop against the wall. So sick of that channel taking up space on YouTube. Wow. They play the game, man. I mean, they play the game. They know what they're doing. They bought into it. They don't care. All clicks are good clicks. It's like that old saying where they say there's no such thing as bad publicity. Chat Sports would tell you there's no such thing as a bad click. I would argue there is, but they definitely own that lane. Pretty impressive. Brand the Cut says, I've seen Geno throw enough nasty throws to DK and Tyler, he'll ball. I agree, he will. A little bit better pass protection. Not ignoring the field at the 32nd rate in the NFL. Not ignoring running to the outside. Not ignoring fly sweeps. Better use of the screen game. Bringing in more principles like trick plays into play to keep defenses honest. Quicker of getting the ball out of his hand. All of these things add up to a better Geno. Not any one thing in itself is the silver bullet here. It is all of these things can add up to the better, more improved version of Geno, not because he's improved, but because the factors around him have improved. And I do think that is where this is going. Chris says, Chat Sports is the truth social of sports talk. Say anything, it could happen. Very true. Very true. I'm sorry, Kitty. I know. Y2K, have you seen the original Shogun? I didn't see the show yet, but I'm based on the amount of reviews and how good it's being hyped up, I'm definitely going to check it out. It looks good, man. Swedish Shinobi says, Chat Sports reminds me of this call center I worked at for half a day in Bremerton when I was 21 years old. It's got a bit of a call center vibe to it, doesn't it? They even got with their headsets. They even got the call center headsets that they wear when they're on. It'd be so depressing every day just to think of BS that I'd lie to you guys about. Like, Seahawks gonna sign Antonio Brown? Hot rumor. Big eye emojis. Oh my God, that'd get so insufferable. I don't know how they get their subs though. They get their views. I think they do a lot of pushing stuff out that they pay to push out on YouTube though, a little bit though too, I think. But it works for them. Chris says there's enough uneducated, uninformed folks out there that find Chat Sports appealing. I suppose so. I mean, it's somebody watching it. I don't think it's all bots watching them, that's for sure. And I can't hate. I mean, if they own what they are. There are sometimes I'm though, like the folks mentioned in the chat, where you see a title on there and you're like, you lying sons of bitches. Like you mother effing liars. You're doing everyone dirty out there. There's no way there's any truth to that. Ran of the Cut has been a member of the Hawks Nest for 10 long months. Thank you for that long-time support, Ran. I really appreciate you for that. Says also can't wait to see Walker run to the outside. We've all seen the 70-yard home run runs. He's a big play machine waiting to happen, Ran. Big play machine waiting to happen. And when I did the Kenneth Walker video 2 months ago, I was looking at the data on him, and when he runs in between the tackles, on those runs in between the tackles, he averages 3.8 yards per carry in his career. And keeping in mind on those 70-yard runs you mentioned, Ran the Cut, those are runs that happened up the middle, in between those same tackle boxes. He's got the benefit of those couple of home run hits that he's had on those runs inside, but yet still 3.8 yards per carry when he runs inside. When he runs outside, 5.3 yards per carry. So a massive discrepancy between when you see Walker running inside to running outside. The problem comes into play. Only 35% of his runs throughout the course of his career have been to the outside. So 75% of his runs, or 65% of his runs, have been inside A-gap runs, which runs a little bit counter to how you would think would be the best way to use him. Garth Knight, thank you for another $5 donation. I appreciate you for that, Garth. He says, Jack Dong is a national fan. I'd like to know Dong's thoughts on extending Purdy. That sounded so dirty for some reason. Dong's thoughts on extending Purdy. Well, let's see what the Dong's got with this one, Jack. Let's see what you got on this one, Jack. This is a tough one. And boy, are the Niners in for a pickle. a hell of a pickle, in my opinion, when it comes to this Brock Purdy contract next year. They're already sitting with $38 million of dead money. This is where we come down to me, in my opinion, on this, Garth, why there's got to be a shoe that drops in the San Francisco 49ers situation. It's not because they can't afford to have all three of these guys on the roster for this year. It's that you then put next year's cap situation into a ridiculous state because it's negative $38 million as is right now. If you sign Brandon Ayuk to a $30 million a year deal, it probably pushes up to something like $52-53 million of negative money. And then you still have to then sign Brock Purdy to a $50 million deal. And they're looking at that down. That's affecting how they guide this decision between Debo, Brandon Ayuk, and Kittle. And this is where I say the cap is a real thing, Garth. And they are feeling the pain of it. And as it's starting to hit them, it's the more that the pain hits, the more that you start to see some of your team deteriorate away and lose players that you'd like to bring back into the fold. Let's see what Jack's got to say, though, in regards to it. Thank you, though, Garth. I appreciate you for the dono. Chris says, chat sports can BS their subs because they drink for super chats. I'll do inappropriate things drinking, too. It does get you the clicks when you drink, that's for sure. Wish I was a bigger drinker. I'd probably be able to blow it up. Swedish says, wait, Bellingham. I never lived in Bremerton. What the F is wrong with me tonight? And we didn't have headsets. We had coupon books, apparently. Oh, geez, that sounds depressing. I did a call center with the headsets. I did AT&T in my 20s. Not a good time. That's a depressing place to go work. Brian says, I think I'm going to jet and watch the weather. 146 tornado warning so far tonight. Holy hell. Swedish Shinobi says, but what does Jack Dong think about Purdy's pickle? Oh, man. 18 dead so far, 100 injured. This is why I never wanted to live east of the Rockies. I don't want to mess with no tornadoes either. I'll deal with the earthquakes all day out here in LA. I just need to make sure I'm not in an overpass when the earthquake hits. That's the deal here. But I ain't messing with the tornado. Tornadoes, that's they can whip you up into it. They can throw stuff at you. Jack says Brock Purdy is a throwback quarterback. He will follow GOAT Brady and sign a reasonable extension that will allow Kyle and John to reload in an effort to prolong the window of his dynastic career. Wow. That was wonderfully worded, Jack. What a great response. I love it, man. Reasonable extension. I will say, Jack, Brady signed the reasonable extensions once he'd kind of already gotten paid. But something's going to have to give on that situation because if he does the $50 million deal, you're looking at a couple guys getting clipped away at that point. But you might be right. What a great response. Dynastic career. Liza, I wonder how the weather is going to affect Byron Murphy. For those Texas kids, it's going to be a bit tough. They're used to that warm weather going up north. It's cold like this all the time. Yeah, Byron. It's never warm? No. The summer for 2 months. Gar says Jack Dong seems like you know stuff. He might be an insider. He does the way he impressed me with that response. I like it. Louisiana Grenade said I'd throw for 5,000 yards if I had Purdy's weapons. I think we all would. Lyzone says Brock Purdy's the worst quarterback in the division. He just loaded with talent. He might have Kyler beat, but he is. I can't deny he's more loaded with talent by far than anybody else in this division with what he's had to work with, including the coaching and the play calling and all that. He's won me a little over last year. I'm not on board with him fully. I still think he's a product of his supporting parts more than he's the product of getting the supporting parts to shine. Chris says, every time I hear the word tornado, I think of YouTube channel Angry Grandma and her weather predictions. Calls them tornadoes. Nice. Liza says, I wonder if the stadium is going to be louder since our defense is going to look a lot better. I'm a big believer in that there's two big things that have caused the stadium to somewhat quiet down over the last 10 years. One is I think that the ticket prices going up has caused a lot of the kind of wine and cheese crowd to filter in there, and that you get a lot of people that want to come in there and just, I'm here to enjoy my game. I'm not here to participate. You want me to scream? For why? If I scream, I might harm my voice and my vocal cords, and I won't be able to speak later on. That does not seem very smart to me. I want to just simply watch the game. That's been part of what's hurt it. I think the other part that's hurt it, and this was somebody that brought it up in my chat months ago or about a year ago, and I was like, yeah, that definitely adds up, is you have a defense that's been bend but don't break for years now, and it just doesn't get any stops. And the place where the crowd has its biggest effect is on third down. You know, they get loud and the offense can't hear, and they're just, the force is there. Well, you do that in the first third down, it's a conversion. And a couple of plays later, you have another third down. You're going, and it's another conversion. And then you get to another third down, and you're on about the 35-yard line. You're like, and it's another conversion down to the 24-yard line. And you're then to another third down, third and 7 from the 15-yard line. You're, and then they get it down to the 7-yard line. And eventually, as a crowd, you start to get maybe a little exhausted, or you start to maybe feel like, you know what? Our voices aren't really having any effect on this. It's not really helping anything out. Especially when we are looking down and we're watching our defense get very easily carved up because of the nature of the simplistic coverages that they run. I think that there's a bit of it to that too, Fly Zone. Like it's a bit of both on that. Phillips says, do they possibly move Bradford to do left tackle, Haynes to right tackle? No, Phillip, no way. There's no way Bradford could hold up as a tackle. And Haynes is a guard all day long too. All day long. Garth Knight, thank you for another $5 donation. He asks, he's got another question for Jack Dong. He says, Jack, how are the Tennessee Titans going to do this season in your national insider opinion? Man, that's going to be a team that's going to struggle to win. They got to be, to me, that's a team you got to, unless Will Levis comes out and just completely lights it up, that's got to be like a 4 or 5 win team. Philip, my guess is that when it all gets settled and done, that Bradford ends up on as the right guard, your starting right guard, and that Haynes ends up as your starting left guard. That's my opinion. Jack Dong is a reply for Garth's question about how the Tennessee Titans will do this year. Jack says, Tennessee will never be a contender as long as their quarterback puts mayo in his coffee. That's, I mean, that's ironclad logic and reason right there. I can't argue with any of that. The mayo stuff freaks me out. And it doesn't help that guy's also been caught on camera eating a banana, like all of a banana, like just chewing into the banana. Both of those two things make him a little suspect to me. Very talented kid. But how can I trust your decision making when you raw dog mayonnaise and you eat bananas whole? I mean, that's some crazy stuff there. You know, that's some Neanderthal stuff right there. Kind of plays that way too. Jack again coming in with some solid logic here, Garth. Can't argue with that. Can't argue with any of that. I mistyped. Oh, okay. No worries, man. Yeah, I think Bradford's just got the issues, Philip, with pass protection. And he has those issues even last year in pass protection, dealing with nose tackles. You move him to left guard, now he's going to be taking on 3 techs. I think he gets kind of exposed out there at that spot if you ask him to do that. So I think he stays at right guard, and I think Haynes is better suited to be able to handle left guard because he can pass protect better. I'm starting to think that Jack is Garth Hall. It just might happen here, man. Garth says, Jack Dong, Cleveland Browns this year, what's going to happen? You know, too much jerking around from the Browns, Garth. Too much jerking around from the Browns. Too much of playing with themselves, not enough Y2K says, why would you put mayonnaise in coffee? He does it, Y2K. Only God knows who was the one that showed him that. You know, it's one of the worst sins you can do. And I don't know who would have been the first to show him that, or just one day he's like, I want to try this. Oh. But he's a little bit of he marches to his own beat, that Will Levis. Chris says, I wonder if he had a microwave next to his bed as a child. Mayo coffee and whole nanners is just not right. It's not right. It's all wrong. And it's when you got to worry about, you do worry about decision making with your quarterback at that point. Is there any wonder that we had these concerns with him coming out of college as far as decision making? Big arm, extra mobile. But is he going to process correctly? Gar says the Brazilians put cheese in their coffee. Oh, it can't melt. Oh, that's not, Garth. Don't, no. That's wrong. Jack, Gar says, Jack Dong, Cleveland Browns this year. What's going to happen? Jack says Cleveland will win their division. Deshaun will be put on IR in week 3, masseuse-related injury, and the DTR era begins. Predicting AFC Championship game at minimum. Reasonable. That's reasonable. I could see it happening. I don't know if I put money on that, Garth. I like Jack's prediction, but I don't know if I'm laying cold hard cash on that one. And technically, last year, the DTR era began. Our guy was hurt last year with his, how did you put it? His masseuse-related injuries. Can't run, coach. Something got bent. What got bent? Just, I can't run, coach, and something got bent. That's all you need to know. No, I need to know a little bit more about that. How do we need to, treat this? Do you guys have a masseuse? Yeah, we've got a team masseuse. Yeah. Dude, is it a woman? No, that's not going to work. That treatment's not going to work at all. Swedish Shinobi says, Brandon, when are you going to have Jack Dong on as a guest? Pretty soon. He keeps dropping these pearls in the chat, man. Keeps dropping these pearls. I'm going to have him. He's going to be outpacing me on the takes here pretty soon. YGK says, I'll take cheese over mayonnaise in my coffee if I have to choose. No, we're not choosing this choice. We're not choosing those are two horrible options, and neither of them needs to get a yes answer applied. Brian E says, look out for them masseuses. You can make the word Sue out of those letters. 360 Bets says, hearing that on day 2 they only have 20% of defense shows how advanced it really is. Could take a bit of time. It's a good point, man. It really could, 360. That's the part where it could come together fast, but if it does take the time, and I know I say it a lot, we got to be patient with that, because that is going from such a simplified situation to a complicated situation. And that in every other nature or spot of life, any other business that we apply to on life, any other industry that you apply this to, where I'm going from simplicity to ultimate complexity, ultimate simplicity to ultimate complexity, then you've got to bake in with it that that's going to take time for that to happen, that it doesn't just happen overnight. And that's where we can't get jumpy this season if it doesn't bring about immediate results with Mike McDonald, if it does take a little bit of that time. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation and all of your support tonight on the channel, brother. I appreciate you. He says, is Jack Dong the official insider for the Hawks Nest? I think it's definitely an open position here, and it's not been filled. We've been waiting on somebody to fill the position, Garth. I think this is as good as anybody else. I think the chat's echoing a yes as an answer to your question on that one. So I think we'll go with a solid yes to that. He's our official insider now. Rex says, does anyone else think we might be selling the team in the next few years? I wish it could be publicly owned, but I don't think that will happen. Well, you passed the spring deadline, Rex, and once they get past this next spring, not this year, but next year, technically the team can be sold at that time. There's been nothing that's been indicated on what we're hearing on this that there's anything imminent coming down. Pumpkin. Psst. Psst. He's attacking the other kitty. Pumpkin. Come here. Come here. So you would think that if this was going to be sold at this point, or this is starting to come down the line, Rex, that there'd be a little bit more smoke coming out of the building. And right now from Jody, if anything, what we've heard with this is that she's being patient and she's kind of waiting. I think a part of the game Jody's playing here, Rex, is that every 4 or 5 years that you hold on to your franchise in the NFL, you're gaining like another $300 or $400 million in value onto the franchise. It's really one where there's a real true benefit here to trying to hold on as long as she can to maximize what she sells the team for. And especially understanding that a part of this is that I think she's looking at being part of the ownership group that then buys the team once she does sell it. This means to me that this probably ends up taking a little bit more time for it to go down. Okay, Billy says, laugh my ass off, just joined, and I know who you're talking about. Jack Dong is Pumpkin's burner account. Probably. Notice she's not on the screen right now as he's typing. I'm just saying. Y2K says, what second or third year player or really hoping to make a next big step? I'd love to see Derek Hall really come forward this year and solidify our edge group, becoming the player that I think that he can be. If Bradford came out and was really solid for you this year and came back off that first year where he showed flashes that he could be a really good player, but he's raw, but he comes back and refines that down this year, he'd be a guy that I think that could have a huge effect on if he was to, hit in that way. Charles Cross, solidifying down as your franchise left tackle and remaining healthy through the year. What would that do for the offense? I think you can almost pick any one of these kind of players that hasn't quite reached that spot as the second or third year players. And if they could really tap into what their potential is, the type of effect it could have on the team. What if, Tariq could come back and be more like he was in his rookie year to match with Witherspoon. I think on any of these, you could really come around and be like, it mightily improves the team if any one of these guys in this way jumps forward that hasn't already jumped forward. Y2K, I'd say. Whiskey and coffee is amazing. Oh man, I can't do whiskey in the morning time. Brian says, I may be wrong, but I think Jody's got 5 years to sell. There's no timetable in the trust. The Paul G. Allen trust stipulates that she does have to trade. She does have to sell the franchise. It does not put a timetable on how fast she has to sell the franchise. Philip says, could be a possibility Jack Dong could be a buyer Hawks on Chat Sports Rumors. Maybe so. Dig Doc, Brandon, are you calling a cat? You must be tired teasing. No, Pumpkin was doing this thing where she was going after her sister. She likes to try to pick on her every once in a while. So when I call out, she'll stop because she thinks maybe I'm looking at her. Fly Allen, I'd rather Jody Allen sell the team to Jeff Bezos. We'd have the richest owner in the league. He wants to buy one, Fly's own. So I think he's the likely guy to step forward that's looking to buy the team if he can. Sweet Shinobi says, don't dox the dong, B. I'd never dox the dong. I would never do that to Jack. Never. Chris says, need a Robert Stack Unsolved Mysteries impression. What is Jack Dong? Who is Jack Dong? Unsolved Mysteries. Can't have that information compromised. Can't do it. All right, well, we just crossed about 5 hours here on the stream, so we will go ahead and just about put a button on this. One last thank you to the sponsor of the show, Underdog Fantasy. Appreciate you for sponsoring the show. Click the link below. They will match you up to 100% of your first deposit, up to $100. $100 on the Hawks Nest from me to you, and you support the channel at the very same time. Use my code. Click that link in the bottom description below. It will take you there, and it will match you up to that $100 on that promotion. You want to get on golf, baseball, basketball finals, hockey, get in on it all. Go win yourself some money today And thank you, Underdog Fantasy, for sponsoring the show as they have here throughout the course of this year. Garth says, Chris, I don't want to know who Jack Dong is. His information will be compromised. You don't want to have the dong compromised, Garth. That's a big no-no. A big, big, big no-no. All right, folks. Well, we will, we're getting silly here today at the end. Do me a favor and one last time, just hit that like button if you guys could for me as well. One last little note as well. As you guys can see here pinned in the chat, I've got a link to my Hawks Nest Clips channel. So you can get subbed up over to that channel. I will be doing clips off of all of these live stream shows into the future over to that side of things, just getting it kind of more built up over there as kind of a sub channel. So please do bounce on over there if you get a chance and get subbed up over to you. Thank you again to Garth Knight, Randall McDaniel, Ran the Cut, David Pugh, all the folks that donated the chat today. Very, very kind of you guys as always. And Garth, you're amazing as well with all the donations. Really do appreciate you. Thank you for all your great comments and suggestions. Thank you for Jack for the insider info. Appreciate you on that. And Swedish says a compromised dong is never good. Keep your dong secret and keep it covered. That's the way you got to do it. You know, you don't want to let that thing just flap out in the open. You got to, keep it under wraps. Chris says hashtag dong life matters. Let's go. Bryony, thank you, sir. Always enjoy the Seahawks Salon. Me as well, man. Me as well. Chris says, yeah, another awesome stream, B. And chat. Yes, absolutely. You guys, every time, every stream, every time I go live, you guys bring it in every way. I can't ask for more. People ask me, how do you go for so long? How do you go for so late? It feels like the blink of the eye to me because it's always so much fun chopping it up with you guys. And you guys always keep me laughing every time on that. Well, thank you guys. I appreciate you. We will be back here in a couple of days with another live stream show soon. I got a week ahead here with a lot of shows set up. We got the B&B show on Thursday. I also am going to be meeting with former Seahawks general manager Randy Mueller on Thursday, 3 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. So please be ready for that stream as well. If you got any questions you want me to ask Randy, submit it just down into the comment section below this video, and I will try to work that question on in. I do appreciate you guys watching. Please do sub up. Please do hit that like button. We're on the road here now to 20,000 subscribers. We just passed here 16,000 subs here. We're right on the edge of doing so. So let's see if we can get heartily to that 20,000 here before the end of the year. That's the goal. Thank you guys for watching today. Appreciate you very much. Back soon. But until that time, please don't ever forget. Don't you ever forget. Go Hawks.